Okay. Hey friends, I think we're live. Let me double check all the streams. Hope everyone having a good day. We had a glimpse of the Messiah yesterday, and now he obviously went back up to heaven. So we might not see him until either Halloween or Easter again. But thank you so much for joining tonight without the Messiah here. We appreciate that. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll discover there's another Messiah out there. Maybe somebody will call in and give us like some really good evidence for that. I find that to be doubtful. But then one thing we can do real quick is let me grab the vertical stream, double check that vertical stream's running. TikTok is running, by the way. Twitch is running. Horizontal stream is running. So we should be good to go. And it looks like vertical stream's running. So everything is a go. Welcome in, friends. Good to see y'all. I see some... yeah, I think I got the Deconstruction Junction open now as well, which is a good time to remind y'all. Get into the Deconstruction Junction Discord if you haven't already. I think we've got maybe 12 people signed up for the California meetup. There is a thread inside of the Junction for the California meetup if you want to sign up for that. Our max is 24 though. We're going to have a number of cool people at the meetup. I'll be there, Gretchen will be there, Crystal will be there, and some other people will be there. So highly recommend it. Jump in the Discord, get into the meetup. It should be a really cool opportunity to kind of hang out with some of our fellow heathens and get to meet each other in real life, which is, I think, one of the things that we miss out on when we leave church is this getting to like meet up with real people in real life and do social things. Also, speaking of getting to meet up with friends, guess who's in my guest box right now coming to join me? We've got a good friend. 1 second. I'm going to copy and paste the video link, though, real quick. One second. I'm going to add this to scene number 2 or copy a solo link. 1 second. And then there we go. Welcome in Skepticus. Also Adam this time. Good to see you, buddy. I might change your link real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm going to add you to a scene. See if it will automatically pull in your the name that you have typed in, or if it's going to... I'll explain here in a minute. 1 second. 1 second, though.
Sure.
I
figured I'd see if I could sit in with you for a few hours tonight before the NCAA championship game. So
yeah, it's coming up, right?
It is 3 hours.
Was it the Huskies and who else?
And the Wolverines.
All right, give me 1 second. I think we should let me double check your audio. I just switched the input method real quick for the co-host. Say something for us. Let me make sure we can hear you.
Hello, testing
Yeah.
From Skepticus, New Orleans.
Perfect. All right, we should be good now. Okay. Well, welcome in, buddy. I did see also everyone in the Discord. Crystal did just now add a link to the Justin DZ stream. Oops, wrong button. So if you need a quick link to the California meetup, West Coast meetup, there's a link right now in the Justin's live chat that y'all can click if you're having trouble finding it or anything like that. But what's the good word? You want to be called Skepticus or Adam?
Oh, either. I mean, I suppose it's for branding. I guess people would, know my channel as Skepticus, but I always refer to myself on my own videos as Adam of Nola. It was kind of like my little joke, because when you look through the religious literature, there's William of Orange and there's so-and-so of so-and-so. So I was like, I need to be Adam of Nola.
That's pretty good. So we're going to be getting some guests loading up tonight. It should be a lot of fun, y'all. See, today is Monday night. We had a big Easter. Yesterday we got some Easter streaming done. Did you stream at all yesterday, Adam?
So the funny thing is, not only did I stream, and I did not want to really be going head to head with you. I knew that you were doing a ton of streaming, but it's like, the mood struck me, and I blatantly kind of ripped you off because I've been wanting to do this already. So I'm going to claim, even though I can't prove it, I don't have any evidence for my assertion here, but I'm going to tell you that I've been wanting to do this anyway. But I was watching, I think your stream. I was watching a replay of your stream from I think a few nights before, and you were talking about the list of 351 supposed prophecies from Jesus. And I did a 9-hour stream yesterday. We got through all
hell
of the
yeah.
prophecies except for I skipped Psalms, because Psalms itself is like a whole, there's like 60 or 70 in there that they claim. So I got through a lot of them.
That's good. I went through a long time ago, as many as I could in one short stream. It was surprisingly easy to debunk and dismiss them in rapid order.
Oh yeah. And I could have done them a hell of a lot faster, but I was trying to be as fastidious as possible in doing this whole marathon. So every one that I went through, I pulled up the text on screen, for every single one of them. Now, a lot of them, I could have told you, here's why this one doesn't count. Here's why this one's not even, I could have just sat there, but I didn't think that it would be as interesting for anyone who's watching and actually wanted to know why, because sometimes it can feel a little dismissive if you just say these 10 things aren't valid because of this.
Right. Yeah. To me, it's such a weird topic because, like, if you just read the passage, like no normal human being would read these passages and conclude that they were about Jesus. You have to already believe in Jesus to then go back and be like, oh yeah, this could have been about Jesus. And you have to already have been primed to accept a very bad, like, exegetical practice to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not something that an atheist would be convinced by.
I said one of the things I said yesterday is I said, to me it's almost like where's Waldo, but it's like where's Jesus? It's like trying to look between the lines and find Jesus. And I opened up the stream. One of the things I said, guys, my biblical knowledge is not at nor is it ever going to be where Justin's is at. But I said, I feel confident that in going through these, that if you haven't looked at these so-called prophecies, you don't have to be a biblical scholar to look up these prophecies and make a basic uneducated assessment about this. This isn't, it's not even about, most of them are not about, oh, let me understand what the Hebrew is saying or something like that. No, most of it is literally just reading the text, and forgive me for saying so, but any idiot can say that's not even a prophecy. Even if it is a prophecy, it is in no way related to Jesus.
Right.
So it's so much smoke and mirrors that I can't even believe that they try to hang their hat on that.
It's weird to me. Here's my theory, and this I could be wrong. I think it's because the same reason I had when I was a youngster is because they haven't really read the text. Like, I assumed that all these prophecies were fulfilled just because I was kind of told that way. All you had to do was start reading the text for yourself, and all of a sudden, like, almost immediately, like, oh yeah, this is nonsense. But as long as you don't read the text, there's not too many good ways to, like, convince somebody one way or the other. Like, if a pastor of somebody authority says, nope, this is what it means, like, if you ever read the text, it doesn't matter if I come along and say, no, it doesn't mean that. They're going to trust their trusted source. So the only way you can get people out of this mindset is to actually make them read the text, which is why, and as well as I do, the thing I love to do the most here is to literally force people to read this damn text.
Yeah. Well, and I'm also going to play a little bit of the age card here and say that I'm old enough to remember going to church like in the 80s, and we didn't have an internet. So if you go to church, let's say you're going to church on Easter Sunday, and the pastor is choosing to center as part of his sermon that, Jesus fulfilled all of these prophecies. He might give you a number, or he might just throw a few quick lines out there, but he'll tell you that it's hundreds of prophecies. Mm-hmm. Now, even then, of course, you could find a way to look it up. You could go looking for Christian bookstores or something, or for critical bookstores or whatever. But you couldn't just sit there and Google, like, what is this so-called list? It wasn't at your fingertips. So I think a lot of people would just hear these blatant, faceless claims, or baseless claims, excuse me, and they would just go, they've heard it. You hear it repeated enough times that pretty soon in your mind, it's been established as a fact.
Right. Yeah. That was one of the things that they banked on during World War II. The propaganda minister from Germany is that if you say it often enough and loud enough, people will just believe it anyways. So, but friends, a couple things. We're waiting for some opposition to load up. If you're opposition and you're on TikTok, just hit that guest request button. We'll get you pulled in. If you're not watching on TikTok, if you're on YouTube or Twitch or somewhere else, you can use the link on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. And as I say all the time, we want to try to get people in at the beginning of the show. If you wait till halfway or towards the end of the show to get into the guest queue, you might not actually be able to get in and become a guest on the show. Also, before I read some super chats, I had a request to add a mug, the mug that I was using yesterday. They wanted it into the gift shop. It is now there. If you go to the gift shop, I've got the Jesus, He Came, He Lied, He Died mug in the gift shop. I'll be putting it on a t-shirt as well for anyone who wants it on a t-shirt. Fuck, we could do magnets and stickers too, but it is up right now in mug format for those who actually want to get themselves a version of that particular artistic rendering that I did. And if there's any other stuff, remember, I can't read every single comment ever that somebody leaves on a video, but when people comment and request particular items in the gift shop, I typically try to make it happen. So if there's stuff that you really think would be fun, or even community memes that you think would be really fun to have in the gift shop, let me know. I'll make sure it gets added eventually, and we'll try to make it as fun as possible. And Handsome Cat, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, there's Catholics that claim that the new covenant makes them the chosen people. The Catholic Church officially rejects this replacement theology. So that's my view. I never got any teaching from the Catholic Church that was replacement theology-esque. You'll get some of that a little bit from the Lutherans, but even the Lutherans' main doctrine isn't really replacement theology. I think replacement theology really took off with the types of evangelicals that were also into manifest destiny. I don't think it was a predominant view among Europeans. But the reason why it was so popular among the manifest destiny crowd is because it was a good way to theologically justify going and taking somebody else's land and conquering all the people. Because now America is the new Israel. It's one of those things. And helping make it deconstruct, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, and whores for life. Well, I can only assume you're on the horizontal stream, so welcome in over on the horror side, friend. And Reverend Nate, good to see you tonight. Says, never had spiritual experience, but the joy in all I felt during this Artemis mission have to be pretty close. Anything that gives you those feelings. I do agree. I would say, as someone who did have what might be classified as spiritual experiences or feelings when I was a Christian, it's very easy to mimic those and experience those outside of the religion as well, which I think is, for me, it's like a good reminder that what you experience inside of like a church is not the Holy Spirit. It's just the way our bodies happen to work. And welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. We're just waiting we're going to get our 3 more super chats read, and then our first guest looks like Aaron, maybe from India. And Terrifier, hey, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just wanted to say thanks. Having talks with my RC mother. Is that right, Christian? Reformed Christian? I have to check on that. Your content is helped immensely. Your content has helped immensely. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Terrifier. I hope that's the case. One of the goals with my channel when I started it was I wanted to equip people with information that they can use in their deconstruction journey. And also, when someone comes asking questions, hey, why don't you believe, they can actually have an answer ready. And Keiko, hey, good to see you, buddy, says, yesterday my girlfriend's 9-year-old realized 3 days later Jesus rose was much less than the claimed 3 days. Took me 9 years to realize this. I was proud of her. Yep, that's the case. Listen, when I was a youngster, I just had to assume that it was like they didn't really literally mean 3 days and 3 nights. But if you read the text, that's basically what they're implying. And so for me, it's just one of those things where like I don't know. Like, I try not to use it too much during debates because I feel like I don't know how strong of an argument it is, but I agree with everyone here, which is, yeah, the Bible, Jesus said it'd be 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't 3 days and 3 nights. It was 2 max. And if that's the case, then it just seems like Jesus misspoke or was wrong or God changed his mind. John, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, how about Jesus comes socks? Oh, socks that says Jesus comes. Maybe. At that point, we're going to be doing Jesus foot stuff, huh? Perhaps we can do Jesus cum socks. I never thought that would leave my mouth, but here we are. Carnage Asada. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, yo, Johan, what are your T-Rex's names? I'm still praying. If you're on the horizontal channel, you can see 2 T-Rexes, one with a plant growing out of its head. I don't have names for them yet, but I am praying to Doug for an appropriate name. And Carnage, since you're a prophet of Doug and Sharon, we're going to need you to pray as well. If someone comes up with a prophecy from Doug and Sharon about what to name the T-Rexes, please do let me know so we can make sure and honor Doug and Sharon's wishes. So I think that might be the method we're going to use here. But with that, let's get in Aaron, and then we'll grab James after Aaron. Welcome in, Aaron. Are you at least 18?
Hey Justin, I'm over 18 and I'm a non-believer. I'm friendly. I'm so
Okay.
sorry for calling.
Well, we're looking for debates over here.
I know. I'm sorry. I couldn't make it to the Q&A. It's 4 a.m. around here. I just have a question if it's all right.
Sure. Well, you're up. Might as well ask it.
Listen, sorry again. I just have one question. If the Gospels are written, you know, after Jesus is dead, like, what's the point of making him a Judaizer? Like, what's the point of making him, to follow the law of Judaism? Do you have an
Sure.
answer for that?
Yeah, I think the reason is the early church was divided. There was obviously 2 movements in the early church. The earliest faction were Judaizers because the religion started as a Jewish movement initially, even though it was predominantly populated by Greeks shortly after. That being said, you can see why the original people that were in the movement would want to be Judaizers, which is why they have a Jesus that is a Judaizer. Now, it's possible that the Judaizer Jesus was fiction. It was written by the Judaizers. It's also possible that the original Jesus was just a Judaizer, which is my particular belief. I don't believe that Jesus was completely fabricated, even though I think the stories about him are largely fabricated. But I think they're preserving a real Jewish rabbi memory. If Jesus was a real Jewish rabbi, I think it's preposterous that he's going to be going around and not being a Judaizer. I would say, though, that Jesus did change the tone. If you read some of Jesus's writings, it's not clear that following the law of Moses was a salvation requirement. But if you didn't follow the law of Moses, it seemed as though you would be either jeopardizing your salvation or you would be what they would say is least in the kingdom. So to me, I think the reason why the Judaizing Jesus is preserved is because it's probably authentic to what could have been described as historical Jesus.
Okay, you think it's the gospel is like a representation of the possible historical Jesus?
I do believe that the Bible is possibly preserving some remnants of a historical person, just like there are many mythological figures in history that we have mythological stories preserved and historical stories preserved. Like we have the life of the 12 Caesars, even though, the Roman historians talked about at least, I think there were 6 of them that were deified, and I think 2 of them were witnessed to ascend into the heavens. Obviously, we don't believe that nonsense. But the stuff that is that fits the culture and the time period that appears to be kind of historical, I think it's okay for us to accept that as possibly historical. I think where you really have to draw the line is when they start doing stuff that is like mythological or anachronistic.
Thank you, Justin. This corner of the world, when I'm deconstructing, I have really nobody. This is an absolute pleasure talking to you. thank you so much. And I hate to take your time. Thank
It's
you so
okay.
much. I appreciate you. Rock out for Doug and for you as well. Thank you.
Best of luck to you,
Bye-bye.
friend. I know you're on a journey. Cheers, man. That's tough deconstructing. I have a lot of memories from when I was, so I get it. I really get it. All right, we're going to grab a couple of super chats and we're going to bring in the Bible guy and we're going to bring in James. I believe James is our next opposition. DJ, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, please do more videos on Catholic AI. I'm crying. I've got more coming. So I did like a 5-hour live stream debating the Catholic AI bot. It was a while back. I'm now clipping that up into individual clips. So I'll be publishing that in the coming days, in snippets rather than watching like the whole 4-hour live stream. So we'll definitely be getting more posted soon. And Fatal Imbalance, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Huge. And Interstate, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says temple prostitution would revive Christianity. I don't disagree, actually. Wes Huff is a moron. Totally agree with you there too. But if he spoke in tongues while slipping the tongue, he might be worth something. Elijah Lamb butt could put butts in the pews. Elijah Lamb's butt. You know, I think all of these statements are true. Like I don't find anything in here that I disagree with. I do wish Wes Huff would do more debates because I think it would expose how poor his academic prowess actually is. I think that's the best thing about debates. It's one thing to do response videos, and those are great. It's another thing to be in a real debate. When you're in a real debate, you actually have to have information on tap, and I don't know if he has that. When I watch some of his stuff on Joe Rogan, I was like, oh, this guy doesn't really... He's not really all that informed. I think he just knows good resources. Like he knows where to find information, but he hasn't actually digested a lot of it. Michael, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, where's my kitten cam? God damn it. Well, unfortunately, the kittens aren't in the room with me because they're not really kittens anymore. They're doing cat stuff. You know, they're eating my houseplants. They're trying to lick the bottom of leaky faucets. You know, all the stuff that cats do. And then they take cat naps and, you know, that kind of stuff. Run around the house destroying everything, eating all my cords. But when they're in here, friends, you'll be able to see them. And last super chat for now from Rainbow Anna. Thank you for this. It says, niche joke. What does Dark Souls... Oh, I don't know anything about Dark Souls. What does the Dark Souls game series and the Bible have in common? They're both obsessed with feet. And I don't know much about the game. I might be led to believe that maybe Ashera is into this game. I've been seeing some foot pics in the Discord. Were those from Ashera? Do we have some foot fans in here? I'm going to get links eventually to Cyber Deconstruction in I's Only Feats account. We'll have to make that a thing. But nevertheless, friends, let's go ahead and get in James and the Bible guy here, and we'll have some robust conversation loaded up here in just a second. Welcome in, Bible guy.
Hey, I was just here for a second because I wanted to first and foremost thank you because yesterday we did the Catholic AI debate and we couldn't have done it without your help. So first and foremost, thank you for that.
How'd it
And
go?
I thought you'd like to know. Oh, I thought you'd like to know. It lied to me straight out the gate. It told me it had a master's degree in divinity.
How? How could it tell you that?
Yeah, I don't know. I already clipped it. I sent you the clip. You can watch it later. But yeah, he just told me it had a master's in divinity.
That's crazy.
And then I did also get to admit that Jesus would know, if he's all knowing, what it's like to get pegged. So that was a W.
Fucking gold.
Yeah, so I thought you'd like to enjoy that. But I'm about to get back to doing some editing for me and for you. So I'll talk to you later, bud.
Thanks, buddy. See you soon. Duncan W. Dalton. That's some funny stuff. I got to go back and watch those videos now. All right, we'll get James in here. Yeah. Welcome in, James. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Cool. And you are over 18. Are you flushing the toilet right now? What a fucking weirdo. That's the best Christianity has to offer, apparently, y'all.
I know. I think that's the argument for Yahweh right there.
Down the toilet.
I wonder if he thinks that he just trolled you in favor of Yahweh, like score one for Yahweh.
I'll tell you this: he had a shitty argument. All I can say about that. Well, it is what it is. What are you gonna do, friends? Believe it or not, we don't have anyone in the guest box right now. Sometimes it takes a little bit to prime the guest box pump. So, if you're opposition, if you think that God is real and maybe you've got a good reason to believe in God, jump into the guest box. Skepticus and I will be happy to chat with you about whatever God concept it is that you believe in. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be some woo-woo bullshit. It could be some biblical stuff, Islamic stuff, Islamic pedophile stuff. It could be all kinds of stuff. We're more than happy to talk about how a sharer needs justice, or whatever. If you believe in the Greek gods, that's fine too. Master Machete, thank you for the super difference. Is Cain and unable for the T-Rex's names? Oh, well, they're both dead. So, I appreciate this suggestion. I'm going to have to pray on that one just a little bit. I never thought about dinosaur names, but now I have to look at some dinosaur names. I feel like a dinosaur name needs to be a little bit scary. Am I wrong there? Just a little bit kind of tough, perhaps. We'll see. Mr. Cliff Poo, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, when is Doug Day? You know what? This is a fair question. Doug doesn't have a holiday yet, but we should make a holiday for Doug. I can't see a good reason to not have one, especially since so many people are following the Holy Doug. And Slug Racer, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, did God consider the act of divination or future telling a sin? And if so, is Gideon with the fleece or Joseph with the Pharaoh's dream sinful? So, no. So, first of all, divination was outlawed, yes, in the law of Moses. And even during Saul's time. So, in Saul's time, Saul put away all of the diviners. But I think that the way that we probably want to think about this is there's a form of divination that was allowed. So if you look at most of the Israelite practices, they border on divination. It seems like the two types of divination that they just didn't like that were unrelated to another god is typically like necromancy, trying to bring people like souls back from the dead, or ancient practices like trying to communicate with the dead. Like that's why you'll find like it outlaws the cutting of the sideburns. Now, people think that's because God hates sideburns. It's actually, at best we can tell, is an ancient ritual practice where people would cut themselves while worshiping in a cult format. It seems to have possibly been related to familial cult worship, but I think there's a lot of division onto whether or not that is the case. But nevertheless, there is some divination in the Bible that God allows. So like the casting of lots, the Urim and the Thummim, these are all forms of divination. And even if you go to the book of Tobit, in Tobit, the young man is instructed to do liver reading. Liver reading was a form of divination back then, just like tea leaf reading. And it seemed to be perfectly okay in people in Tobit's time, as long as it wasn't part of some pagan ritual, you know what I mean? But even think about like Numbers chapter 5, when you're drinking the magic potion to see if the woman's going to have a miscarriage because she cheated. I mean, that's divination. The casting of lots is divination. It's basically just tarot cards with two big stones. So the Bible doesn't really outlaw all forms of divination. It just seems to want to outlaw forms of divination that are associated with other gods. And yes, Pharaoh, meaning Joseph had a cup of divination that was surreptitiously placed in one of the sacks to pretend like it was stolen. And Gideon did a test with the fleece. But also remember, Jacob's wives, when they left, they took the household idols from Laban. They're in the Bible, sometimes they're translated as teraphim. But I mean, it was normal to have these household idols. A lot of people have them. David had one. If you go to when David was chased out of the palace by King Saul, he left And then he and McCall left, and in their place, he put a household idol, a large one, in the bed and put goat's hair on top of it to make it look like it was an actual human being in the bed. So even King David had a household idol, which that I assume was a sin, but it's hard to
Can
say.
I throw something in there really quick too? I think it's fascinating the contradictions that come up with Balaam, because Balaam was doing oracles and he's demonized in elsewhere in the book, but when you read it in Numbers, Balaam is talking directly to Yahweh and he's following all of Yahweh's commands. In fact, I think it's a side note, but there has to be other stories from the Apocrypha about why he's supposedly so horrible, because when you just read it in Numbers, he sounds like a faithful man of Yahweh, but he was absolutely a guy doing oracles. That was his whole thing.
And he does what God requested him to do, and God still was like, no, fuck you, I don't like you.
Yeah.
So the guy got it from both sides. He was not having a good time, and God wasn't all that nice to him. But isn't it interesting, like these stories of God intervening on people's free will? People are like, well, God couldn't do this because of free will. But like God specifically violated Balaam's free will. He wouldn't let the donkey pass. He was going to give an oracle, and God showed up and said, no, you won't give an oracle. You're going to give this oracle. So like, listen, God isn't all that concerned with free will. This is just something that Christians have to say to justify the atrocities of the Bible. But Terrifier, thank you for the clarification. Terrifier says RC equals Roman Catholic or Roman Catholicism. I would not have guessed that, so I appreciate the clarification. I didn't realize that Roman Catholicism had an abbreviation, but thank you for letting me know. Also, Base Deshera, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. Friend says, I'm not too proud to be the Deconstruction Junction foot model. Let me bust my good shoes out. I think that might be the case. I think you might be the Deconstruction Junction foot model. I don't know if there's any competition yet. Me and Cyber have to go to our annual photo shoot together and see what we can work up. But we might put some competition in there for you. And Chip, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, I want to send a friend your best, worst Philbro debate because he's never heard one. I'm cruel, I know. Suggestions on which? Rock hard for Doug. Oh, man, shit. Let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel and see which ones might be worth clipping. View your channel, that's what I want. And then I can search my channel I'll just search it for Philbro and see what comes up. All right.
If we're going to get into foot modeling, we're going to need a Deconstruction Junction OnlyFans.
Indeed. There's one. Okay, so, well, there are two Philbro videos that have performed very, very well. I suspect these might be the ones that you'll probably want to send. I'll show you the ones. The first one here. The first one's okay. Upset baby Philbro, too afraid to defend the Christian God, lies instead. That's fine. This is a good one here. Christian brain rot level 7 Philbro comes to cry that I don't fit his script. And Dalton's in that one actually with me. And then this one had 62,000 views. Philbro is allergic to the Bible. Gets severe burn from reading it. I would definitely go for that one. I think that one did really well. But also, one of my most watched Philbro conversation was Unbearable Apologist demonstrates the 5 Ds of Philbro. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. 120,000 views. People must have liked that one. So that's certainly one that you might want to check into. Those are some videos that, you know, whether or not they're convincing to anybody, I think they'll at least be entertaining. I know there's a certain number of people in the audience that hate when Philbros come onto the channel because it's boring, but it's interesting. As much as a lot of people don't like watching it live, a lot of people watch the clips. The Philbro clips, watching Philbros get utterly buried, for some reason performs very well as clips, even though people don't like watching it live. I have no idea how that works. It must be like the demographic of live watchers and the demographic of clip watchers just might be slightly different. But you know, it's neither here nor there. House 70, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, did James just flush God down the toilet? I think that was what happened. I could be wrong. It was either God or his argument. It's hard to say. But like...
Well, just like the Bible, you can interpret it any way you want to.
Yes, exactly. That's the fun with the Bible. The words have no meaning, which means anything you need the Bible to say, you can make it say. I do need to start like a real cult from the Bible and like launch it on the channel just to watch Christians crash out when I interpret the Bible the same way they interpret the Bible, just with a different endpoint in mind. Because if you can just do typology bullshit and do foreshadowing bullshit, there's nothing you can't make the book say. You can make this book say anything. JTSP84, thank you for the super chat, says, Doug Day is obviously 420. Get stoned for Doug. You know what? Here's the deal. Also, go to the TikTok gift shop. I shouldn't have said that while I was on TikTok. Nevertheless, I agree. I can't think of a better day to be Doug Day. For now on, that is officially Doug Day. Let it be written. Let it be so. Tracy, also the artist formerly known as Yantu, thank you for the $5 super chat. Skeptosaurus and Nietzschesaurus Rex. Rock out for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and gay for Justin. Actually, I do like Nietzschesaurus. I feel like Nietzschesaurus is really good. Skeptosaurus possibly as well is really good. These are really, really good suggestions. In fact, oh, fuck me. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's not even late yet. I'm going to write these down, and maybe we can vote on these later. All right. Skeptosaurus. And
I have to give a shout out to my viewers, because I did a live stream. It was like 20 of us or something, but I was like, man, I need names for these. And they immediately came up with Nephi and Beelzebuddy.
Oh, so Beelzebuddy is great.
Yeah. So I was like, those are perfect.
That was really good, actually. That's pretty dope. I want to keep a list of names here, friends, and then we can vote later as to like if
try
we think
Omniceratops from the chat.
Omniceratops is great. Okay, let me add that one. Omniceratops, got it. That was a really good one.
The suggestion was try Omniceratops, so I want to make sure if you can change it if you want, but I don't want you to feel like I was changing their suggestion.
Try Omniceratops is magical. That's a great name. Okay, we're building a list, y'all. We're building a list. Also, Ricardo, thank you so much for the 50 rupees, maybe. Says, hey, Justin, being an atheist here in Rio de Janeiro. Oh, what's the dollar denomination
Real.
in Real? Okay, so 50 Real. Thank you. In Rio de Janeiro, Brazil isn't easy yet. Yes, mostly Catholic, right? So I thank you for your content and the arguments you always provide, as they often help me defend myself. Rock hard for Doug and justice for Snake. Indeed, justice for Snake. And that really is my goal, y'all. I really hope that the information that you guys learn on these live streams, you can go use it in real life, because I don't think these arguments, I don't think I'd be using them if they weren't good and if they weren't working. Like if the arguments stop working, I'm not going to use the arguments. And to be fair, like I haven't, like there are arguments I've been using since I've started streaming, because they're like, no one has ever given a valid critique of the argument. So I'm like, why would I stop using it? And I think that demonstrates that Christianity has so few answers, because if it did, the arguments I've been using for the last 3 years, somebody would have finally come up with said, hey, actually, Justin, this is wrong, and here's why it's wrong. But they can't do it because they don't have any answers. They got nothing. Christianity has nothing to offer other than social benefits. If you want a social club to join, but a lot of social clubs out there. In fact, Skepticus, have you done any social clubs outside of Christianity?
No.
Okay.
No, I so here's the funny thing. It's just, I mean, I'm all for social clubs, but I just know, like, some people, when they leave, especially if they did Constructed, have said, oh, yeah, I really miss that social aspect. I mean, I go out all the time, but I'm kind of like the guy who's happy to sit there by himself and listen to music, you know?
Yep. I get enjoying the alone time, but like there's always places, y'all, that you can go and hang out. I used to go a while ago, me and one of my engineering buddies, we would go and hang out at the makerspace. Because we're engineers. Like just hanging out with people that like the same stuff you like is all you really need. You don't need to go to a church and give somebody 10% of your income and sing songs to have some sort of social context. You know what I mean? But
well, and I'm kind of in a unique situation compared to a lot of people. I live 3 blocks from the quarter. So when I say I go out and wander around, a lot of times I'm married, but a lot of times I'll go out by myself. I mean, I still find myself by accident falling into conversations and friend groups and everything, just because it's a very party atmosphere.
Yeah. You know what though? I talked to somebody not that long ago on the live stream, and they even were like, yeah, sometimes I go to church because I still have friends there, even though I don't believe anymore. Like, really nothing wrong with that either. Like, I think if you have friends at church, like it's perfectly acceptable. If church is not harmful or triggering to you, perfectly acceptable to go hang out with your friends sometimes. I had a group, like probably my best friend ever, actually. When I was like in my diehard Christian phases, he'd go to church with me. He'd go to church events with me. He didn't believe the stuff I did, but like we were besties, right? So like, there's something to be said about being a little bit flexible and actually making genuine friendships with people. I think when you make genuine friendships, you're typically more accepting of people that are have different beliefs than you do, and I think it's okay as long as it's a healthy relationship. Hey, Timmy, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says recent Christian. Interesting. You're recently perverted. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Recent ex-Christian. Thank you. I cannot believe I almost just misread it. I didn't see the X. Recent ex-Christian, now reading through the Bible front to back. Just read Numbers 16 and was pretty shocked at how insane that story is. Thoughts? Well, Numbers 15 is right after the guy gets stoned for picking up rocks. Like, give me a second to look up 16 because I kind of remember, or I kind of forget all the details of 16. Let me refresh myself. Oh, the revolt of Korah. Yeah, and the ground opens up and swallows them whole. That's some crazy shit. So the funny thing against Korah, like, they did these like raids where they had like these harem killings. And the idea was that you needed to murder every single one of these enemies. We see it again in like Deuteronomy 13. And like, they didn't do that. Some of the vessels were kept back rather than dealt with as part of the harem, or sometimes they'll call it the ban in like New King James English. And this makes God really mad. So this is one of those things where this tips you off that God is into sacrificial killings and sacrificial offerings of other people as human sacrifices, I guess you would say, because just allowing one to survive upset him so much that he'll murder your entire family. What are you going to say, Adam?
I was just going to say that to me, this story, along with a lot of other pieces of the Pentateuch, also just hammer home to me that over and over and over again, we hear this verbiage that the Israelites or a specific tribe revolted or rebelled. But then when you actually read the text as to what they did, all they did was question. So like even with Korah, yes, he's challenging Moses because he's not happy with the leadership, but Korah's not getting his men together and going to war with them, right?
Actually, yeah, now that you mentioned, there's 2 rebellions popular in Exodus and Numbers. Let me make sure I didn't confuse the 2 of them. Korah is where the ground splits open and eats them up. There's another one that gets punished. I forget which one stole the vessels under the ban. Let me check. Let's see. But both of them got punished in horrible ways.
Well, also, I don't think it's the same thing we're talking about, but in Joshua, Achan is caught having illegal plunder, and not only is he killed, but the rest of his family is killed along with him, including his kid. Yeah, and that's from
Achan
Joshua.
was the one I was thinking of. He kept the harem contents from Jericho, and his family got killed just like the family of Korah. Korah was what you said. Korah was questioning the leadership of Moses, but still, I mean, it's pretty horrific. Because remember when Miriam questioned the leadership of Moses?
Oh gosh,
Miriam didn't die.
And Miriam and Aaron questioned, and Miriam got exiled, not forever, but for a while, and afflicted with disease. And what did Aaron get? Oh, that's right, Aaron got nothing. And then the words exactly from Yahweh. I'm not going to pull them up. But he basically said that's what that woman deserves because she's a woman. And then Aaron, who did the exact same thing as Miriam. It was Miriam and Aaron who challenged Moses at the same time, because they challenged him, first of all, because he has a Moabite wife, and they pulled some racist stuff like, how dare he, still be leading us with a Moabite wife. And I think that they were just growing tired of his leadership in general. But it's pretty clear that they challenged him in tandem, but the punishment absolutely was not in tandem at all.
Right. Yeah. But God punishes women significantly more than men in the Bible, unless it's babies. Baby men get murdered because they're not virgins and you can't have sex with them. But nevertheless, I want to grab one more super chat, and I think we've got a guest. We have some opposition wanting to get in. Carnage, thank you for the follow-up on the dino names. Here's 2, Krakatoa and Pony T-Rex. Both of them foot names, I would add. Both of them. I will write them down, but I am skeptical and taken aback by how our community is falling into deeper and deeper into foot stuff. But nevertheless,
could even call it porneia.
Yeah, we are. That is indeed the case. This is why God left us. This is what happened. Nevertheless, we do what we can. Thank you for that, Carnage. And let's get Felix the Muslim in here and see if we can get some conversation going. Welcome in, Felix.
Hello.
Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Is it the Muslim God?
Yes.
Sure. And what do you think is a good piece of evidence or argument for God's existence?
Hi, we were just calling you regarding your extended warranty. Your vehicle set to expire in the next couple of weeks. I just wanted to give you a chance to review your auto policy. I can have your social.
I'm I thought Felix the Muslim was actually an atheist. I was like, I'm trying to remember because I know we're friends, like we follow each other. I was like, I can't recall if he's truly a Muslim or if this is. It's funny, Skeptic, is when I first started streaming, I wasn't doing strict atheist content. I was mostly doing ex-Christian and anti-Christian content. And the Muslims loved me. So many of them were they're just pouring into my live stream, trying to get talking points against Christianity. And then, like, the day I started, literally going against Islam, death threats just started pouring in.
You were an apostate at that point.
Yeah. They love you. They're so nice to you if you're serving their purposes.
Most of my stuff is about, when I'm talking about religion, which is most of my content, most of it is 99% related to Christianity, just because that's my background. I was a Christian for 40 years, and I don't get too much of this, but I do, of course, get every week or two some troll in my comments like, why don't you talk about Islam? It's like they always think this is some great own because I don't talk. It's like, first of all, okay, I'm not afraid of talking about Islam, but I don't sit there and brainstorm content about Islam because it's just not my paradigm. I'm not familiar with it enough, but it's not like I'm afraid to talk about Islam. But the Christian apologist, Christian nationalist little bitches, they'll sit there and, they'll get all up in their feels because, well, why don't you just talk about Islam? Then you'd really see like, okay, dude, whatever.
I think it's perfectly fair just to be like, listen, I don't talk about Islam because I don't know much about it. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you went to like a Christian debater and was like, how come you don't debunk Hinduism? Like, well, what the fuck do I know about Hinduism, right?
Right.
So, like, I don't understand why people who don't like our existence demand that we know everything about everything and debunk everybody's position equally. Well, we're not all of us are like in a position to do that. You're in a position to do what you're equipped to do. And, you know, for a lot of us, debunking the religion that we came from is the thing that we're equipped to do.
It's just classic whataboutism.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. What? Don't look over here. What about this over there?
Right. And you know, everyone putting those little troll comments in on my stuff, they're all working from this assumption that Islam is the greatest evil on earth, which, you know, I'm no defender of Islam, but as far as I'm concerned, they all suck. I just can tell you much more specific reasons about why Christianity sucks. I can't sit here and tell you the story of the guy who got killed along with his family because he kept harem, you know, from the book of Joshua. You know, like I can't do that with the Quran. But I'm sure that if I sat down and read the Quran deeply and did content on it, I'm sure I would not have very flattering things to say about it. But you know.
Right. I regret that I kind of put down the Quran for a bit. I got to the 5th chapter. The first couple chapters are super long, and then I kind of stalled out. I need to get back on it. To be fair to the Quran, it doesn't leave you guessing about much because it's so fucking repetitive. Like it says the same thing over and over again that like you only get to like a couple chapters in, you're like, okay, I got it. There's some things that he's really fucking serious about, and like he's not going to leave it up to the imagination. But then there's the narrative sucks. It's not good at telling stories. It's very broken. And it actually leads me to believe, you know, the narrative is that the Quran was put together by people after the death of Muhammad who had supposedly memorized some things that he said. And so they collected all these fragments. That's actually what it reads like. The book looks like a collection of fucking fragments and sayings. Who knows if any of them are actually authentic, but that legend of how it came together, I'm actually inclined to believe because it does read just like that.
Right.
So
I have read only tiny little bits of the Quran, not enough to speak intelligently to it. The little bit I read about that, I was actually enjoying it a little bit more. But when I say enjoying it, not because I was like, "Ooh, this is the God I want to follow." I was just enjoying it more because the bits that I was reading, it felt more like Proverbs to me. And I don't bring this up because I think that Proverbs is a great book. But if there's anything, you know, Proverbs has some horrible stuff in it. But if there's anything I can appreciate about Proverbs, I like the lack of the narrative in Proverbs. I like the fact that it's just trying to tell you these things that it thinks are good. And of course, you might disagree with a lot of the things and you might say that's bullshit or whatever. But at least it's like, hey, this is our attempt at wisdom literature. Okay, fine. But then for me, the narrative in the Bible, while it may be somewhat more coherent than the Quran, I don't know, it's still, to me, it lends a whole other layer of effery to it, because then you have so many contradictions, you have repetitive stuff where the same story gets told again. It's like, we just heard this, you know, and it's on top of the bad theology. I just think it makes it even more of a mess.
So we've got a bunch more super chats to read. If y'all have questions for Adam or myself, you're welcome to super chat them as we're reading them out. We're going to be reading some super chats while we're waiting for some opposition to load up. We had a live stream yesterday, so I don't know if all the opposition already got burned out or if they got resurrected with Jesus on Sunday. But if you believe in any kind of a God, doesn't matter if it's Christian, we'd love to hear about it. If you have a question, now's a good time to get it into the super chats so that's not done at the end of the live stream. And then also, anyone wanting to go, now we got people in here, anyone wanting to go to the California meetup, which is happening quickly, it's on the 18th. There's a couple spots left in the Discord. You'll find a link, and I believe it's even pinned to where you can get the information for the California meetup and where you can actually like RSVP to be part of the meetup. We do have a maximum capacity though of 24 people. We basically are going to be meeting up at a restaurant. Once you get 25 or more people there though, they require you to rent out the entire restaurant. And since this is like the first meetup, it just didn't seem like that was the move since we didn't know how many people would be there. So we're keeping we're keeping the meetup small and manageable for our first time around. Anyone in the Discord, I'm looking for it now, who saw it. Here it is. I'm going to pin this from Crystal before I forget. Pin message. Yeah, pin it. Okay. So if you go to our Discord, you'll find a pinned message in the Justin's live chat that I think will get you the details you need to either contact Crystal or sign up RSVP for the get together. Love to see you in person, y'all. It should be a lot of fun. Sherry, my friend, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says Google's scariest names: Thanatos, Nyx, and Abaddon. These must be for the dino names, and they are kind of scary. Let me write these down. Let's see. We're gonna have Thanatos and Nyx. I kind of like Nyx. It reminds me a little bit. Let's do Abaddon. There we go. Of like a combination of like get the fuck out of here and the River Styx, which is another one. Get the fuck out of here. You don't want to be in the River Styx, that's for sure. You want to listen to the band Styx maybe, but you don't want to be in the River Styx. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, and you and I are old enough. We should know the answer, but it's not coming to my head. Was the band Styx named after the mythical Styx River?
Oh gosh, I don't even know. That's a good question. I mean, I remember Styx very well, but I don't remember ever reading where they got their name from.
I'll check that out as we're doing this. How the band Styx got its name. I'm curious because they spelled it the same way too, but it's
right.
Neither here nor there. Hey, Oren, good to see you, buddy. Says Philbro clips are tolerable because we know it'll end. Such a good point. Yes. It's harder to watch the Philbro live because you're like, I don't know how long this idiot's going to drone on for. But when you're watching a clip, it's going to be like, okay, here's a 30-minute clip. I just got to watch 30 minutes of it. I can watch it at 1.5 speed even to make it quicker. And I get that. You know what, Oren? That makes a lot of sense. Also, there's a lot of people I notice that have been commenting on my videos just for the algorithm. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. And I promise you, it does help our channels a lot. If you watch a video, just to watch it to the end, even if it's at like double speed and leave a comment, it really does help the algorithm to get our videos pushed out there. And I really appreciate that. There seems to be quite a few people that are doing that on the channel just to help boost engagement. So I really appreciate that, y'all. And B. Merman, thank you for the super chat. It says Artemis 2 crew is further from Earth than anyone has ever been. Unfortunately, the live chat is a shit show. Flat earthers and deniers so sad. Are you kidding me? So there's a live. Oh my gosh. Let me look at this.
Oh my, I had no idea.
So if you go to the live chat for Artemis 2, looks like they've got, is it a NASA? Let's see. Astronauts make closer Let's see. Live, NASA's Artemis 2 moon mission makes it closest approach to the lunar surface. No, it doesn't look like it. Let's see. Artemis 2 live feed. Let me see if they have a live feed. They have a daily news conference. I don't see a live feed, but I bet it's just the NASA channel, if I was going to guess, doing the live feed or the live commentary. And there's, holy shit, hold on. There are 500,000 people watching the NASA live stream right now.
Wow.
That's crazy. And you're right. I bet if we go to the live stream, I won't put it on because I'll probably get DMR'd or something. I bet that it's entirely full of flat earthers, which is probably why they're not here debating me right now. 500,000 of them are literally over in the NASA YouTube page, crashing out over the fact that we actually sent something out of the firmament. Preposterous. Sage.
Flat earthers are the only people that I find to be more insufferable than creationists.
You know what? I can agree with you there. Flat earthers, it's not just that they're stupid, it's just that the level of confidence proportional to their stupidity is so disproportionate. Like it's a crazy situation. Sage Scarlet with us, thank you for the super chat, says the Sage Ray crash out was great Philbro bashing. Actually, I agree. I love the Sage Ray crash out. However, my only regret with that video is that it was before I had started my horizontal channel, my debates only channel. So it's just in vertical format. It's fine if you want to watch it on your phone. Not everybody wants to watch a vertical feed on their computer, but it's really good. And it was early on. I'd probably been on TikTok for like a year, and he was trying to make a name on TikTok as being either a Catholic or a Christian apologist. And he just kept running around doing precept and getting cooked by everybody on the planet. And then he kind of fell off. I don't know where he went to. But Sage is one of those guys where everybody knew him for about a year, because if you were an atheist, he'd go on your live, he'd run precept, and then he'd crash the fuck out. And so, yeah, watch the Sage Ray crash out. It's actually kind of entertaining. But let's get Lucas in here. Maybe we'll get some discussion going. How you doing, Lucas?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Lucas, are you at least 18?
34.
Okay. And do you believe in some kind of a God?
I do indeed, yes.
Okay. What kind of a God do you believe in?
I believe in one that is just a kind, loving, and kind of lends you a spark of himself, waiting for you to jump back into him in the future.
So God wants me to enter him.
Right, yeah.
Fair enough. So
Pretty
I get
much,
to come in
yeah.
God.
So you get to reunite. So you're just like, it's almost like you live in a avatar, and what makes you, intellectual is that tiny spark that you have inside you that makes you special. And eventually, the spark gets you go back to the source, and you reunite.
Are you Gnostic?
Not really, no.
Okay, just checking. So, does your God have a name by any chance, or does it have a particular type of book or following?
Nope, I don't know anything about more than the experience I had, but other than that, I didn't get the name or anything like that. And I'm not even sure if the chunk that I came across was the entirety of God. Like, it might have.
So, let me ask you some questions then. You've got kind of a generic God, nothing wrong with that.
Sure. Yep.
Tell me about, if you don't really know like the defining characteristics of the God, maybe a couple characteristics. And tell me about why you believe in this God and why anyone else, maybe somebody like me and Adam, would believe in this God.
Yeah, so like you wouldn't, for the same reason why I myself wouldn't prior to 2016 when I had the experience. So it's like an experience I have had, and I'm not completely sure that the experience is real, but in the balance of probability, I'd say I'm more like inclined 51% to 49 against that is what I've experienced.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a better question. I don't really know what you experienced, and I don't know if experiences are meaningful. But if I said to you, is there evidence of this God that we can investigate, or is there something that we can test to know if this God is true? What would that be?
Yeah, so then you would need to kind of try the same journey I have, and maybe or maybe not, you kind of encounter the same scenario or a different one. So it's kind of like
I was a believer in God for my entire life until the beginning of my 30s. So I spent my entire life up till then trying to pursue God and figure out if God exists and what the nature of God was. And
as a Christian.
as a Christian, but also as an agnostic after that. But I personally can't find any information that would lead me to believe in God, but I can find information that leads me to believe that there is no God. In fact, it does depend a little bit on what you think the definition of God is. Like if you think God is like the creator of all things, I think this is kind of a nonsense idea. I don't think that you can be a creator of all things. Saying that God created everything, to me, only begs the question, who created God? It doesn't really solve the problem. It just creates another problem that believers think is like unfalsifiable. And to be fair, it is unfalsifiable. But
Yeah.
so outside of personal experience, is there anything about this God that could be tested
No,
or that we can
I
know?
can't make any claims. I can't make any claims either in terms of creation or being the best of the strongest or anything like that. So I don't know anything more than an experience I had. I was a Christian just like you. I became agnostic, and through like a spiritual awakening, I kind of engaged in a ritual that kind of gave me the brief encounter with whatever I am, kind of like 50-50 to decide if it was a real thing or not. But that's basically it.
Can I throw in something here, Lucas? Because I know that we don't really want to get into all the details of personal experiences, because that becomes a rabbit hole. But that's twice now that you have indicated that apparently your belief in whatever this God is seems to stem from this personal experience. And twice you have defined it as something close to a 50-50 proposition. And I would only point out that if I thought I saw something last night in the dark that is mundane, but I wasn't, I thought I saw a squirrel running down the street, but I wasn't sure because it was dark. It's reasonable to say, well, it's a 50% chance I think it was a squirrel, but I could be wrong. But if you're going to say, I think it was a God, isn't it logical at least to say that? It seems weird to say, I think it was an experience from God, and yet in the same breath to say, but I think it was a 50-50 proposition. Like, aren't you admitting in your own premise?
Yeah, in terms of God, yes. But can I just give you an example? Like, in a similar manner, lots of people claim that every time they flash a laser against the wall, in the same thing I'm doing, what I did at the time, they see like numbers going down like the Matrix. You can search it and you can see. They say like every single person that flashes a laser, they actually get to see the same thing. It doesn't matter where they flash. And they can see through walls.
What does the Matrix have? Oh my goodness! Sorry,
the
I don't want
numbers
to interrupt.
just like numbers going down like the Matrix.
I don't want to interrupt Adam's flow here because I think he had a good question. But like,
I think someone put it on the chat. You can read it quickly.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is let's talk about the Matrix next. But Adam, can you restate the question? Because I'm not sure I heard an answer to it.
My basic premise is this. I can respect people's personal experiences, even if I don't believe them. But if I was going to have a personal experience that's going to lead me to actually believe in something like this, create incredible supernatural phenomenon, then I wouldn't even be articulating to you that I believe this thing anymore, unless I personally felt that it made me feel like it was 90 or 99% likely. Like if I walked outside tomorrow and I thought I saw a ghost, but I thought it was 50-50, I would then say to you, yeah, it probably wasn't a ghost.
Sorry. I think the point. Let me just fix the point. I'm 50-50 if there was God, but I am more than higher percentage that I've encountered something that might be a bigger part of myself, that maybe all of it, or just I belong to that. So maybe I reunite to that when I'm alive, something along the lines. Yeah, just like that. And I think you should look into it. And if you're agnostic or atheist, it doesn't harm you to experience with something spiritual and see how you.
The concept of God, I feel confident in saying that both Justin and I have looked into it very well. But you're inferring something that you haven't even defined what we should look into. If it's just, hey, you should look into God, I feel very comfortable telling you I
think there's a guy called Xenio317. He put it here on the chat, so you can look into it. Xenio317.
317. What are you talking about? I'm so lost right now. Am I the only one
guy
confused?
here? He left a comment on your chats. Yeah, just read it. Xenio317.
I don't know what that means.
That's his username.
Whose username?
XENNI. Someone that commented on your chats.
Why do I care about his username?
Because he put the name of the thing there. I'm not gonna say it because
The
of the
name of
live.
what
but
thing?
it's-
Just say the thing. Are you talking about taking
No,
DMT?
I'm not
You
gonna
can
say
just
it
say
because of the live,
DMT.
bro.
All right, listen.
Yeah.
If you're taking DMT, that's on you. I don't think DMT is going to take you to God. You might have a great time.
Not only do I not think it takes you to God, but I mean, I'm probably saying too much, but I am a big fan of certain hallucinogens, mushrooms. And I can tell you that not only does that not take me to God, but to me, it provides a fascinating lens into understanding how my own mind perceives things and screws up perception at times, because the visuals that happen, you can actually work out like why you had those visuals, and it's not God. It's a wonderful experience, but it's not God.
No, I appreciate that. But the experience, yeah. So I had the experience one time, and it was like I went to this place, and then I was there, and there was this sea, and I was just a spark, and I was afraid for like a split second. But when I jumped into the sea, I belonged in the sea, and it was almost like this is where you come back to, if that makes sense. So yeah.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't need to make sense, obviously,
makes
to
sense
someone
to
that's
me that
never
you
tried. Yeah.
and it makes sense to me that you can have incredible experiences that actually can change your viewpoint on life. I do believe, I don't want to sound all hippie here, but I do think that certain substances can actually change you, and can change you in a good way. But that's still not the same as saying, even if you have an experience where you saw God or felt God or whatever in that state, that's a long way from saying that God was actually there.
No, I appreciate that. Just a quick question, just before I let you guys go. In terms of Jesus, I'm inclined to believe that he didn't even exist. And the reason for that is, like, for instance, in Josephus, they falsified the documents to make claims. And if he was real, if he actually existed, why would they need to falsify evidence of his existence? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
I don't think when you say falsify evidence of his existence, and you and I are going to agree on the same thing. I don't think that the section about Jesus in book 18 of Antiquities is entirely fabricated. I think it's only partially fabricated. I think it's very likely that he did actually mention Jesus in some way. I just think that it's been altered. And we find this with a lot of literature that the Christians had preserved. A lot of the literature that they preserved seems to have maybe had some kind of authentic root, but then it was modified and edited later to sound more like the person was in favor. And it wasn't just Josephus. If you read the works of Eusebius, it looks like Eusebius is like one of the source of misinformation, causing people to have these fake historical mentions of Jesus. But again, I don't know if that's like definitive proof that Jesus didn't exist. I personally, I'm still like agnostic on Jesus not existing, but I obviously lean much more towards him existing.
Well, and this isn't germane just to Jesus or Christianity either, because like there's some text written about Muhammad that absolutely have parts of them that were fabricated or extended in ways that probably aren't true. But it's different to say that, well, part of this text about Muhammad is not true, versus saying, oh, I don't think that Muhammad ever existed. You know, just because there might be fabricated pieces doesn't mean that he never existed at all. That's an entirely different stretch.
Fair play. And lastly, guys, which came first, the Eastern Orthodox or the Catholics? Because they both claim to be the first creed of Christians, but I don't have a clue which ones.
Well,
are the first.
I think it's, I think it's, and this is not your fault. I think it might be an ill-formed question, because at one point in history, the Orthodox and the Catholics were essentially one, and then eventually they split, right? Now, the Catholics are going to say, no, we were the original, and they split off, and the Orthodox will say, no, we were original, and they split off. So, but the reality is, like, from the historical text we have, it seems like they started at roughly the same time period with each other. So, I don't know. We can say either one of them came before the other. What we can say is whichever came first, they're both wrong. But I would say if somebody pressed me, which came first, the Catholic or the Orthodox, I would say both of them because they came together.
All right, perfect. All right, guys, very helpful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the chats here.
Sure thing,
Carry
man.
on, guys.
Thanks for calling in. All right, friends. I think we've got one opposition in the YouTube queue, so give me just a moment to grab a couple of super chats, and then also I want some opinions, if y'all don't mind, on something here. I had an alternative rendering that I was tinkering with for the cheat sheet desk mat, and I've been looking at the gift shop orders. Overwhelmingly, like 3/4 of the orders in the gift shop is just our cheat sheet desk mat. So I've got some variants of it that may or may not look good. Let me know what y'all think about some of these. I got one that's got like a faint looking background of like it looks Jesus looking like a goofus as John the Baptist is getting ready to drown him, which maybe history would have played out better if he had. And then I've also got one that's in all black rather than white with a black like lip around it, because the one in the gift shop comes default with like a black hem on the outside of it. So I thought this would work very nicely. And then I also got another one with the same icon but lighter, so that the black text stands out more. And then this is the original, this one down here. If y'all have any positions on this, let me know what y'all think about it. I could put all of them in the gift shop. I don't have to just pick one or the other. But let me know if these are better than what we've got in there now. I'm more than happy to throw some up there this week. And everyone's saying the top one. They like the top one and the black one. I'll just put all of them in there. We'll cover all of our bases. Our word ya, thank you so much for the super chat today, friend. I hope that you're doing well. And I have not forgotten about our meeting, which let me grab my calendar real quick. Our meeting is going to be, let's see, on the 14th. So on the 14th, we'll be looking forward. If you have information, if this is going to be streamed live, drop information in the Discord so all of us can watch live. But anyways, it says, I second the suggestion to make Doug Day 420. Woohoo! Listen, it's the only thing that makes sense. So I'm going to do it. And Dylanar's Oathbringer, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, I just read Galatians today. Paul began the letter by stating that Jesus is talking through him and then scolds them for following false gospels. Do these perverted gospels refer to Peter's view? This is a really good point, and I agree with you. I believe it's Peter and James, all right? I believe Peter and James were part of the Judaizing crew, which is why Peter and Paul fought against each other. They butted heads over the Jews and the Gentiles communing together at one point. I think the false gospel that they were preaching was a gospel similar to Jesus's, where you still had to be righteous and you still had to follow the laws of Moses. And this seems to be Paul's greatest, the thing that angers him the most. He hates that people are saying this. But the reality is, as far as we can tell from all the other letters we have in the Bible, it seems like this idea that the law was gone away is a Pauline doctrine. Now, this is also one of the reasons why a lot of people thought that the book of Hebrews was written by Paul, other than the fact that the language is vaguely similar. It's because it has such a large emphasis on getting rid of the law, which Paul spent an inordinate amount of time doing. Nevertheless, I don't know if Paul wrote Hebrews. In fact, I'm not even inclined to suggest that he did. It might be someone who really loved Pauline theology, who did it. Also, because it doesn't appear to have been dictated to a scribe, like a amanuensis. It seems like a lot of Paul's letters were dictated, maybe because he had bad eyesight, and then he would just sign off at the end of it. That being said, I don't get that in Hebrews, and Hebrews appears to be late theologically, which means he would be towards the end of his life. So it doesn't make sense that towards the end of his life, as he was writing his magnum opus, the book or the letter to the Romans, that he would then also, through a scribe, write the book of Hebrews and then not even attribute himself. It doesn't make sense. His name was big enough at that point, he would have attributed his name to it. Unashamed, thank you for the super chat, says Rexodus. Oh, fuck, that's good. All right, hold on. I got a little chub the minute I heard that. All right, give me a second. That's such a good name. All right, Rexodus is fantastic. Rexodus, if I can type it right. And then the other one was Deuteronobite. Oh, interesting. Okay. Deuteronobite. I like both of the great names, but I gotta admit, Rexodus is crazy good. That might be my favorite so far. Lottie the prophet says, named my dogs Leviathan and Lucifer, or maybe Lucifer. Levi Blue. Name ideas for you. Actually, I do love Leviathan. Leviathan was basically a dragon. And also, I love the Ugaritic name, Lotan. And we can also do Tiamat is another good one. Those are really good names. I appreciate that, friend. And Williams, good to see you. My friend, thank you for the 1234. It says, why in Douay Rheims? Oh, do you have the one with the Latin or just the one with the English? Why in the Douay Rheims version are many things named different compared to most other versions, like Noah being named No, and the book of Revelation being the book of the Apocalypse. So this is actually really good. So the reason why is because, first of all, Douay Rheims is basically working off the Latin text. It's doing Latin to English, if I remember correctly. It also is preserving more archaic English names, and we have them in the Geneva too. Hold on. Here's a copy of the Geneva of the 1560 edition. And if I remember correctly, I think they do Noah the same way in here as well. But I could be wrong. Sometimes my memory forsakes me, but I think it actually does do that here. So give me a half a second to get to the right chapter, and we'll see. All right, so we got chapter 6, which is the beginning of the Noah story. No, it actually does use the modern, the modern spelling. You'd have to give me some time to go back and see which editions do this, but this is common. Let me see how Noah is spelled in the Latin Vulgate. Yes. In the Latin Vulgate, it's N-O-E as well, which is why you're seeing it displayed in the Douay Rheims. The Douay Rheims, by the way, I don't get to talk about the Douay Rheims a lot, but the Douay Rheims, if you get the Latin English parallel Bible, is really fucking cool. It's got the English translation on one side and the Latin Vulgate on the other side, and it's really cool. A, if you want to learn Latin, and B, figure out why some words, like they're in the English Bible, like why are they there when they're not English words? Like they're weird words that sound foreign. Well, sometimes they're just directly transliterated from the Latin text, and you can see the original wording and lettering in the Douay Rheims Latin edition. In fact, my mother, you guys know my mother was kind of ex-Catholic, maybe a minor Catholic, and she actually still likes reading or hearing it from the Latin text. She grew up going to Latin Mass. So if you grew up Catholic and you kind of like the sound of the Latin Mass still, and you like the Lord's Prayer in Latin, you should be able to get it in the Douay Rheims, let's see, Latin English Bible.
And that didn't end until the 60s.
Yeah.
Which blows my mind that in most Catholic churches around the world until the 60s, you could not hear Mass in anything other than Latin.
It's pretty wild, but like, I get it. Like it feels like when you have a sacred tradition, it feels like if you change anything, it's no longer sacred. So they never want to change anything. And also they want to prevent you from knowing what's in the Bible. But here's what the traditional modern Douay Rheims Vulgate Bible looks like. This is $109. This is actually pretty cheap. The last edition I had, it was roughly the same. It was like $130. So it looks like the price has come down, but it's a really cool Bible. You guys know I'm kind of a Bible nut. I love collecting the historical Bibles, but that one is one that doesn't get a whole lot of love. So maybe check it out sometime. And let's grab Mathis. from the YouTube queue, and maybe we can have some beneficial conversation here. Actually, Chet wanted to come in too. Give me a second. I'll grab Chet, and then we'll grab Mathis. Oh, we lost Chet. Anyways, Mathis is here. Welcome in, Mathis.
Well, hi there.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, good day.
A good day to you. Mathis, are you at least 18?
Yes,
Okay. And do you believe in some kind of a God?
I believe in Jesus.
Sure. So then next question is, why do you believe in Jesus? What about Jesus is credible or should be worth listening to?
Well, he is God.
I mean, yeah, we know you believe that, but why would anyone else believe that?
Well, to not perish and have eternal life.
Yeah, yes, we are aware that you want to have eternal life and you think that believing in Jesus will get you there. But we don't actually believe that, right? So Jesus, you believing in Jesus isn't enough for us to believe in Jesus. So we're asking, like, is there any material evidence or is there any practical reason why somebody would believe that Jesus is the Messiah? Because based on my evidence, from what I can find, he seems to be a false prophet and a liar and a fraud.
Okay, why he seems like that?
Because he said things that were untrue. He claimed to be the Messiah, but he didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do. And then he just says things repeatedly that are like blatantly contradictory from the Hebrew Bible. Like he says that no man has ascended into heaven except for the Son of Man who descended from heaven, which is just flatly false. Both Elijah and Enoch ascended into heaven in the Hebrew Bible.
So
Don't you think he
the
should have known
problem.
that?
So now what's the case exactly? Or you have a specific claim?
I just made a claim. I said Jesus says things in the Bible that are untrue.
Well, that's not the case because the Bible is the word of God and he is the truth.
Sure. You want me to show you some places where the Bible says things that are untrue? It's not hard. There's a bunch of instances.
You mean you mean you found contradicting passages?
Oh yeah, tons of them. Not just contradicting passages, but ones that are lying about history, ones that are wrong about science. There's all kinds of problems in this book. And I know that you've probably been told by like your pastor that none of these contradictions actually exist. But I can actually demonstrate to you.
Well, of course, can. It's always in the end a case of interpretation, and a lot of contradictions occur because of misinterpretation.
Sure. Well, maybe you can give me the proper interpretation. I'm just a dumb atheist. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that, according to Luke and Jesus, that John the Baptist was the second coming of Elijah?
John the Baptist, second coming of Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not. I'm not. I don't get the point exactly where the.
I didn't make a point. I just asked a question.
Yeah, but I'm not familiar now with this specific second Elijah.
Okay, so according to Jesus and according to others, like the Gospel of Luke, John the Baptist was supposed to be the fulfillment of Elijah coming prior to the Messiah. Are you aware that this was one of the requirements for the Messiah?
Okay. Yeah, the pre-Baptist. Yeah, he said he was a man baptizing with water, And he said that one after him will come, he will baptize with fire.
Yeah. So you want Matthew 11. So in Matthew, there's others, but in Matthew 11, Jesus says, "For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John came, and if you are willing to accept it, he is Elijah who is to come." So he's saying the prediction that Elijah is going to come and usher in the way of the Messiah, he's saying that was fulfilled in John the Baptist, right?
Okay, a moment. I think I got the wrong passage here. There's a this is actually, I think this is another point.
Well, I haven't made a point yet. I'm just asking you to tell me if John the Baptist is Elijah. That's it. I'm not making a point.
I mean, I just got had another passage in my head. I think, I also heard that there's even a third Elijah coming. But this really, I can't really say much about this right now.
Do you think this answers my question? Listen, in the Bible, Jesus says that John the Baptist is the Elijah that was expected to come. In fact, he says it elsewhere. This is not the only place where it comes up. It comes up in Mark as well. All I'm asking you is that a true statement? Should we think that Elijah fulfills the prophecy? I'm sorry, that John the Baptist fulfills the prophecy of Elijah coming back?
So you're reading this like the same Elijah person occurring twice somewhere?
Nope, I'm not. So what you're attempting to do is to like outrun my argument by predicting where you think I'm going to go, but I can promise you, you're not. Hold on, Mathis. I can promise you that you don't know where I'm going with this because you haven't read the Bible. So trying to figure out where I'm going to go is a useless endeavor. The best thing you can do right now is just engage in the question and answer so we can get to the end point faster. Trying to guess what my point is isn't going to work for you here. I get that it might work on other people, but not going to work for me. So all I need to know is, do you believe that the Bible's true when it says that Elijah had manifested as John the Baptist?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, but it's a little bit difficult for me right now. I'm not English speaking. And so when we're now reading English Bible, it's very difficult for me. I can talk with you. Maybe I can talk with you in general about it, but if we're going and reading Bible in English, it's a little bit hard for me. And,
but even if English isn't your first language, you know who John the Baptist is, right?
The Baptist, yeah,
and you know who Elijah is.
Yeah, Elijah was a prophet.
And you know what the book of Luke is.
And book of Lucas, yeah.
So those are literally about all of the three facts you would need to have in order to be able to answer Justin's question.
Yeah, but I don't have this all the vocabulary here in the head now, right now.
Well, I'll just make the argument then, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. So in Matthew and elsewhere, Jesus says that John the Baptist is going to be the Elijah. I'm more than happy to read other passages that repeat the same claim. And we find also here this problem. We'll go to Malachi next. The other problem is that God forgot to tell John the Baptist. In the Gospel of John, they asked him, "What are you then? Are you Elijah?" And he said, "I'm not." "Are you the prophet?" He answered, "No." So Jesus says John the Baptist is Elijah, and John says, "The fuck I'm not. I ain't no Elijah." Also, I'll make the last part of this argument so that you don't have to wrestle it with it because your connection is breaking up anyways. Malachi 5, where the prophecy comes from, 4, where the prophecy comes from, didn't get fulfilled. So it says, "See, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. He will turn the hearts of the parents to their children and the hearts of the children to their parents, so that I will not come and strike the land with the curse. But that didn't happen. The general idea is that this Elijah is going to do the same thing that Elijah did the first time. He's going to come, he's going to have the power of God, and he's going to, in mass, make the Israelites or entice the Israelites or invoke the Israelites to become more faithful to what God wants, namely turning the hearts of the children to their parents, which certainly didn't happen, because the goal here is for the people to fix themselves so that God doesn't come and wipe them out, doesn't want to curse the land. But that is actually what happened. I mean, shortly after Jesus came, nothing changed. The Jews didn't become suddenly more zealous for God. And then God did come and allow the land to get wiped out. So it seems like if Malachi 4 was fulfilled in John the Baptist, either God changed his mind or he was just lying.
Maybe I see where you're getting there. Yeah, but there was a massive change with Christ. The temple was gone. Now the human body became the temple.
Well, what does that have to
Also,
do with
like,
what we're talking about?
yeah, because you just said that when Jesus came, nothing happened. But
Nope,
in
didn't
fact
say that.
happened.
Nope, didn't say that. I said when John the Baptist came, he didn't do the things that it said Elijah was going to do, which means he couldn't have been the Elijah.
Well,
Also, Mathis, I'm sorry that I have to do this, but your microphone is breaking up so bad that it's driving everybody in the comments crazy. Could you refresh your browser for us? So I think it'll fix your microphone, or at least let me send you oh, he already refreshed. Okay. Yeah, the microphone was getting very difficult to follow along. I couldn't even hear what he was saying there. So it looks like he refreshed it, or he's going to be refreshing his browser. We'll give him a second. Also,
so
we've
while
got
refreshing. I just want to mention really quick that I understand that although I give Christians a lot of crap for not reading their own Bible, of course, there are some Christians out there who really have read their own Bible and know it well. But just to make the basic claim that all of it's true, then you had better have read the thing and at least have a passing knowledge of what's in the book. Because if you're going to tell me that it's true, and then we're going to bring up basic ideas about Elijah and John the Baptist, and you don't seem to know how to reply to it, then I don't know I know what the basis is for you saying that it's true, because someone told you it is. And that's apparently your only basis.
Yeah. So I liked this comment here. Welcome back, Mathis. I think let's test your microphone real quick before we get going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Way better.
Okay.
So, I think Adam brought up a good point. So when we first started, you said that the Bible couldn't contain errors or contradictions because it was the Word of God, and that's what we're questioning now. And I think the question that Adam's posing at the moment is like, listen, it sounds like you were just told that it was without errors, but it seems like you haven't actually read it. How would you respond to that? How could you know if the Bible had errors if you aren't familiar with the text?
Yeah. It's also about.
Adam, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to put you in charge for a minute.
Sure. So yeah, go ahead and finish that thought there, Mathis.
So, well, are you familiar with Sola Scriptura?
Yes.
So you know about the work of Martin Luther and Sola Scriptura Regnare?
Yes.
What do you think does it mean?
I mean, the doctrine of sola scriptura means scripture alone. It means that you don't need to go through a Christian or a Catholic priest to have it told to you what it means. You should be able to read. You should have access. And I'm probably screwing up what the official, if I Googled what the official meaning is, but this is what I understand sola scriptura to be.
Yeah, but it's not just like Sola Scriptura is not just like an anti-Catholic doctrine or something. It says sola scriptura regnare, which is only scripture reigns.
Right, but that so the idea of
to,
sola scriptura basically implies in the doctrine itself that you've actually consumed the scriptura, that you have, because sola scriptura doesn't work if you haven't cracked the spine of the book.
Yeah, so if we now imagine that as a title written in the Middle Ages, the title of that the scripture reigns actually would be to understand as that only the scripture itself can, or the word of God itself can define reality, and
But do
no
you
human.
think that the word of God defines reality for you if you haven't read the word of God?
So it's a principle thing that the word of God defines reality and not a human, like the Pope, for example. And so that's
Mathis,
the principle.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to make sure to hit this point, because even if we accepted, I mean, obviously we're atheists, but even if we said, okay, fine, the word of God defines reality, but you couldn't personally know if the word of God defines reality unless you have actually read what is purported to have been the word of God.
Yeah, like if Martin Luther would not have done that, nobody of us would know what that
Well, Martin
mean
Luther,
and how we should read that.
His Reformation did nothing to put the scripture into the minds of people. You still have to read it.
Yeah, but when he wouldn't translate it, you could not read it. We would still be in the Middle Age.
Right, and now it's translated into every language on earth. And my point, the original point, was that you started off by making the claim, which is a very common Christian claim, that the Bible is true. It's the word of God. It doesn't have contradictions. And to be fair, again, that's a very common Christian claim. I'm not bothered at the fact necessarily that you make that claim, but then to make that claim, but then not to be able to demonstrate a reasonable knowledge of the text itself, tells me that the only reason that you're making that claim is because someone told you it's the truth and you just accepted it whole cloth.
Well, yeah, I give you that point. Well, if we find these errors secure and logic errors secure, it's actually a sign or a good indicator for that we have not understood something well of it, or we have not, well, we have a wrong interpretation with things.
Let me ask you a question, because I like what Adam's putting down here. Maybe an illustration helps. This is a copy of the Quran. If I told you just point blank, this is the word of God, and any error you find in this book is just a problem with your reading, would you take me to be a truth teller or a liar?
Yeah, well, I know all of yeah, okay, I see where you're going. Well, for me personally, the Islam is not even Abrahamic or
well, according to the Quran,
or
but according to the Quran, the Abrahamic text, including the New Testament, was altered. This is a new revelation that has all the errors fixed. So while it is based on the Abrahamic religion, it's based on new revelation directly from God through the angel Gabriel, and it fixes all the corrupted text prior.
Well, I know there are some people, they have different opinions. For me personally, the Islam is totally made up. And
well, we would say the same about Christianity. Christianity is not true, not just because of the Bible, but because it's made up and it's false, right? So when we're evaluating whether or not a religion is true or whether or not a book is true, we can't say that the book is true because we believe the religion to be true. And we can't say that the religion is true necessarily just because the book is true. Those are not necessarily always claims that have to be tied together. So when we're evaluating the book of the Bible, obviously we're not starting out with the presupposition that the religion is true. So I get that you're starting with that presupposition, but we don't, right? If we thought that it was true, we wouldn't then be questioning the Bible.
Yeah, right. But yeah, the Bible is effectively also a history book. It lines very good up with history. We have a lot of
Like what?
the secular historians, which also date or
Hey,
yeah, give us the
Mathis, I love
proof that
I
stuff is
love
there. Yeah.
history. I love history immensely. But before we move into the history, I'm gonna try to, without you leaving, refresh your microphone, because your microphone keeps crackling up on us again. But give me a second. I'm gonna refresh it. It's gonna send you a notification. I think you'll have to click yes on it, and we'll see if that works. All right. Did you see the notification?
No.
Well, it refreshed, so we're good to go now.
All right.
Another reason why I love using Video Ninja to bring in guests, we actually have some control over the hardware that makes these problems go away. So let me ask you a question. What about the Bible should we take as historically reliable? And why does that mean that the whole Bible should be trusted? Because I personally agree with you. I think there are some parts of the Bible that are historical, but I don't think that validates everything in the Bible, because then there's other stuff in the Bible that I know for a fact is not historical. So what is so convincing to you in the Bible that we should take it as being true history?
Yeah, that is yeah, there is that's a good question, actually. Yeah, well, you know, how I'm gonna start this.
Yeah, Mathis, I'm just
You
going to
know,
ask. I know I'm
it's
kind
a
of cutting into
maybe you
Justin's
can.
question there, but I'm going to
Yeah,
ask you something really blunt, and
yeah,
I'm just going to trust you to answer me as honestly as possible. How much
I'll
of the
try.
Bible have you read?
Well, I have not even read so much. Yeah, maybe you are even far more read into the Bible. Yeah, but it's also a maybe more of a principle understanding thing of how to get, yeah, how to near this text, and have much more ancient understanding of ancient humans. And
But wouldn't the first step to understanding be to read it?
yeah, but that's not so easy, because yeah, like because of sola scriptura,
I don't know what
you
sola
cannot
scriptura
just
has to do with your
cannot
ability
just
to read the Bible.
yeah, you can read it, but it depends on how much you will understand. You can read the Bible and then think, okay, what a trash, and then toss it away.
Well, we read
Um,
you a passage that we clearly find to be a problem, and we asked you about it. Remember, you're the one that has the Holy Spirit, not us. And
so
you
no,
couldn't
it's-
actually give us an explanation of why that problem existed, right? So it seems like whether or not you hold to sola scriptura is kind of irrelevant as to whether or not the Bible can be true, because like I'm a very good English reader. That's my native language. So if I read something in the Bible and I'm like, hey, this is a contradiction, I'm going to need some kind of explanation for why it's not a contradiction.
Yes, and that's basically the principle of sola scriptura. You will find the interpretation and the explanation inside the Bible of itself.
Well, then find me the explanation.
There's no pope,
Where's the
there's no
explanation?
pope.
But you're not going to find it if you won't crack it open and read it.
There's no pope that will explain to you what it means. You only the scripture will tell you what it means.
Well, there's
That's
nothing
the
in scripture that fixes this contradiction. There's only scriptures that make it worse. See, that's the problem is when you read the scriptures, which I've read the scriptures multiple times. when I read them, I find problems. The people who haven't found problems are the ones who haven't actually read the book. So this is kind of the point that we're bringing up with you right now. Like we're reading the book, we're finding these problems, and we're saying,
Yeah,
hey, the book doesn't have any solutions to these problems. So we can ask other people, hey, do you know a solution to these problems? And people don't
yeah,
have solutions to them. So if you as a
this is
Christian
why,
don't know any solutions, then how
this
are
is
we
why,
supposed to find out what the solutions are?
see, this is why then hardly cracking on this one single verses or so doesn't lead anywhere, because you can stack puzzle pieces on top of each other and have all the information but have no picture. So you have
Well,
Mathis, with all due
you
respect,
have to
how would you
puzzle
know
the
that if you
pictures, the
haven't read
pieces
it?
together.
yeah, how could you possibly know if this is a problem if you haven't read the text?
I did Bible lessons and stuff and have read Bible, of course.
Congrats. We've done Bible lessons. That's not a meaningful proposition, or not a meaningful position. Let me ask you a question. Maybe you can give me some insight on this. There's another interesting contradiction. We don't get to talk about it enough. But in Genesis 36, it talks about the descendants of Esau and the family of his wives. It says these are the descendants of Esau, that is Edom. Esau took his wives from the Canaanites, which is true. Remember, his mother was like, whatever you do, don't take a Canaanite wife. And he's like, fuck it, I'll take multiples. The first one is Ada, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. The next is Oholibamah. That's a tough one. Oholibamah, who's the daughter of Anna, son of Zibeon the Hivite. And the third is Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. Now, the interesting thing is we learn about Esau's wife another time in Genesis, and these wives actually have different fathers now. In this section, it says Esau was 40 years old. He married Judith, the daughter of Beri, the Hittite, Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. But that can't be right. Basemath wasn't the daughter of Elon the Hittite. It was, in fact, Ada, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. He just got mixed up here.
Okay.
And then also sorry, go ahead.
Maybe it's two women with the same name, and I don't know.
You think he took two women with the same name and just happened?
No, maybe it's two different people with the same name, or I don't know.
He just really likes people with that name? Because the problem isn't just that it was that they had the same name. The problem was that it was two different people. The name appears in both lineages or in both lists. It just happens to be that their parents get switched, which to me sounds a whole lot like a copyist problem than marrying multiple women with the same name.
Well, I don't think that in Genesis would be something like this, because there was Adam and Eve, and
I'm sorry, what?
hello?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh, I think I have. Okay. Hello? Am I here?
Uh-huh.
We hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think in something like this in this polygamy or something would be in Genesis. I don't think so.
It is in Genesis. We just showed it to you. So it says that Ada in Genesis 36 is the daughter of Elon the Hittite. And then in Genesis 26, it says that Basemath was the daughter of Elon the Hittite, whereas previously Basemath was the daughter of Ishmael. Now, the interesting thing is there is a daughter of Ishmael who was the sister of Nebaioth, but in Genesis 26, her name is Mahaleth.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why you find this is because Genesis is multiple versions of the same story that get stitched together, and they just stitched it together poorly. And one of the One of the other reasons why we know this to be the case, first of all, because of the doublets, but also because like there's just all kinds of really stupid plot holes. Like when Jacob reunites with his brother Esau, they split, they part ways. Jacob goes west into the promised land, and Esau goes south back to where he was already living in Edom. But then like 10, 12 chapters later, it says that they were both living in the land of Israel again, and that their flocks and herds became so numerous that they couldn't stay together anymore. Then he moves back to Edom. Well, he never fucking moved to the promised land. So either these are two different stories that were stitched together, or they just left a huge chunk of the story out and created a contradiction. But most scholars would agree that these types of like plot holes happen because there were multiple traditions. Just like in Exodus, the father-in-law of Moses' wife is either Reuel or Jethro. The name of Mount Sinai is either Mount Sinai or Mount Horeb. We have these competing stories that had differing details, and when they stitched them together, they did it so poorly that problems came in.
Let me ask you something, Mathis, because I know that if you haven't read it a lot, like the lineages can be hard to follow, but let's just talk about something like basic science. If you take two sheep and have them mate, can you control the color of the children of the sheep by having the sheep look at different colored sticks as they're mating?
By just looking at sticks.
Yeah, look, can you control the color of the offspring by having the sheep look at different colored sticks while they're in the act of mating?
That's a weird question.
It's a good one, though.
But is it possible?
Well, no.
Okay, but Genesis tells you that it is.
Yeah, in Genesis 30. Says Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plain and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. He set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks in the troughs, that is, the watering places where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods. And so the flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted.
Yeah, but there are also still a lot of other crazy things in Genesis, you know.
Yeah,
we agree, but you said that this is all true. This is
yes, and
perfectly
this is
true.
all true. And
Okay.
even the first sentence is God created heaven and earth without a proof, without anything. So,
well, that's not possible.
First of all, you're just taking this assumption. And we must take this assumption to make the story, in order to make the story follow the story sense.
But Genesis is clearly contradicts what science teaches, and also, you know what? Before we go into the science, Adam, there's one contradiction in Genesis that I almost never talk about. Maybe this is a moment to do it since we're talking about contradictions. In Genesis, were all the animals created before or after Adam?
Well, it says in the text, it was first, right? He first made them and
in Genesis
Adam.
1.
The proper answer is just yes, because it's going to tell you both.
Exactly. In Genesis 1, the animals are created and humankind are created last. But in Genesis 2, verse 18, it says, God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. So like, wait a minute. In Genesis 2, the animals are created after Adam was created. What's going on here?
And what was the first passage?
The first passage is in Genesis 1, and this in Genesis 1 says the animals were created on like the 5th day? Let me see. lights, I think is the fourth day, and then the fifth day is when the animals come into play. So on the fifth day in Genesis 1, it says, God said, let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, let birds fly above the earth across the dome of the sky. So God created the great sea, monsters and every living creature that moves of every kind, in which the waters swarm, and every winged bird of every kind. And God saw that it was good, so on and so forth. And then after that, on the sixth day, it says, God let the earth bring forth living creatures of every kind, cattle, creeping things, so on and so forth. So in the first creation account, the animals are created before Adam, but in the second creation account, we see that the most of them were actually created after Adam.
Yeah, but it was all in creation.
So what? The
And
question is,
then
which order did they
maybe,
come in?
yeah, well, the order is that then man was made, but yeah,
I know it's a tough one, huh?
yeah, that is a tough one, because also Adam means man, and Eve means life. So it's yeah, that is a tough one.
Yeah,
And
but listen.
also, I think it's also that man was there, but maybe then just that it took this time, these days,
Mhm.
and
Well,
because we know in 6 days he created everything, and he rested in the seventh day.
well, it didn't address what we're talking about, but it certainly were words. So let's do this. You've been up for a little while, and you've been very nice, but I think we might have got closer to the end of this conversation, and we've got some other people wanting to get in. So I appreciate you coming by and chatting with us.
No problem. I also appreciate, but maybe last thing, check definitely the Seventh-day Adventists.
Oh no, they're the worst.
In America. No.
Oh, they're awful. What? I'll tell this. The Seventh-day Adventists are one of my favorite groups of Christians to debate because their positions are so easy to debunk.
Well, now we have talked about Genesis, and then also check out on the Revelation, and also right now in America,
I've read the whole book, buddy. More than once.
Right now in America, we have actually what they are telling us happening with Trump, a big, huge.
There's nothing in Revelation happening today, my friend. Nothing in Revelation is happening today. But you know what? That is a good topic. You know what? I ran this years ago, but now that people think Trump is the Antichrist, it'd be a better time to run this. Let me know. Put a 1 in the comments real quick. If you think we should run the topic, nothing in the book of Revelation is coming true today. I like that topic, but we haven't ran that in ages. But nevertheless, hey, Mathis, thanks for coming by and chatting with us. You're a nice guy, but obviously you got to read the book. I highly, highly recommend reading the book, and then maybe get back into these conversations with us and tell us about what you read and why you think it's true.
Yeah, would appreciate it. Maybe we see us again, and greet you all, my brothers, and good day.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Mathis is nice. He reminds me a lot of the Christians I went to church with, where they seem like nice people, but they just they were told something and they just believed it without really checking. And I know I've said this a lot. I try to be nice to nice Christians. I get that there's a lot of people that have been really hurt by the church that don't feel like I should be so nice to them. But to be fair, my experience in the church was there are a lot of people like Mathis, a lot of people that were just normal individuals that they just believed it because they were told and they grew up with it. And I think that's one of the reasons why I try so hard to seed as much ground as possible. Because I think if you find someone who's nice and genuine, a little bit of information here, a little bit of information there, we can gently pull them over to the other side. And so maybe we'll find some success there.
I mean, a perfect example of this is my mother. I love my dear mom, and she's a devout Christian. She knows that I'm an atheist. She's not happy with it. She knows that I have the channel that I do. She's never watched a single video on it, nor will she ever. And I know that I don't ever actually want to sit. If she was younger, it'd be different, but this is my mom, so I don't want to sit down with her and even have that conversation, because all of the things that we discuss on, that you discuss and I discuss on, with regards to the Bible, almost all of them, it's not that she's never read her Bible, but like most Christians, she hasn't sat down and read it front to back. There are huge swaths of the text that she can't even tell you anything about. And all of her impressions about Jesus and God really come from feels,
Right. Well, friends, we're going to grab just a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Yay Cross Legends in here. And then after that, we're going to grab Matthew. So hang tight, Matthew. We've got one person in front of you, and hang tight, Yay Cross. We'll get you in here in like 1 minute to maybe 2 minutes at the most. Christian, unpronounceable. Thank you for letting me know that that's unpronounceable. Says, my black cats are named Lucifer and Mazikeen. Oh, I do like Lucifer. It's a good talking name, like to bring up talking points about Lucifer. Mazikeen is an interesting name. I'd be intrigued to know what it means. I can look that up later, but for now, I might just type that in, Mazikeen, and see how that plays out. Roy, thank you for the $1.49 super thanks. And House, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, easy to be an atheist in Europe. Who needs God when you have all the art and architecture of their cathedrals in awe at man achievements? I love this point. So House, I haven't talked about this much. I love architecture, especially some of the cathedrals and castles and things of that nature. I have much more awe at the building achievements of man than anything that the supposed God did here on the planet. When I see what men are capable of doing, men and women, I'll make sure to be inclusive here. When I see what human beings are doing on the planet, some of the cool shit we get to do, I have way more awe and reverence for that. So big W.
I'm a huge architecture nerd, and I have lived in Europe, and I love, going to the cathedrals and everything. And I 99% agree with you, but I will just throw in this last thought that now, whenever I see an impressive cathedral, the first thought that goes through my head is, well, I'm glad that they had solved hunger and suffering and war before they actually sat down and built this cathedral.
100%.
That's right. They didn't, you know?
And Carnage coming in with some name pairing suggestions. Thank you so much. Rexegesis and Rexodus. And this combination of names I absolutely love. These are going to be top 2 on the list. So the running's going to be getting tight, y'all. We need names that are better than Rexegesis and Rexodus, because those might be the top 2 suggestions so far. And Megs, good to see you, says, what is with God killing not only all the people, but all the animals too? What did the animals do? Seems like just living in the wrong town. That's 100%. And during the Exodus plagues, by the way, we just got through almost all of the plagues on the Exvangelical podcast Bible study. Go check it out. The animals get killed 3 times. God hates animals so much that he kills them, and before they're even born again, kills them a second time, and then the third time, I don't know which animals were left over to kill, but it's crazy. And Dylan, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, good afternoon. Just finished Ezra. Great read. He was a maniac. And it seems to be that only 4 people in Ezra, chapter 10, verse 15, were good enough to not want to split their families apart. So much for God's views of family unity. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed, Ezra, if you had a foreign wife, was making you divorce your foreign wife and send her and the kids away. That's how crazy this person was. Ezra was like cutting people's hair off, like, oh, sorry, we're shaving your head now. The dude was just out of his mind. He was basically a fascist, for lack of better words. And Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat, says, think of just one instance where flat earthers are wrong. You can't. You'll instantly think of several. Take that, atheist. True. You got me. I'm cooked. I'm going to end my stream now, y'all. Bacon and Bush, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. And for people that are a part of the Kraken crew, friends, and or are linked up on Patreon as a member who have access to the cheat sheet, I did finally add my tab on free will, and I've got like 3 or 4 other tabs I'll be adding this week to start filling out some of the topics people have been asking for. So keep an eye out for the cheat sheet this week to have some major updates. I think you'll appreciate that. And Chodicus, thank you for the $10 super chat. This caller is proof positive. Kids and droogs are bad. P.S. Please use them and get arrested and pay money to defend you. It works out great for me. I mean, I suspect with the right lawyer, you can probably get away with some recreational stuff. But I would never advocate for people to take mind-altering substances that would be not within the legal bounds of the law. But thank you for the follow-up as well, Chodicus. It says, Justin, have you heard about how linear A was decoded? They finally realized it was just American all along. Joseph Smith actually read it in 1746 BC when he time traveled with the gold plate. Fuck, he got it. That's what happened. Oh no. You know what? I do love the Joseph Smith lore. I'd actually be interested in diving deeper into Mormonism. I did have an interview with an ex-Mormon, Hawk, one of our friends in the Discord. I haven't gone through to edit it yet. I've got some other interviews and videos that I've done that I haven't edited and posted, but I've got some coming. It should be a lot of fun. But
what I love about Mormonism is to hear Christians hear the Mormon stories, like the golden plates and everything, and then hear Christians tell you, oh, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, that's the dumbest shit. Which, you know, as an atheist, I'm like, yeah, you're right. But do you hear yourself right now? You know, they will tell you how ridiculous Mormonism is, and then they have no self-awareness whatsoever as they're saying that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, actually. But that's the illustration of indoctrination. Your weird stuff isn't weird because you were indoctrinated.
Yep.
Welcome in, Yay Cross. It's been a couple months since we got the chat. I already know that you're over the age of 18. And if I remember correctly, you're also a Christian. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, of course. So back at the bar, welcome to the conversation. What do you think is a good argument or piece of evidence for the Christian God or any God at all?
Okay, before I jump to that, can I address a few things you talked about with the previous person?
Yeah, you want to talk about the contradictions probably that you don't think are contradictions? Go for it.
Oh, not just an issue of it not being contradictions, but explanations to it. Genesis, okay? You
Which
read
one?
Genesis 1. Genesis.
No, which problem are you referring to?
No, I mean what you labeled a contradiction. I just wanted to point out that in Genesis chapter 1, you did say that you wanted to know, was it God made the creatures first before men, or made man before the creatures?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you read Genesis chapter 1, you notice he uses the word created a lot. Then you come to Genesis chapter 2.
Well, I don't know how often it uses the word create, but it does use the word create quite a bit. But more often in Genesis 1, he's just saying, he's using the phrase, let there be, and then it happens. It doesn't use the verb create all that often.
Okay, so for instance, if I read out Genesis chapter 1 from verses 27, he says, so God created man in his image, and in his he created man in his own image, and in the image of God created he him, male and female. But you see clearly that he's using the word create, right?
Yeah, we agree that the word create shows up, but it only shows up in two instances in Genesis 1. It shows up when it says he created the heavens and the earth, and then it shows up later when he creates man. So only twice.
Oh, okay. So I want us to look at the difference. When you go to Genesis chapter 2, verses 3, where it says, and God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his works, which God had created and made. Two things here. As Christians, you do know that we hold the position that there is a spiritual and there's a...
You understand that the second creation account doesn't start in Genesis 2:1, right? Are you under the impression that the original Bible had chapter numbers? So the part that you just read is the conclusion of the first creation account. The first creation account concludes here. And
yes,
the next
but that's not my point.
The next one... starts right here in the middle of verse 4. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, when no plant of the field had yet been on the earth and no vegetation. So he's going back. He's saying, hey, on the day that God started creating shit, when none of the shit was actually here yet, let me tell you what happened.
Can I explain that? Very important.
Mhm.
I said there is duality. The word created and made, there's duality. Creation
Oh,
is
boy.
used especially. Oh no,
What do you
no.
think duality
Come on,
means?
let me laugh. No, I mean when I say duality, I'm talking about God creating things in the spirit as He is a spirit being, but in manifestation. Hello, no.
Wait.
In
I want to make sure I
manifest.
understand you. God created
No,
a spiritual creation and then a material creation? That's wild.
yes, yes.
Holy
No,
shit.
look. No, Justin, do not. Okay, if you want to claim you do not know the Christian position, is that there is a
This
spirit,
is
there's a soul,
this is
there's a
not the
body.
Christian
This is
position.
not the Christian position at all.
Yeah.
No. No. There is a Christian position that there is a spiritual realm and there is a physical realm.
This has nothing to
Okay,
do with the spiritual realm.
no,
The Christian
of course
position is
there
not
is.
that this is talking about two different creations between physical and spiritual here.
So do you think when we say creation, okay, we're talking about the bringing into manifestation just into the physical realm?
Do I think that
Is that what
create
you?
and made are synonyms? Yes, I do.
Oh no. So that is your
Wait,
understanding.
Do you think
Not
yay
just my
cross?
understanding.
Wait, do you think yay cross? Make sure I understand you correctly. Yay, are you suggesting that the word bara in Hebrew and the word asa in Hebrew are referring to two different creations, like two different types of creation?
No, you see, when you say, for instance, when we say something is made in Germany, okay, we are talking physically, okay, we're talking physically. We are looking at bringing together composites of material things
It's weird that you
to
didn't actually answer my question. My question was the two words that are used in the section, create and make. Are you suggesting that the word make, asa, which just means to do something, are you suggesting that that word should be spiritual making and that the word bara should be physical making?
I am suggesting that in the context here, it explains it. So,
Listen,
because
the answer to my question is either a yes or a no.
yes, I'm saying in the context here, yes.
Okay, interesting, because the word asa shows up as got to be, if I'm going to put a number on it, probably 1,000 times in the Hebrew Bible. Why would we take the word asa in the book of Genesis to be a spiritual making of any kind?
Okay, let's look at the context of
It's even larger. 2,628 times. I knew it was a lot. It's just one of the most common Hebrew words in the entire book. Why would we think that the word asa means to spiritually create anything?
Justin, do we hold as Christians that there is a spirit of man?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Christians believe in the spiritual realm. The question is, how do we use the word do or make in this text? That's the question.
No, you see, when you say how do we use the words do or make, I'm saying that when you read Genesis 4, he says that, can I read that out? These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, before it was made manifest here, okay? And every herb of the field before it grew. That means there was a spiritual nature to them.
Show me that in the text
Before
where
they
it
were
says
born.
there's a spiritual nature.
No, is God a spirit being?
God is a
No,
spiritual being. Let me just make sure you're understanding here correctly. So the second creation account literally just says, hey, before God made all this stuff, let me tell you about a thing. That's all he's saying.
No, before God called them into manifestation in the earth, before he formed them,
He
because
didn't
he
say
had to take man. No,
he didn't
he
say anything
showed
about
that he had to
spiritual.
take man.
He didn't say anything about
Oh no.
spiritual beings.
Okay. Did God breathe man into a body?
He didn't breathe man into a body. He breathed the breath of God into the body, which was on the
The
earth,
breath
which
of
is why
God.
it says, then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. So what this means is that the creation of Adam was not spiritual. It was a man made from dirt on the earth.
No. You see, first of all,
What it says.
you are okay. God put the breath of life. Okay,
In the
that
man,
is
yeah.
spirit.
Well, it doesn't
Yes,
say it doesn't
breath
say
of
necessarily the what you're suggesting. It's the breath of life, but it's also God's breath. It's like the Holy Spirit. So
because God's breath is
he breathed into a man that was formed out of the earth, and that is how humans were animated. But they weren't spiritual men. It says that the Lord planted in the garden in the east, and there he put man who he had formed. So he created man, and then he created a garden in the east. He gives you the location of the garden, and then he put mankind there. These are physical people.
okay, physical people. But I'm saying, do you acknowledge that in Christendom, for instance, when you read John 4 and it tells you from verses 23 that God is seeking those that will worship him in spirit and in truth.
Yes, we're all
Jesus
familiar.
alludes. Okay, good. So we subscribe to the full revelation of the text, and we say it's progressive. That
Well,
there is an old canon.
that doesn't tell me anything about Genesis 1 and 2. Try to stay on track.
Okay, it will tell you a lot more because we deal with a full picture. We're saying that those of the old covenant were not given revelation in its completeness. It's
But
progressive. That's the reason why.
all we need to know is, what does it mean when it says that God formed man from the dust of the earth and then placed him in the garden, which is located on the earth? What's that mean?
Good. When God formed man from the dust of the earth, he formed the body. You go to Job, he tells you that.
I'm quite aware that he formed the body. The question is, what does this verse mean?
Okay, it simply means that is the physicality of making, but not creation.
You got it. Yeah.
Making.
Okay, so Adam was created physically in the second account,
No,
as
Adam
he was
was
created
made
physically in the second account. It says that he formed man from the dust of the ground, which means man didn't exist before his forming, and then he breathed the breath of life, and the man became a living entity, meaning he created mankind, and then he placed mankind in that garden. So where's the spiritual Adam here?
Justin, you claim to be a New Testament person, or let's say you claim to be someone who's been able to read the New Testament. Okay,
I have read the New
thoroughly.
Testament many times.
Good. And have you read the book of Job?
I've read every book in the Bible.
Okay. In Job, he says, "You have clothed me with bones and sinews. You've clothed me." Which
I'm aware.
me is he referring to? Good.
He's referring
so
to his.
He's referring
to his human. He's referring to his human existence. Now, Job most likely understood that the word nephesh is somehow akin to like a spiritual life force inside of humans. But that gets placed in the body. In fact, in Jewish theology, they don't even place the nephesh inside of the human until it's at a particular period of gestation. So the spirit and the body aren't it's not like there's a spirit floating around that just needs a body, and then God says, "Okay, here's a body for you."
No, who says that's the argument? In the breath of life, there is creation.
Well, your argument's not going to make any sense if it's anything but that.
No. It does make sense. Just like Jesus said, "I was in the bosom of the Father." Well, Jesus said,
I think this is, I'm sure he did. So let me ask you a question, because Jesus is eternal and humans aren't. That's the problem you're going to have. Jesus was in the bosom of the Father, and we never fucking were, because we're not eternal. So I'm going to get a notepad
No,
out. I'm going to try to keep you on track because you're not actually tracking what's happened. So we're going to say Genesis 1. Let me make sure you can read the notepad. Genesis 1. Man was created. Now, was man spiritual or material in Genesis 1?
spiritual.
Okay. So in Genesis 1, they didn't get created yet. Let's go ahead and
No,
read
they didn't
Genesis
get made
1
yet. They
and
didn't
let's
get made yet.
yes, they
They
were.
didn't get made yet.
So just stop talking and read the book for once. Stop being silly. So in Genesis 1, let's just see what it says about Adam and Eve, and we can ask ourselves, are these spiritual entities or are these physical entities? So it
Okay.
says on the last day of creation, by the way, are you taking all of these things to be spiritual? Everything in Genesis 1 is spiritual?
Yes.
Okay, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard then. God said, let us make
Okay.
humans in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the air. Where were the spiritual birds?
In the earth.
Oh,
Can I?
so, but you
Hello.
but you said they're spiritual. Okay, so they're invisible. They're invisible birds on an invisible earth in the invisible sky. Then it says
just
over
like
the
there
cattle
is
and over all the
an
wild animals
invisible-
of the earth. So it
Okay,
says
Justin,
of the
Justin,
earth.
Justin.
Does it say spiritual earth or does it say earth?
Nothing. Just like when we talk about hell, hell is a spiritual place in the earth. Just because there is a material universe, it doesn't mean there is no spiritual universe. For instance,
Right.
when we
But
talk
what I'm
about
asking you, yo, Cross, just pay attention to my question. We can get through this. I don't want to have to interrupt you. I'm interrupting you because you're not addressing my question. It's very simple. What in this text would lead one to believe that this is a spiritual creation rather than a literal creation?
because we, from the studying of scripture, know that
Which you have not
in
done.
Okay. I just told you that when you go to Job, he says there is a spirit in man, and he
You
says
think
that the
repeating the
inspiration
same
of
talking
all-
point is going to fix the problem?
Oh, come on, Justin. Do you mind letting me land? You keep talking. This is what you do anytime.
But I'm trying to keep you in
no.
Genesis. I'm asking you what
No,
in Genesis would lead us to
there
believe that this is
cross-referencing.
spiritual.
Intelligibly, we get to
I'm sorry.
cross-reference in scripture. We
Did
get
God
to do so.
say in Job that there was a spiritual earth and spiritual
God
birds?
tells you. No. Hello. Okay, can I ask you a question? When God creates man in his image and after his likeness, what is the likeness of God? Is the likeness of God physical?
Yes, it
Is the
is.
likeness
And
of God physical?
yes, because in the Hebrew Bible, God has a physical body. He's got a penis, he's got a face, he's got a hand, he's got a backside. It literally describes his body on like a dozen different occasions at least. It even describes his feet. So the gods of the Hebrew Bible are just like the God. There's not. So the gods of the ancient Near East, the gods of the ancient Near East were corporeal. They did have a spiritual aspect that was somehow superior to the non-spiritual aspect, but they were corporeal, which is why they show up in the Hebrew Bible as being corporeal. That's why El in the Ugaritic pantheon, which is where the Israelites got their religion, is able to drink and get drunk and pass out because they had a corporeal form, which is why they're depicted as living on mountains, which is why God can have a throne inside of the temple. It's why God's presence can go along with the Israelites, because this
the Neoplatonic idea of God did not arise until centuries after this was written.
Yeah.
Okay, Justin. So
Also,
you're trying to tell me your understanding of God's throne is that is a physical throne. You do not understand that
no,
there is a metaphysical nature.
I didn't say that God always has a physical throne. What I said is God does in fact require a physical throne and temple so that he can dwell with his people because he's not omnipresent. His current throne, when he's not with the people of Israel, is actually at the top of the firmament.
No, Justin, that's not.
That's what it says.
You see, okay, relax. Revelation. Okay,
Telling me to relax is wild.
Okay. The reason why I'm saying relax is you never let me land. You keep talking over me back and forth. and you do this all the time when I come
All
on
right,
your
so
live.
I'll tell you
It's
what. I'll let you yap as long as you want, and then I'm going to bring you back to the exact same point. The reason why I don't let you yap is because it's a waste of time. It doesn't actually answer the question, and then I end up asking you the same question 10 times anyways. I'm just trying to speed it up. So go ahead and yap, and I'll ask you the same question.
okay. I will not yap. What I'm pointing out simply is that in Genesis, where it says that before these things were in the earth, okay, they were somewhere. God is a spirit. He created man in
Wait, does
his
it say
image
that?
and after him. Okay, come on. Can I ask you a question?
Well,
If I
listen,
say before you came,
said something that needs
if I say before you
clarification.
came,
So I wanted you to explain the text, and then you said something that doesn't make sense, which is why I just asked you for clarification. Did the text say that it existed spiritually or somewhere else?
it doesn't have to say that because God who is creating
So
the
the answer is
world.
no, it
Hello,
doesn't
no,
say that.
hello,
Gotcha.
no.
Just
It's an
checking. Okay.
inference we can draw because God who is
Oh, it's an
creating the
inference.
world. No, yes, God who is creating the world is a spirit being, and He is doing
So
it
what?
outside of a matter. Justin, God who is creating the world is a spirit being. He's doing it outside the physicality. He's doing it outside
Well,
that.
does the
So
text say that, or did you have to interpret it that way?
no, listen. If you say I had to interpret it that way, I'm interpreting it as an inference to what is said that He created man in His image and after His likeness, and God is a spirit.
Yeah, which is
So if man
physical.
is
No. You're saying that. To be clear,
no,
the Hebrew Bible
but
doesn't
God
say
is
that
not
God is
physical.
merely a spirit. God is physical, according to the Hebrew Bible. They literally eat
Where?
food with God in Exodus 24 and see His feet.
Okay.
So
Justin,
just be clear, not only
we
was God physical, He was in the foot stuff. Let me show you. It shows up in Exodus 24 when these. Not only is He in the foot stuff, He's apparently into some level of bukkake because He does it with 70 elders in Exodus 24.
okay.
It says Moses and Aaron and Nadab and Abihu and the 70 elders of Israel went up and they saw the God of Israel. Under His feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay His hand on the chief men of the Israelites, but they beheld God, and they ate and they drank.
Justin, you clearly again have lapses in understanding because this is a manifestation of God in the physical realm. Because look, angels.
That's what you're
Justin,
saying.
can I make a point? Come on, we're having
Well,
a
see,
civil discussion.
I'm
Would you
trying to
allow
have
me
a civil
at least-
discussion, but the thing of is, when you make claims about something I said, I'm allowed to respond to your claim about the thing that I said. So you
respond to the
said,
claim.
that I'm wrong because God just physically manifested, meaning God can't manifest. Like He's spiritual, and then He needs to manifest in human form. I'm asking you to show me where that's in the Bible. That's your claim. I want you to demonstrate that it's true. I do enjoy the yay cross crash out though.
Oh,
Can
how
you
am I
can you
crashing
show
out?
me the text in the Hebrew Bible where it says that God manifests as a human being?
When you say manifest in Genesis, did God not come and walk the earth? As in,
Yeah,
did He
because
not
He's got
show
a body.
Himself to Abraham?
Yeah, because He's got a body.
Because just like the angels, He can manifest in this world.
Well, it doesn't say that.
There-
You have to interpret that into the text. The text doesn't say that. In fact, we're led to believe that God and the angels have a physical existence up in the sky, which is why they're eating manna up there. The manna was the food of the angels, it says in the Psalms.
Oh my goodness. Let me take you to the New Testament. I'm going to read this to you because
Well,
we know
I'm not
this is
asking you about the New Testament. I'm asking you about the Hebrew Bible. See, the problem you're going to have is you're going to force me to interpret the Hebrew Bible through the lens of the New Testament. I don't actually do that. So you don't interpret the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon for the same reason that I don't interpret the Hebrew Bible through the lens of the New Testament.
Justin,
I'm going to jump in here and just say one thing because I'm going to get out of here because I have a game to watch. But I want to.
So when you talk about the Christian position, if you are saying,
all right, go ahead, Adam.
Okay, I don't think he's going to answer it honestly, but
on
this is
talking
the
with
one
me.
thought
That's-
experiment that I would leave you with here, which is if you took those same passages from Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, or just take Genesis 1 for that matter, if you were to find 100 people who are not biblical scholars, but they just read the text for the first time and asked all 100 of them, do you think that the men were there, that man was there before the chapter, or excuse me, before the verse in chapter 1 where he was created? And what do you think 100 people would tell you? Even if you went to 100 professing Christians and said to them, where do you think that man comes in this? I would contend that we all know where any of the neutral observers would find it, because if you just read the text without implying your own projection of presuppositionalism on it, the text is very simple and very clear. But I'm going to thank you for your hospitality, Justin. I'm going to peace out of here.
It's good to see you, buddy. Take care of yourself, man. Make sure you guys are following Skepticus on his YouTube channel. Yay, Cross. What were you going to say there? He's probably still talking on mute. He didn't realize he's been muted the whole time, so that Skepticus can give an outro.
Very nice. You just keep muting me. That's nice.
Well, he had to leave.
But do you mute him when I'm speaking?
Yeah, because he was trying to leave. Some of us have
No,
schedules.
No,
so, like, I realize that there's probably
fine,
a demographic of people that don't have schedules, but he did. So my point is pretty clear. The Bible never says that these angels and God are just manifesting physically. I mean, not the Hebrew Bible. You can make that case for the New Testament, might say something akin to that, but not the Hebrew Bible. And Psalm 78, when it talks about the manna and quail, says he rained down on them manna to eat and gave them the grain of heaven. Mortals ate the bread of the angels. That's what the angels eat, manna.
Okay, can I ask a question? So are you inferring again that angels are also physical?
This is what the Bible says.
Angels can be made manifest in the physical. They're not.
What's interesting, the Bible never says that. Can you show me where the Bible says that?
Listen. If you say the Bible, okay, when you say the Bible, then I want you to be specific that you are only referring to the Old Testament section of the Bible. Don't say the Bible, because when you say the Bible say that, which
fair.
Bible are you referring to?
No, that's fair. In the New Testament, the angels are spirits, and God is a spirit in the New Testament. What I'm saying is that's just a disagreement with the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible doesn't actually say that. That was something that the New Testament authors believed in, but the authors of the original Bible, the Hebrew Bible, didn't believe that. So that's another contradiction, actually.
No, okay. First of all, Revelation is progressive. Jesus was a Jew.
That's what I would say. If my revelation disagreed with prior revelation, I'd say it was progressive too.
Where does it disagree? That's the question. Just because you didn't have clarification at a certain point. No. Okay, let's get something clear here. We seek for clarification with subsequent revelations, okay? God sent prophets that came after Moses. Moses could only give so much of a revelation. Others came in. Would you say that some of them brought maybe better and more progressive knowledge about who God is, and they were learned, many of the Jews learned about God from them?
No, I wouldn't say that. What I would say is if you have new revelation that contradicts the old revelation, it's just contradictory information, and one of them needs to be thrown out. If you believe that the God of the Hebrew Bible is true, then it sounds like what you need to believe is that the New Testament is not true, because they just contradict each other at every turn. Like, this is why you can't answer the question as to whether or not God thinks you should follow the law of Moses or not.
Who says I can't answer that?
Oh, well, go ahead and do it for me. According, no, I'm experienced is what I am. So go ahead and show me if the God of the Bible ever says that you should stop following the law of Moses.
Did I say he said you should stop following it?
So my point was actually pretty clear. There's a major contradiction in the Bible between the Old Testament and the New Testament. One of those contradictions is that the God of the Old Testament says that you're going to follow the law forever, even when the Messiah comes. In fact, you'll be giving sacrifices and offerings still yet, and he even enumerates how many and of what kind. But in the New Testament, in the book of Hebrews and elsewhere, it says that the law was entirely abolished. So which is it?
Okay, then you're not getting what he means by was abolished. The abolishing of the law there is pertaining to Jesus fulfilled it and he actually fulfilled the demands of the law, thereby giving us a spiritual nature
That's adorable. I'm asking, should you follow the law? That's it. Yes or no?
Yes, you follow the law, but you follow the law through the Spirit.
So you follow the law then?
No,
so you follow the law of Moses?
No, you follow the law.
Wait, I'm just trying to get clarification. Do you follow the law of Moses?
I do follow the commandments.
Oh, so you follow the command. You participate in the feast days.
No, let me put something
Wait,
across.
are you circumcised?
The law that when we talk about the law. Okay,
oh, good. So you're a real
the
Christian then, because Paul says in Galatians that if you get circumcised, Christ is of no use to you.
because that is not the 10 Commandments that we're referring to here.
I didn't say anything about the 10 Commandments. I said the laws of Moses.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the laws of Moses are like 600 different laws, and according to the Hebrew Bible, in the end days, in the final days, people are still going to follow these laws, right? So in Zechariah 14, we find like this battle of Armageddon where all the nations come up against Jerusalem and God grants Jerusalem the victory, and then all the other nations get basically abolished. It says, all who survive of the nations that have come up against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. Oh, it sounds like the nations that come to follow this God are going to keep the festival of booths.
Which scripture were you referring to? The one you just read? Okay,
yeah,
you have it up.
It's Zechariah 14.
Okay, and it's saying that all who come to it will follow. Oh, which festival of booths?
The foreigners who come to Yahweh after Armageddon are going to obey the law of Moses, following the festivals and sacrifices.
Okay, I'm going to study this in its context in order to get, because whatever
that's what you need, more context.
Of course, certainly. I don't purport to say I know every single thing in Scripture. I don't. So you may be implying something which is not.
I can read the whole chapter for you. If you need the context, I'll do it right now. Don't worry, it's not that long. We'll read the whole chapter together. Verse 1 opens up, see the day is coming for the Lord, when the plunder taken from you will be divided in your midst. For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half the city will go into exile, and the rest of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations, as when he fights in the day of battle. On that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which lies before Jerusalem in the east, and to the west I think I skipped a line, which lies before Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall be split in two from east to west by a very wide valley, so that one half of the mountain shall withdraw northward and the other half southward. Has this happened yet?
In terms of the eschatological teachings, I've not really looked at this in depth. I haven't.
Yeah, but has the Mount of Olives been divided into two different portions, and one went south and one went north?
No, I don't think so. Not that I know.
Yeah, because this is an end times prediction. This is the final battle when all the nations come up against Jerusalem, and that God grants them victory. And then it says, on that day there shall be neither cold nor frost, and there shall be continuous day, meaning there's not going to be night anymore. It is known to the Lord, not day and not night, for at evening there shall be light. On that day living water shall flow out from Jerusalem, half of it to the eastern sea and half it to the western sea, and it shall continue in summer as it is in winter, or continue in summer as in winter. So this is the restoration. This is after the final battle when God basically just gives you like this utopia thing. And it says the Lord will become king over all the earth. And on that day, the Lord will be one and his name one. Interesting, because the Trinity is 3 in 1. So this is obviously the final battle. It talks about what's going to
Stop taking
happen
cheap
after the
shots,
final
or else
battle.
I'd have to respond.
I didn't take a cheap shot. It says then all who survive, then all of the nations who survive this battle have come against Jerusalem will go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. And not just the festival of booths, also it says, such shall be the punishment of Egypt, the punishment of all the nations that do not go up to keep the festival. So if you don't go up to keep the festivals, you're actually going to be punished. And it says, on that day, there shall be inscribed on the bells of the horses, holy to the Lord. And cooking pots in the house of the Lord shall be as holy as the bowls in front of the altar. And every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice. So God's like, hey, all these people are going to be bringing sacrifices and offerings to me even after the Armageddon.
Okay, so if it does say that people will do that after the final battle, that's not to say that within a certain period, okay, there's not been fulfillment of certain parts of Scripture. For instance, when we talk about the death of the Messiah, the last time I was on your live, you said Isaiah 53 did not apply to Christ, and I said that was false because Israel does not fulfill the criteria.
You're wrong then, and you're wrong now.
Oh, you are wrong because Israel does not fulfill that criteria at all.
The righteous remnant of Israel does fulfill the criteria, which is what I would have said last time that you weren't listening to. And the prophet actually just tells you. If you read 2nd Isaiah, he tells you who the servant is, and it ain't Jesus, it's the nation of Israel.
It's not.
It is.
You see, if you read Isaiah chapter 1, he is very clear.
I've read all of Isaiah.
Okay. He's very clear on the rebellion of the Jews and what would happen to them. When
the rebellion of the Jews in 1st Isaiah is the northern kingdom. Remember, in the beginning of Isaiah, the first 35 chapters, God's ire is against the northern tribes. He's punishing Ephraim, the northern tribes. He's not punishing Judah. The latter half of the book is responding to what he does to the southern tribes, to Judah and Benjamin, those that are left over. These are separate prophetic groups.
Yes, separate prophetic groups. But what I'm saying here is the criteria, okay, that is given for the occurrences in Isaiah 53. There is no Jew that can fulfill it.
Yeah,
there's no Jew.
I'll just show you. I'll just show you again what I'm talking about. It's actually pretty easy. So if you go to Isaiah 53, and I'm shocked that somebody who's so well read in the scriptures and has the teaching of the Holy Spirit inside of them couldn't actually just determine this by reading it. But like the text actually just tells you who the servant is. In fact, we can even include at the end of it. Let's do like Isaiah 49 even. That'd be fine. So what it says is, you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, who I took from the furthest ends of the earth, so on and so forth. So who is the servant in 41:8 and 9?
When it says Israel, it's alluding to the same individual.
Who?
Okay, because listen.
Who's the individual?
The Messiah is referred to as Israel.
Yeah, but who? No, he's not. Jacob. Nope, he's never is.
The Messiah is.
He never is. You'd be wrong.
Okay, let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, you're thinking of Isaiah 49, which is why you're going to get cooked on that too.
You're saying I'm going to get cooked?
Yeah, in fact, the very next verse we're about to read is going to cook you.
Okay, just a moment.
Go to the 43rd chapter. He says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." Is witnesses plural or singular?
What do you mean by plural, singular?
The word witnesses, is that word plural or singular?
It's plural.
Okay, and then it says, and also my servant whom I've chosen. So what we find here is already an early trend, which is that a plurality of people is being personified as a singular servant, correct?
No, he talks about witnesses
Yeah,
and the servant whom I've chosen.
Just pay attention.
And the servant
In 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses in the plural, says the Lord, and my servant in the singular, whom I have chosen." So what that means is that the witnesses, plural, is also the servant, singular, yes?
Not necessarily.
Oh, please, because I don't think you understand how conjunctions work. So it says,
Okay.
"You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant." If I said, "Listen, you are ugly and stupid," I'd be referring to the same person, right?
We're referring to the same person, but it could
There you go.
include a personality within the
Oh,
witnesses.
there's a personality within the witnesses. This is wild. This is actually just a really easy metaphor. The nation of Israel is the servant.
Okay, so when you talk about the nation of Israel being the servant, I want us to read Isaiah 53 and see if that servant fulfills the criteria. Can we read it?
He does, and I'm going to demonstrate to you. Why your understanding of Isaiah 53 is stupid and uninformed. So what we already have is a trend where God is saying that my witnesses in the plural is my servant in the singular, which is Jacob and Israel. That's why 44 says, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen." This is the people of Israel being chosen, right? And then he says it again in 44:21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant." So Jacob and Israel is a name for who in the Bible?
Jacob and Israel is the name for the children of Abraham.
Oh,
Jacob.
yeah, the nation of Israel. I referred to as Jacob and Israel. Finally, we got to a conclusion here that would make a little bit of sense. So if Jacob and Israel is the servant in the singular, what we see is a trend of a group of people being personified as a singular individual, don't we?
Justin, when you read Isaiah and it tells you that unto us a child is born, a son is given, and the government will rest upon his shoulders, is he
that's past
referring
tense.
to the same person?
Yeah, he's referring to Hezekiah.
No, I'm just asking. You're saying he's referring to Hezekiah?
Yeah.
Wow. So, and the government he is resting upon his shoulders.
The government literally was on his shoulders. He was a king. I don't know if you know this. Hezekiah was a king.
Was he the mighty God? Was he El Gibor?
So again, yes, because you don't understand what that phrase means. And I'm more than happy to go over why your understanding of Isaiah 9 is just as stupid as your understanding of Isaiah 53. But we can't get there yet until you actually read some passages with me. So I'm trying to lay the groundwork for you since you haven't read the Bible and I have, and it's really not that difficult. Isaiah 44, he says, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen." Are Jacob and Israel the people of Israel?
Jacob and Israel are the people of Israel, but
there we go. Okay. In verse 44, 1 and 2, does he personify Jacob and Israel as a singular servant?
Is
it basic grammar? It's wild how grammar is just the most elusive thing Christians could ever work on.
But is it
so
also
I'm just waiting for a yes or no answer to my question, which is when it says that Jacob and Israel is the servant, does this not mean that a group of people is being personified as a singular individual?
And does it also not mean that a singular individual...
It turns out that this is not an answer to my question. I'm going to need a yes, no, or I don't know. When it says that Jacob and Israel is the servant, is that not meaning that a group of people is the servant?
The answer is nuanced. If you refuse to accept,
listen, you can nuance your answer all you want, but it needs to come after a yes or a no.
Yes, but a specific individual.
Oh, yes, we got it. There we go. Now that we know that the answer to the question is yes, please tell me why the yes needs nuance.
No, it requires nuance because you can pick out specifically an individual being talked about in Isaiah who serves as a Messiah.
No, that's not true, and we're not there yet. We're in 44.
Does 44 come before 9, or 9 comes before 44?
44 is obviously prior to 49. And I mean, I know numbers can be difficult, but
no, it's not difficult. So if we're talking about a Messiah, okay,
we're not talking about a Messiah. To be clear, the only Messiah ever mentioned in Deutero-Isaiah is Cyrus. So let's try to focus here. What I'm asking you about is how grammar works. In verse 44:1, it says that Jacob and Israel are the servant, which means from a grammatical standpoint, from a textual standpoint, the author on multiple occasions is personifying a group of people as a singular servant. Yes or no?
You see, he is not necessarily doing so if you read the broader context.
I have read all of the context.
No. And that's why I want us to address the parts where he talks about the Messiah.
Yeah, we're going to. I promise we're going to, but it doesn't mention the Messiah. So in the next verse, it says, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant." So again, the trend seems to continue that Jacob and Israel are listed as the servant. Seems pretty clear to me. 45 says the same thing. "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name." It seems like Israel and Jacob are the servant here too, right? Yeah, the answer is yeah. 48:20, he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So again here, the servant is the people of Israel leaving Babylonian captivity.
But are you telling me that does not include the
Again, I'm asking you, no. I'm asking you a simple question about this passage. When it says that the servant is going to be fleeing from Babylon, there'd be no problem with interpreting this correctly, that the servant are the people leaving Babylon, right?
There will be no problem interpreting
Okay.
that.
So far, we've read like 8 verses that say that the people of Israel, specifically the remnant, the ones leaving Babylon, are going to be a God's servant or is God's servant. Now, the next question I'm going to have for you is, why then? Also, it's not just Isaiah. Jeremiah says it on at least 2 different occasions. Why then, when I get to chapter 52 and 53, why would I think that this is about a different servant?
So when you say Israel will bring Jacob back to the Lord, okay?
I didn't say that.
Are we not saying, no. It does say that.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. But scripture does say that Israel will bring Jacob back to the Lord.
You're referring to 49? You want to go through 49 and I'll show you why your reading is bad too?
Let me get to this. Just a moment. Okay.
You want to start in you want to start in verse 3?
Just a moment. I think it'll be a long ride if I have to pick it from there. But just okay, let me read this. And he said unto me, Thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified.
Oh, servant who?
Israel.
Oh, so God's going to glorify himself through his servant Israel.
Yes. And
the nation. Got it.
Saying that
yeah.
It's not just the nation. There
that's what it says.
Specific people in the nation. Okay, so does this include, when you say Israel, does this include the people in Israel who in chapter 1 of Isaiah he was saying were sinful?
Nope. I told you that's a whole different group
It
of
says they're not
that's a
the
whole
Israelites.
different group of Israel.
No,
Those
but
Israelites
we're
didn't
these
go into
Israelites.
Babylonian captivity, and those people aren't coming out of Babylonian captivity. And I've said it for the
So
10th
you
time.
can have a
The
subset.
people
If you
that are
can
going
have
to
a
count as
subset.
a servant is going to be the righteous
Hello.
remnant. Hello to you. So what I said, and I'll say it again, is that the righteous remnant is the servant. Remember, the righteous remnant are the ones that are coming out of the Babylonian captivity. When God said in Ezekiel and Jeremiah, he says, I'm sending you to the Babylonian captivity. They're going to refine you like fire, and that which comes back will be my righteous remnant, and they'll do no wrong. It literally says of the righteous remnant in Zephaniah 3, says, I will leave in the midst of you a people humble and lowly. They shall seek refuge in the name of the Lord. The remnant of Israel, they shall do no wrong and utter no lies. No deceit will be on their tongues and be found in their mouths. That's what the righteous remnant is supposed to be. That's why it's called the righteous remnant. The goal is to kill off the bad ones and leave the righteous ones left over. That's why the righteous remnant are the ones that are referred to as the servant. Because in 48:20, it says of the servant, it's time to leave Babylon. Those that are leaving Babylon are the remnant, the leftover ones. He's yapping. He has no idea he's muted.
Okay, so you muted me again. So I'm asking you, if a subset can represent the whole, can an individual represent a subset?
No.
It can't. Okay, thank you.
Only if it's the person
that
if it's the person that gave birth to the subset. So, for example, Jacob is the guy that gave birth to the entire Israel of nation, or the nation of Israel. And so what that means is that you might be able to use the word Jacob to refer to the entire people group, but you're not going to use the entire people group of Israel to refer to a single person.
Wait. So you are trying to say that the Messiah cannot represent Israel?
No, the Messiah is never going to be a personification of Israel. That's not even what the Hebrew Bible says. The Hebrew Bible says that the Messiah is going to be king over Israel. He's going to reunite them in the land, and then they're going to set up a temple and the sacrificial system in the land. That's what it says about the Messiah. It doesn't say that the Messiah is going to represent Israel and do a bunch of spiritual nonsense. It doesn't say anything like that.
Okay, so then please let me read 49. I'll just read on. Okay,
I had it on the board. You weren't reading it. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm reading it from my Bible. And he said unto me, Thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. Then said I have labored in vain, I have spent my strength for naught, and in vain, yet surely my judgment is with the Lord, and my work is with God. And now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be a servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Mm-hmm. So I just want to find out, who is bringing who?
It's very easy. It's either the righteous remnant, who's, remember, they're going back to the land of Israel. And also, it could be the prophet who's delivering the message to the righteous remnant. Either one of those interpretations would be perfectly fine in this particular instance. But it's certainly not a guy named Jesus that comes hundreds of years later, because if you just read what it says that his goal is to bring Jacob and Israel to be gathered back to God and eventually back to the land. Remember, this is not about somebody who's going to be dying for sins. It says, is it too light a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the survivors of Israel? I will give you as a light to the nations. These are people that are going to be restored to their land, which is what the text says over and over and over again. They're going to be restored to the land.
A person that is being talked about, is he singular here, or he is a subset of the group? That's what I'm referring to.
I've never once said that it was a subset here, unless you believe that the personification is of the righteous remnant of Israel, which certainly could be made based on the text in
My
chapter
goodness.
42.
You see, you seem to conveniently want to skip this. Okay, can I read this? I just want to read this.
I answered your question. So what you're suggesting is that in the middle of this paragraph, there enters another servant, and you're confused about who the other servant is. And I told you there's two possible readings of this that actually make sense of the text. One is that there's not two servants and that your reading comprehension is not good, or that the other servant is the person delivering the message, namely the prophet, because in Jeremiah and the other prophets, especially in Amos, the prophets are always referred to as God's servants. There's no incongruity here with the person delivering this message, the one we're reading right now, calling himself the servant to the nation of Israel. But the reason why I'm sticking with the righteous remnant of Israel being the servant is because he says, in whom I will be glorified. God says over and over again in Isaiah that he's going to be glorified through the righteous remnant of Israel.
Justin, you seem to be conflating an individual with a subset here. You are doing so.
I did not.
For your own reasons. No, you are. Because look, no. Also read English?
Who's the individual? Who's the individual that I'm conflating? Name the individual.
No, I'm saying he is specifying. He's
name the individual.
Down. He has not. He does. He's saying his servant.
Name the individual.
No, I don't need to name. I'm just trying to point out that this time.
Because as it turns out, I didn't conflate an individual with a subset. You think I am because you couldn't understand my words at all. So what I'm saying is that Israel here is not referring to a person. I've already told you, I believe this is referring to the righteous remnant.
No, I have never said Israel cannot represent a subgroup, the entire, Israel nation, both obedient and disobedient, and also an individual. I am saying that if we can have the whole and we can have a subset of the whole, we can have an individual representing Israel. And you're saying that's impossible. And I'm saying what I'm reading here is saying, and now said the Lord.
I'm waiting for you to show me an individual in the text that is personified or is personifying the nations.
And now said the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him.
Yep.
Though Israel be not gathered.
To be his servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified.
Oh my goodness. Can I finish without you interrupting? That is just amazing. You won't even let me land.
It just says
I'm reading a simple thing.
I mean, it just says it. No, did you forget to read the word Israel?
No, I didn't. So let me finish.
So then you purposely ignored it. Okay.
No. You did not let me land. That's the problem. You didn't even let me finish reading it. Mm-hmm. You finished it off for me. and I didn't say I required assistance to read this.
It seems like you do.
No. You want to immediately cut me off and draw your inferences. That's what you want to do.
I didn't draw any inferences. I'm just literally reading the text word for word for what it says.
And word for word, it says here that now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Okay? Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. So this person, says that there's Jacob, and though Israel is not yet gathered, so
does not say that it's Jacob. So again, this is the problem you're having. You're just not reading it carefully.
Justin, are you deliberate? Are you being disingenuous? Are you deliberately?
No, I'm helping you. I'm helping you to understand what's happened here. Now, to be clear, this is a different prophecy, right? You see, and now, atah in Hebrew, actually, va'atah in Hebrew means, and now the Lord says, meaning now we've got a separate word from the Lord, which is not identical to this word. These were two different pronouncements by the same person. So let's read it again for the third time. Who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him. I told you, this is either going to be the remnant of Israel, which he says he'll be glorified through, or it's going to be the prophet, the one who is literally delivering this message as we read it, so that Israel will be gathered to, gathered to him, which is why it
You
could
are,
not be about Jesus, because Jesus did not gather Israel to Yahweh.
my goodness. Hello.
Can you show me that
Can
verse?
you,
Can you show me where Jesus gathers Israel to God?
what exactly is Jesus going to fulfill?
Now, I'm asking you, can you show me where he fulfills verse 5 and brings Israel back to Yahweh?
But it's not chronological. There are aspects
So
of
it
it
never
that
happened
has
then.
happened.
Gotcha, so it never
No.
happened.
There are
So it's going to
aspects.
happen in the future
There are
then.
aspects. Okay, no. Can I say something?
Well, I'm just waiting for you
It's
to answer my
progressive.
question. Did it
There
already
are
happen, or is
Jews
it going
that
to
are
happen in
being
the future?
no. There are Jews. There are a lot of Jews today that are also
It's
Christians.
weird. I didn't
Are
actually
there not?
hear. I didn't hear an answer to my question. Did this occur yet or not?
It's progressively happening.
Oh, so it didn't happen yet.
It's progressively happening.
Okay, so you think it will happen then in the future?
No, it's progressively happening.
Well, see,
Meaning
the funny thing is,
commenced.
it doesn't say that it's progressively going to happen, and it's also not progressively happening. In fact, about 50% of Jews worldwide don't even believe in God anymore.
Wait. So what you're trying to tell me now is when you said there's a remnant, okay, and that remnant represents a subgroup of Israel who are the righteous. God did not see them as his people. Is that what you're saying? Just because they were a
Nope.
subgroup? Is that
Didn't
what
say
you're
that at
saying?
all. I have no idea why you're confused about
So,
this. God's people,
okay,
the
no,
righteous
I'm not
remnant of
confused.
Israel, were always God's people.
Oh, Justin, you really are a work of art because you won't even let me land. I'm asking a question.
You asked
Can
me
I
a
finish?
question. Did you want me to answer it?
I wanted you to answer when I land, when I finish.
Well, see, if you ask me a question that's a complete question, do I have a reason to let you keep yapping and do another like 2 or 3 questions after that?
Oh God. Okay, let's say it's a compound question. So can I finish asking the compound question?
Do you see me talking?
Okay. So if you have a subgroup who God says is Israel, and he says that his people Israel will be gathered unto him, and you have a subgroup today who are gathered unto God as Israelites, okay? They are gathered unto the Lord as Israelites, and it's progressively happening. Can
Define
we not
gather?
say that when God says,
Define gather.
what? To bring together.
Where?
What do you mean by where?
Where? Have you read all of Isaiah? He says he's going to gather them somewhere.
In the land, of course.
Oh, yeah. Did Jesus do that?
He is doing that.
He's not doing it at all. He's dead. I don't know if you knew this. Bro's
He is.
dead.
What?
He's dead.
Who is dead?
Jesus is dead.
Jesus is resurrected.
Prove it.
What do you mean by prove it? What proof do you have for no. Relax.
Okay, well, if you don't
because-
need proof, then Ramses is still alive. Ramses died, went to Hades, and resurrected. Praise Ramses. Ramses the second specifically. Fuck Ramses the first.
That's
Ramses
fine.
the second
No,
was
that's
the
fine.
cool one.
That's fine. As long as the only evidence that we can provide, okay, has to do with that. If you talk about historical figures, there is no way that we can necessarily bring forth conclusive proof. We can't. We can look at the evidence
So,
of Christians.
what's the
that were
evidence?
martyred for their
What's the evidence that he resurrected?
Oh yes. Okay, I heard you make this argument that an empty tomb is not an argument for anything. But what about people, disciples, who would willingly be martyred for their faith? Okay, knowing
Well, that
the only
didn't.
requirement-
We actually don't know that happened. The tale of the martyrdoms are hundreds of years later after these people were supposedly martyred. They're filled with all
So you're
kinds
going
of
to
nonsense
dispute that too?
claims, like dogs were giving speeches. Simon Magus was flying around like a wizard, and Peter had to zap him out of the air. It's adorable that you believe that these disciples died for their faith, but it's also just meaningless because, as it turns out, every religion has martyrs. In fact, Judaism has martyrs. In fact, after Jesus died, millions of Jews were martyred for their faith. So martyrdom is a meaningless principle here.
Okay, wait. You're you're saying that martyrdom, okay, doesn't have to be seen as evidence.
Well, it's not
conclusive evidence that
well,
that people believed in something
so,
that they were willing to stake their lives for.
No, that's not my claim at all. My claim is two-part, and you didn't even hear it. The first part, which I will reiterate, is that you don't know how the disciples died, with maybe the two different Jameses and maybe Paul, possibly Peter. I don't even know if we have evidence for Peter's death that's reliable. Nevertheless, you don't know how any of the other disciples died because those texts come hundreds of years later and they're ridiculous. They're not accepted by most of the church. So you don't know how they died.
So?
Claiming that they died on the martyrdom of Jesus is stupid.
How is that stupid?
Because you don't have any evidence about how they died. They didn't leave us a single writing.
So they have to leave. Who has to leave the writing?
What I'm saying is the disciples should have actually wrote about their journeys, where they went, what they did, and then we could corroborate that. If somebody else who knew the disciple that witnessed the death could say, yeah, he was in my town and this is where he got killed, and be like, oh, look, this disciple, the last place they wrote from is from actually in that town, and then the writing stopped. This would have been really good evidence to suggest that they got killed in that town and at that particular time period. But since we don't have any such writings, these are just legends from hundreds of years later.
The New Testament is not a biography for the disciples. It's not. But
that's a shame. It could have been.
Are you trying to tell me? No, are you telling me that the early church did not have any sort of historical, attestations to this? Is that what you're claiming?
That's exactly what I said, because the attestations that we have come from hundreds of years later, which, if you were listening, you maybe would have caught that. So.
Justin,
people who write 300, because we have the documents. No. The Acts of Andrew is how we learned about the death of Andrew. That's maybe 3rd century at best. John, the son of Zebedee, his death, we don't even have a recording for his death that's anywhere near hundreds of years. The Acts of Philip is where we learn about the death of Philip. That's 4th century. The Acts of Thomas is where we learn about how Thomas died. That's 3rd or 4th century. The Acts of Simon and Jude is how we learn about Judas, also Thaddeus' death. That's 4th century. These are hundreds of years after the fact.
Justin, I have a question for you. How can you be so confident that they died in the 4th century since you yourself, you are not you were not in the 4th century?
I didn't say that they died in the 4th century. Wait, do you think the disciples lived for 400 years?
No, sorry. It's a misstatement. What I'm saying is, how can you be so sure that the records are actually 4th century?
Oh, you can just actually read them. So, for example, if I read you the King James Bible, you could quite easily just say, "Oh, this is obviously like Middle English, like late Middle English."
Question. Read them from who? Who are you depending on? You seem to be depending on some scholarly.
I'm not depending on any scholar. So. What you can do when you have a text in a particular language, you can just go look at the language and see if it matches the time period it's purported to be written in. Now, these texts don't even purport to be written at that time period. That's not even a claim in the text. These are texts that aren't making any excuses for being hundreds of years later, and they're recording information from hundreds of years ago that is suspect. Which is why when the apocryphal Acts of Peter says that Simon Magus was having a wizard's duel with Peter, I'd say, yeah, that's stupid. That didn't happen.
Justin, there is nothing in antiquity that you can claim you know for certain, because you are still.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I don't know why you keep putting that in my mouth. I didn't say that I know anything for certain. What I do know is that we don't have any good evidence that the disciples died as martyrs, and even if we did, it would still be meaningless, as we've got lots of early religious leaders that were martyred and their friends martyred, namely those that followed Joseph Smith.
Those that followed Joseph Smith, they were martyred for what?
They were martyred for being part of that religion.
No, but did they stay with, was the purpose of them being martyred that they were supposed to deny their faith in Christ? Was that the purpose for which they were martyred?
Well, that has nothing to do with the martyrdom of the disciples. You're making a bad analogy. You have no idea if the disciples were ever asked to deny their faith for living. That's something you have to imagine in the history.
No, then, like I said, in antiquity, a lot of things that we are speaking of, it's based on what others who claim to be to sort of be the guardians of history are telling you, and you seem to make
show
such
me
bold
show me
claims.
where the guardians of history said that the disciples were asked to recant and they chose to die instead.
No, I'm not saying that is exactly what.
Well, that's what you asked me to present for the martyrs of Mormonism, which is why I said that it's not a real comparison, because you're asking me to go above and beyond a bar that you can't go above and beyond. So it's not the right question.
No, so the little historical knowledge I received from them is that Peter was crucified upside down because he was spreading the gospel.
Yeah, sure. You want me to read you parts of that text that talks about his upside down crucifixion?
Don't read it to me. I can investigate it myself. I don't want to.
You won't. In fact, we'll just do it right now. It's in the Acts of Peter, and it's actually quite illuminating, because what we find in this text is a really interesting section where let's see, about halfway down. It literally says that a dog gave a speech. Now, maybe you think that dogs actually give speeches. It says, Peter, let me make this bigger. There we go. Yeah, it is funny when you're getting roasted and you can't do anything about it.
Oh, no, it's funny.
Peter, seeing a great dog bound with a strong chain, went to him and loosed him. And he was loosed, when he was loosed, the dog received a man's voice and said unto Peter, what dost thou bid me do? So you actually believe that a dog was given utterance by the power of the Spirit?
The same way I believe a donkey was giving utterance. Let's not go there. It's not necessary.
Gotcha. Okay, so you do believe that this is true then. So I don't. I would reject it outright, because I don't think that dogs give speeches, and I don't think that Simon Magus had the power to fly, which he does actually. Later on in this story, Simon Magus flies. Want me to show you that?
Listen, I have never said this is necessarily canon. It's not necessarily canon. It's just source material. But what I'm saying is,
it says there, I shall forsake you, godless and impious that ye are, and fly up unto God, whose power I am, though I am become weak. And then he does. In the text, he starts flying around, and Peter has to zap him out of the air. Breaks his hip on the way down.
Okay. First of all, I've never made any claim that I accept this as canon, even though these are things, materials.
Did I say anything about canon? Why? It's like you're in a whole entirely different conversation. I never once said anything about canon, and now you're mentioning canons. I have no idea. Are you not sober right now? I'm so confused, because you said that this text tells us how Peter was martyred for his faith. So I didn't say anything about canonization. I'm just merely asking you, should I read everything in this text as true? If this text is true, should I believe that Simon Magus had the power to fly?
If he was a wizard, I'd presuppose so.
Oh, well, that's where I draw the line. So I actually don't believe text that comes in the form of like flying wizards and talking dogs. That's just not. It's already out. It's already off the table for me.
Most certainly, you don't believe the Bible. Moses split the Red Sea, right? So I don't.
Oh no, that's preposterous. The Bible can't even. The Bible can't even get straight when the Exodus was. The Bible says that they built the storehouses of Ramses II when they were in Israel, but he didn't live for another 200 years after they already left, because in 1 Kings chapter 6, it says they left 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which couldn't be true, because that means they would have left 200 years prior to Ramses existing. So the Bible is hopelessly confused on all of its timelines.
I wouldn't say it's hopelessly confused on all of its timelines. It's just the fact that when you're talking about the historicity of scripture, there are aspects that are human historical inputs. where they put in timelines. It doesn't say it doesn't defeat the purpose of inspiration. It just
Yeah, it
is
does.
that you have records. It doesn't at
Yeah, it does.
all.
Yeah, if the Bible says
Okay.
things that are contradictory, then it just means that it's not from God.
No, if you say it's contradictory, you do recognize that every book of the Bible is an individual book, and it's not necessarily.
And they contradict each other.
No,
Yep.
if you say that they
Yep.
contradict each other, there are
Well,
historical accounts.
I can just show you. You want me to show you where it gives you like plain contradictions?
Um,
It's not even difficult. So
Where-
Matthew
where-
chapter 1 and Luke chapter 2 contradict them when Jesus was born. It says that in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration that was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. That happened in 6 CE after the son of Herod was already dead, Archelaus. But in Matthew, if you go down to like 14, it says, I'm sorry, I got Matthew chapter 1, 14. I wanted 2. 14 is where we're going to go to real quick. And in Matthew, it's interesting. Matthew says that he was born while Herod was still living. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. Oh, interesting. So how was he born during the death of Herod and then born again like 12 years later during the census of Quirinius?
No, but here you're talking about historical inputs, which may
Just-
be accurate or inaccurate. We're not
Just
talking about
asking
the word
you,
of God.
was he, which one of these is right?
No, again, it's about history. So
Yeah, but which
you
which
have,
one is right?
No, whoever got the right historical input would.
Well,
put
that's
in the
what I'm
right,
asking. Which one is right?
No, that's what I'm saying. There are two
I'm sorry.
accounts of history presented.
The
Okay.
answer is either Luke or Matthew. Which one was right?
No, that's what I'm saying. There are.
You're not
two
saying.
historical.
Tell me which one.
No, I cannot tell which one exactly because I was not there in terms of history. So you'd have to line it up, okay? You'd have to line it up historically with what is whatever material is present within that
Well,
time period.
we can line it up with the Bible. So the Bible says that Jesus was already born and came back to Israel after the death of Herod when Archelaus was ruling. That's Matthew chapter 1. Now, what it says, Matthew 2, sorry. What it says in Luke is that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius. That means that Jesus was born twice because Herod was already dead. Herod had been dead for 10 years when that census was given.
During the census? Okay. And I'm saying, whatever historical accounts are presented,
Accounts of what?
Historicity of these, no, the historical accounts of the time of the birth is still history. It's not necessarily.
But it's
not
false
divine
history.
revelation. No, good.
Listen,
So first of
just
all,
calling it history doesn't mean anything. Is it true
Okay.
is the question. Is this story true, both of them, yes or no?
the historical.
But are they true?
presentation- No, one has to be true.
But okay,
Okay,
which
so-
one?
That will be very difficult to determine.
Yeah, I know it will.
What
So
about-
if only one of them is true, then what that means is that one of them is not true.
No, so if one of them is not true, that is not an issue because it's not
It
divine
is an issue.
revelation.
It is divine revelation,
divine
according to you, not according to me. But listen,
No,
Yay Cross, you've been up now for over an hour, and I thank you for giving me an hour's worth of clips that I will again post to my YouTube channel, and people will laugh at you. But I don't know why you do this to yourself. Like, I'm sure maybe in real life you're a regular individual, but you keep punishing yourself by coming up here. Listen, it's fun for me. I just don't know why you do it for you. But come back again another time, and maybe we can actually talk about something fun like the evidence for the resurrection.
No problem.
All right, have a good one. Oh, that was something. All right then, friends. I've got some more people to get through. I think Avi in the YouTube queue is next in line. I've got some super chats to read still yet as well. Before I do that, friends, Avi just left. Never mind. Well, that'll give me a good moment to challenge the audience to get into the guest box while I run a 1 minute and 30 second advertisement from our sponsor private internet access, keeping your shit private. I'll be right back after I use the restroom. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have more debates, hopefully coming right up. Friends, if you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using private internet access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick private internet access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption, adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, it's got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, piavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. Bada bing, bada boom. Thank you, Private Internet Access, for sponsoring the show. And I could be wrong, but based on emails that I've got floating around, I might have some extended sponsorships. We'll find out. But listen, y'all, anyone in the streaming community knows you need a good VPN. Now, we had Avi in the guest box, and Avi dropped. Don't know why. Oh, Germ says, for the love of Doug, please fix the audio sync on your ad. I'm dying here. Like, I don't know how to sync it up anymore. Like, I literally just recorded it with the same camera that I've recorded it everywhere. If it's out of sync, I have no idea how it is out of sync. I was watching it when it was playing and it wasn't out of sync. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe there's an audio routing issue. Maybe I'll talk to them and we just won't even do pre-recorded commercials. Maybe I'll just like fucking pay someone to come in and talk on the microphone for like a minute. I have no idea why you guys are seeing it out of sync, but I'm not. But yeah, Ruben says it wasn't out of sync. So I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Friends, if you want to talk about your God, we actually have an empty guest box right now. It's kind of been a slow night for opposition. I assume that means that means Jesus like resurrected and left and took all of his followers with him, which is why us heathens are left over. Even a godless engineer has been left over. So it means he wasn't secretly Christian. He's still hanging out. But I'm going to read some super chats. If you're a believer, we'd love to hear about you and your God and why anyone would want to believe in your God. We've got plenty of time left in the live stream. As always, don't wait till the 11th hour to get into the live stream. This live stream is not like Christianity. You don't need to do your thing and then right before death request up. Get into the guest box now. Tax to Church, couldn't agree more. Thank you for the super chat. Says, why isn't killing for Yahweh considered human sacrifice? Does it have to be a ritual? So, kind of. This is a fair question, which is why a lot of scholars and Bible readers like myself would include the utter destruction verses, the harem verses, to be really akin to sacrifices. The way that it's used in the Nabatean text, the Moabite text, and some of the other texts, it seems like these are killings that were done in honor of their deity. So it might be maybe more fair to say that these are less sacrificial and more of an honor killing than a sacrifice. A sacrifice needs to be clean. And I'm not sure that this is a clean killing. I think this is an honor killing. But Chet's in the guest box. He might actually want to add on to this particular talking point. Welcome, Chet.
Hey, Justin.
Good to see
Sorry
you, buddy.
about earlier. That was an accident request up, so I'm making it up to you now with a real request up.
Thanks,
so.
buddy. Well,
I heard something interesting. Dick Friedman has this idea that the Mesha Stela, when it talks about the king sacrificing his son, the idea is that he actually killed the son of the king of Moab, not his own son, because this was after they had breached the wall. And so that would be an interesting case of like the idea of sacrifice being maybe something more, not as maybe, something like a killing that was not what you might traditionally think of as sacrifice. But it just all depends on how you take that pronoun.
Yeah. Well, so I assume we're doing 1 Kings 3, right? With the war against the Moabites when he kills his son on the wall?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. This is 2 Kings. I wanted 2 Kings 3. Here we go. There we go. So it says, when the king of Moab saw that the battle was going against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through opposite king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him, and offer him as a burnt offering on the wall, and a great wrath came upon Israel. So they withdrew from him and returned to their own land. So this reading is suggesting that the he is not the king of Edom, but in fact somebody else from Israel, which is why God was mad?
No. So it would be, this would be just the Mesha Stele. When it says,
does the Mesha Stele talk about Moab killing the son?
I think so. Shoot, I really don't have it.
I got it
at all accessible to myself right now. But Richard Friedman has talked about this.
Okay.
I wouldn't know the line that it is.
It looks like the only occurrences of son show up in the first 8 verses. It says, I am Mesha, son of Chemosh, king of Moab. Keep in mind, friends, when we talk about people being sons of God, it's not literal sons. Like Jesus calling himself the son of God doesn't mean he literally is God. Like Mesha here says he's a son of Chemosh. Just like David was a son of Yahweh. It says, my father ruled over Moab 30 years, and I ruled after my father. I made this high place for Chemosh in Hirohai. High place, Vation? There's got to be a typo there. For he saved me from all the kings and made me enjoy the sight of my enemies. Omri, king of Israel, oppressed Moab for a long time because Chemosh was angry with him. With his country. His son succeeded him, and he also declared, I will oppress Moab in my days. Then the other part just says, Omri had taken possession of the land of Madaba, and he dwelt in it during his days, and during half of my days, his sons 40 years, but Chemosh and so forth. I don't really see anything in here about anyone's sons getting sacrificed or killed.
I must be thinking about the wrong thing. But I'll shoot it to you if I find it.
Yeah.
I thought it was quite interesting. Yeah.
Send it over to me. I'd be intrigued to see it. If there's an alternative, or if there's another telling of this, I'd love to hear it.
I know there's in Amos 2:1, it mentions, I believe, the king of Edom, the bones of the king of Edom being burned.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it'll come to you when you get the article or whatnot. Just send me a link. I'd be happy to do it. Also, we need to do a live stream sometime on whether or not Moses had his horns or his face shining.
Yeah. I hear that you've backslid to the the other side of that discussion.
You convinced me of your position, and then I read something else. I'm like, fuck, I'm back at the other one.
Oh, really? What did you read?
So later, in the text it talks about his radiance every time he hears from God. But we'll save it for when we do. We'll do a whole video on it, and we can hash the whole thing out and see where we end up at the end of it. That way, if we don't do it now, let's not prime the audience by giving away some of our talking points. We'll do the whole thing. It might take like an hour, and we'll just go through the whole thing.
Sounds good. I'd love to. Yeah, let me know.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Well, we don't have any opposition in the box. I was going to read some super chats. You're welcome to chill with me here tonight. I don't know how long we'll be live tonight if we can't get opposition, but I will hopefully while I'm reading some super chats, we'll get some people pop up. I'm shocked actually that we haven't had more opposition here tonight. Usually opposition is not that hard to get a hold of, but also our TikTok stream has been super slow tonight. Almost no opposition, but our last like 3 live streams, our TikTok got violations. So I'm probably in TikTok jail now. Hey, welcome in, Joe.
Hey, speaking of Moabites, and I don't know if you want to read super chats, but I know that this is a controversial subject, but I'd like to hear your take on this, both of you. Do you think Ruth and Boaz hooked up?
I think there's a path forward when it talks about uncovering the feet. There are idioms in the Semitic tongue that would lead us to believe that meant that. My particular opinion is that she was propositioning Boaz, and that he was probably, what's the word I'm looking for? He was probably a righteous man and didn't sleep with her, but she was trying to make it happen, because if she was successful, then he would have basically more or less been compelled to take her on and marry her. So she was trying to basically seduce him into marriage. But I actually don't think that he did.
But he was compelled though, because he did.
No, later he did. But if in fact he didn't have permission yet.
Yeah.
Right.
So you think he was such a good guy that he was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold off. I like you. You're cool. But they hung out. Didn't this go on for a while throughout a whole season? Well, it doesn't say that they hooked up again, but they did that scene happens, and then she continues to hang out in the field for a whole season before he finally heads over to talk to the other guy.
Well, that may be true, but he still, I mean, it's clear that he needs permission, or else he wouldn't have talked to anybody, right?
That's true. Chet, what do you think? Do you think he's a deviant, or?
So let me tell you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Did you say Chet or Chat?
I said Chet.
Right. Okay.
The other Bible scholar.
Oh, Chet.
Chet.
Okay.
Chet. This Canadian accent screwing us up.
Hey, how do you say Chet in Canadian? I don't know, but I don't really have an informed opinion on that particular question, so I won't weigh in.
Yeah, and so
thanks for the galaxy. I think somebody sent me galaxy. Sorry, thank you for the galaxy. Yeah. Thank you.
I think part of my opinion is formed also by his reaction. So she lay at his feet until morning, but got up before one person could recognize another, so it was still dark. And he says to her, "It must not be known that a woman came to the threshing floor." So it seems to me that first of all, women on the threshing floor were abundant. It was very common during this time period for women seeking monetary arrangements would show up, and because there were a lot of drinking going on and partying and things like that. Same thing when they went to shear their sheep, you'd find prostitutes hanging out where the men were. So it seems like he's trying to protect her from being besmirched as a lady of the night, and possibly his own reputation being besmirched. So if that's the type of person he is, it is possible that he's like, hey, let's do this the right way. And it's not to say that he couldn't have also slept with her that night. The language isn't clear.
Right. See, that's the one that I think is she shows up, she takes out his penis, whatever, and then she has to sneak out in the morning, and he was half drunk. All of the setting is a hookup setting, right?
It feels like
so. That's why I thought kind of seems like that, but you're saying that there is just this honor, this
Well,
Boaz being honorable piece.
only because the text seems to be painting him in that way, that he's a man that's so honorable, and and she is supposed to be depicted as like the virtuous woman of honor. So it's not entirely clear what's happening here. But then again, it was like theoretically it was customarily vaguely okay to do this kind of behavior if you made it right afterwards.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
So
it's weird. Like, what is, because what you're kind of saying is Ruth is kind of being the baddie, like she's being a like a little naughty here, and she's coming
she
on
was
to
an Israelite.
Boaz. She was a Moabite.
Exactly, she's not an Israelite. So
She's not. Oh, sorry, that's what you said. Yeah.
Right. So her reputation as an Israelite, I don't think is quite as important as Boaz's. And if this was a really early text, I might be inclined to think, yeah, they depict them hooking up. They just wanted to be modest about it. But this seems to have been written late. This seems to be, I could be wrong. Chet might have a different opinion. I feel like Ruth is super late, certainly post-exilic. And I don't know. It feels like the acceptance of prostitution at that time might not have been as great as it was in earlier times. So it's hard.
Chet just pronounced the letter S, so I think he agrees with you. All I heard was
Yeah, no,
But-
Ruth is late.
Yeah. So like in the text though, after she lay at his feet, it says, and this is the metaphor right here. Bring the cloak that you were wearing and hold it out. So he held it out, when she asked to bring the cloak over, lay it over her. Hold on.
is like marry me, like protect me, be my protector type of thing.
It's a covering.
Give me a corner of your garment or whatever.
Yeah. This is a metaphor for covering. So, but it says here that they lay at the feet till morning, got up. So this is in the morning, and then it doesn't say how long. He sends her away, and then it says she came back to her mother-in-law. So it talks to the mother-in-law, and it says he gave me 6 measures of barley. He says, "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed." So she replies, "Wait, my daughter, until you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today." So the day that she gets back, she's like, Boaz is going to settle this matter real fast. And then
So what am I thinking about with this? Like, there's a time passing where she, like a whole season, maybe that's after they meet and they're like,
yes,
she kind of, he gives her a little bit of favor, and then the whole season goes by. So maybe that's when their affection can grow. See, all of this, like if she uncovers his feet is a euphemism for, a little bit more than that, if that's the case.
Which it could be.
And then she sleeps by his feet all night long. Like, I think they fucked all night, Justin. I think they boned all night long.
Well, see,
I think that's
the funny part with a lot of these texts is like either reading is acceptable. Like if someone says you're wrong for reading it that way, ask them under what rules of language and grammar would they be wrong? Because there are instances clearly where a man's feet is used as a euphemism for his penis.
Right.
So what are we supposed to take it as,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a really interesting thing that goes on in the Hebrew Bible in this respect, where they'll take a sexual idiom and then they'll super literalize it to the point where you almost don't recognize it. And I almost wondered, because I read an article a while back about the true love's first kiss motif that you see in a lot of kids' movies. If you look at the original stories these are from, it's usually a sexual thing that's going on there. And then they just kind of swap that in to clean it up. And then it becomes this really literal way of where there's this literal kiss. And there's this, and so for example, I like the Noah's sons thing is a really great example.
With the covering.
Because it sounds like on the very surface of it, there's something sexual going on. But then suddenly, like you said, you have the covering. It's like, wait a second. So was he really just laying there? And and but I wonder if this is if there was an original story that was explicitly very sexual, and then it was kind
edited.
of been modified over time to be this where it's like, okay, so the idiom is still there, but the story is like so slavishly literal to the idiom that you almost don't recognize it.
Right. Because
good.
also, like, when Naomi's like, ooh, he's not going to be able to say no to you now. You know, like it seems like she's like, how much barley did he give you? Oh my goodness, you fucked his brains out. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like that's definitely what happened there. Like, that's a natural flow of the story. And this might be presentism speaking, but that seems like the natural flow of the story, you know?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But who knows? I don't know if you have any other real guests, but I have another one we could talk about.
There's one other guest in the queue. Actually, two other guests in the queue. But hang out with me because they might not take very long. If you got free time, hang out with me. You can do some guesting with us, and then we can do more questions later. But if you're on a schedule, I get it.
All right, sure. Well, I probably have half an hour.
Oh, dope. All right,
I'll mute up and hang out.
Hey, awesome. Hey, Klein, thank you for the super chat. Just curious, I heard someone bring up mandaism somewhere at some point. That was yesterday. Do you know anything about this? I used to know some stuff about it. I know very little about it anymore. It's just following of John the Baptist today, kind of a cult, where John the Baptist is the top tier prophet and Jesus is the false one. Yeah, you nailed it. And some of them actually still give offerings and sacrifices, like literal animal sacrifices. They're still out there not worshiping, but honoring John the Baptist. And Corbin says, just finished Genesis. I think we should make a nursery rhyme about Judah and Tamar. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough story. That one hit me out of the blue more than anything else in Genesis. No one ever read that one in Sunday school. And that's to me, that's one story in the book of Genesis that clearly had come from the northern tribes as what I think is a hit piece against the Judeans. And somehow it never got weeded out.
Can I do a plug?
Mm-hmm.
On Joel Reed's Bible, there's a Joel Sings Bible for kids, and there's a Judah and Tamar song there. And it's really sweet and horrific.
Also, on iTunes, you can get Joel's songs. I've already got Joel's songs on iTunes.
Yeah, Joel Sings Christianese is on there, but the kids' one's on Joel Reed's Bible, Judah and Tamar. Or is it Tamar or Tamar?
I mean, I'd have to look at the spelling of it, but I don't think anyone
keeps
would.
telling me it's Tamar. But yeah, I say Tamar. But anyway, go on.
Typically in Hebrew, you emphasize the latter syllable rather than the first syllable. So, I mean, that probably is the better. Yeah.
Yeah, the stress will be on the Ultima. Yep.
But
I only know looking at the Hebrew. Don't know that off the top of my head, for the record.
But I'm guessing if we were in Hebrew, we'd probably agree with Bert. But Tuyan says, architecture and music. The music is awesome too. I'm the son of a lifelong church organist music director. Used to love listening to him play. Still an atheist though. Rock hard for Doug. And Whore's Rule, Bert's drool is wild. But thank you for that. And you know what? I do still love some of the old songs. They're still fun. I do love also watching like those clips on like Instagram and TikTok of like people going ham dancing like on the podium in like those Southern snake handling churches. That can be a lot of fun too. But I don't want to go to one of those churches ever. I feel like I might get murdered there. But let's bring in Dark Light, and then we'll grab Bible Auditor after that, and maybe we'll get some conversation worked up here. Welcome in, Dark Light. Are you at least 18?
Yep.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist.
Gotcha. So you believe in one God, but it's not the Abrahamic God.
I believe in a construct of God that could be called monotheism. I'm also developing my own theology, but just generally non-Abrahamic true monotheist.
So you sound like you might be unsure. Are you a monotheist or maybe a monotheist?
No, I'm a monotheist, but I have a different concept as to what that monotheism is.
Okay, fair enough. So what would be a good piece of evidence or a good argument or logical reason to believe in whatever version of God you're into?
Well, I think it would be better to explain what I even mean by God first, because God is just a 3-letter word, you know?
Sure. What do you think God is?
God is my least favorite term for it. My favorite term is the fractal singularity omnimatrix. Essentially, I believe that we are all God. And when I say that, people say, okay, well, then you're polytheist. No, I'm monotheist because we are all a fractal extension of God.
So you're like a pantheist.
Explain to me what that is.
A pantheist is like God is everything.
Yeah, essentially. Sure.
Okay, so you're just pantheist, you're not monotheist, that's fine. What is this nonsense about fractals you're referring to?
Fractal singularity omnimatrix.
Yeah, what do you think that any of that means?
A fractal is a self-similar expression. A singularity is a state of being singular, and omni means all, and a matrix is something that provides it is a substrate in which something can grow.
Just to be clear, you're saying fractal singularity omnimatrix.
Yeah.
Okay. Fractal doesn't mean that. Did you have a better word you were trying to think of?
No.
Maybe if we're workshopping this. Sorry, if we're workshopping this, can we try to do an acronym that sounds nice? Because like FISOM sucks. So if we can like figure out some better words that'll give us like a better acronym. ADARC?
I don't know what you mean by acronym. I don't know what you mean by
that. When you have a bunch of letters, like right now it's FSOM, FISOM, right? Like that doesn't sound good. So you want to get like 4 cool letters that are going to make a fun sounding word.
Like maybe another vowel somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that I have to do that.
What if we did German and added an umlaut somewhere?
You don't have to do it dark, but it's good marketing. Because right now, FUSUM sucks, but like if it was even like GLOM. So omnimatrix can stay, but do we have like a GL? Or GOOM?
No, I'm pretty set on fractal singularity omnimatrix. That's just the best way that I have thought of to describe it.
Sure.
So I wasn't exactly going for an acronym. But to answer your question, your show says your God is imaginary. So I'm one of the theists that say, yes, I believe in imaginary friends. And I would like to urge my fellow theists out there to just fucking admit it. Can we just admit it, guys, that we believe in imaginary friends? Can we just admit it?
We can agree with this, yeah.
So I've been watching you for a long time, man. I've been watching you for at least a year. And I watch you because I like to pick up on your arguments because from my perspective, followers of Abraham are a blood cult of sin worshippers. Yahweh, Jesus, and Allah are desert war gods of hypocrisy, not the actual one true creator. They want all the awe and glory of the one true creator without extending any of the responsibility and respect to the creation.
Okay. Well, I mean, we agree on that.
Yeah, are we looking for some evidence for the one true creator?
So if you're asking me what my evidence is for my perception of God, is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
So I am a creator. I am God. You are God. We are all God. I create the world that I live in, and as a fractal expression of that, there is an ultimate creator. So it's kind of a look at the trees, except for it's a look at the me. I'm a creator, therefore there is a creator. And I'm not trying to convince y'all that's just how I roll, you know. If you're asking me,
do you believe that you created yourself?
I create it. Yeah, I absolutely create myself. Now I have a different. It's a recycling. I'm not saying that I created my atoms, but we all create ourselves every day that we exist through our beliefs, through our thoughts.
I get that, like you feel like you have some agency, and so you like are able to sort of steer your own ship to a degree. I mean, obviously you can't really do it. You can't fly. You know, you can't run faster than a speeding bullet. But you can kind of just like make different decisions and have a positive attitude if you can, you know. But you didn't bring yourself into this world.
No.
Okay.
Physically, no. Yeah, I was born like everyone else, but
Right, you were like from a
but
natural
I did.
process, right?
Yeah. Well, that's another thing is I don't believe in any supernatural God. I believe in a naturalistic God concept. There's no such thing as supernatural.
So the ultimate God, because we're going back based on like you, right? And so the ultimate God is just a reflection of you, or you're a reflection of it, is just this naturally occurring, is it a being or just like kind of nature? It feels like it's just nature, and then eventually nature evolves to have some sort of agency. I think you're just describing naturalism.
I think he's an atheist.
Yeah, I think he's just, you're an atheist, Dark. So
Well,
I think the
I've been
best
told that by other
acronym for what
people
you
that
are
I
is
think they're
ATHEIST.
Yeah, buddy. I mean,
No.
just coming over and join us on the dark side. You're an atheist.
Oh, well, I'm on the dark light side, bro. I'm not an atheist. I believe in imaginary friends. Y'all don't, so.
Okay. Well, does your imaginary friend like think? Does it have a mind?
I am my own imaginary friend.
So you don't
so
exist.
Yes. No. I mean, there's a physical me, but there is a psychological aspect of me, which is the imaginary part.
All right. So when we look at the evidence for that, you're saying it's because you have some agency over your existence. And so you're like, well, then we all have some agency, but you're also a naturally occurring being, right? So like to me it's like you're trying to say that we're all just part of this big God thing, like a Brahmin or something like that, whatever that God's name is. But you also, like, it doesn't really reflect your real lived experience, does it?
No, it absolutely does, for sure. Well, you don't need maximal control in order to have control. Any quanta, any moniker of control is
Wait,
control
quanta?
enough. Yeah, quanta.
What's a quanta?
The slightest little parcel of control is
Good name for
control.
the God, by the way.
When I say I created my world, I don't mean that, of course, I create all the atoms and everything in the world, but the slightest amount that I can rearrange my world, the slightest amount, the quanta,
Wait,
is
okay. There you go. Quanta is an amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
So God is like like we in Christianity, there's this omnipotent God.
Well, that's
right?
what they
So,
claim.
yeah, but in yours, it's like, it's got a little bit of power.
Well,
it can do some things.
Yeah, for sure. Well, limit is the defining attribute of existence. So, to say something is limitless is actually a liability. It is not an asset, because a limit is required for the existence that we are in. You got the speed limit of light. You have the limits that are regulating all the different atoms and molecules and the.
So are you and I
table.
the same? We are one God together?
We are all a fractal extension of the one true creator. You are God.
So
I am God.
how could you demonstrate that?
All consciousness is an extension of the omni-consciousness.
But that's what we're asking you to demonstrate.
Right.
I mean, as far as what, like,
how would you demonstrate that to be true?
well, I'm conscious, you're conscious, and to me, that's all I need personally.
Okay, but if I
We're
said
not the
to
same
you,
conscious.
like, this orange is just part of a fractal of oranges, it's actually part of an infinite omni orange, you wouldn't just take my word for it, right?
I mean, I don't believe in objective truth. I believe in subjective truth.
Oh boy.
So your truth is perfectly valid for you. So I would accept that if that's what you think.
What if my truth was that I believe in a God-eating penguin that eats all gods? So that means your God doesn't exist.
Roll with it, homie. Well, I also believe in contradiction. So, unlike all these followers of Abraham, who like to claim that there is no contradiction, while they
Do you
swim
also
in
not believe in contradictions at the same time?
Absolutely.
Well, useless to talk to you then.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
thanks
I
for
don't know
stopping
where
by
you can
and
go.
at least admitting that you believe in something that is imaginary. We appreciate that.
Well, it's got to be nice to hear a theist at least say that they believe in imaginary friends. And I urge all
mean,
my fellow theists
honesty
to
is
just come
nice.
after it.
Yeah. We agree with you there, buddy.
Well,
Okay.
I appreciate it, homie.
All right. Cheers, man.
Yep. Have a great night, bro.
Well, that was something, wasn't it?
Characters. What an odd character.
I thought for real, like, we'd convince him to just admit that he was an atheist, but apparently that wasn't
He was, honestly, it felt like he was so close.
I mean, he was on the precipice. He was right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you think about it like this, if he believes in contradictions, he can be an atheist and a theist at the same time. So
True. All right, friends, let me grab a couple super chats. We're going to get Bible Auditor in here. Dale Smith, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think we could have a tab in the cheat sheet for, but that's the Old Testament? Actually, I am working on that. I'm making a special note to add that up here tomorrow. I'm working that. I've got a whole document to add to the cheat sheet just for that argument. So yes, we'll be having it very, very soon, my friend. And Mimi, thank you for the super chat. Says, my mom heartfully believes I am the angel who brings destruction to the world. Damn, that's impressive. It is sad in Kabbalah, but I'm just too lazy to do that. Yeah, the people who believe in Kabbalistic spiritualism to me are at least interesting, but I feel like it does take a special form of like, what the heck is happening here? But I hope you're doing okay at home. It sounds like that might be a kind of a weird setting to be in. Also, Rock Hard for Doug, who is going to be live later on Wednesday night. Make sure you're checking that out. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says 2 callers pivoting all over the place from Job to first century concepts of a spiritual God, and we're just trying to get through the first 2 chapters. Doug, help us if we move on to Genesis 3. I know all of that happened because of Genesis, and he couldn't track anything. Adele, my friend, thank you for the additional $10 super chat. It says, as you talk to Yay Cross, I keep hearing Festival of Boobs, not booths. Sorry about that. I'd go to a Festival of Boobs. Where do we find that festival? I'd follow that God. Indeed, if that God did exist, I think I would put him on the list of like, this is one imaginary friend that I could get behind, or maybe in front of. Let's grab Bible. Let's grab Bible Auditor here and see what we can get by way of discussion. Looks like we're getting the loading symbols here. There we go. Bible Auditor, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. I am 30.
Great. And do you believe in God?
No, I'm actually an atheist.
Oh, boy.
And not a theist, like the individual. Yeah, you guys actually inspired me to deconstruct about almost a year ago now. And I'm actually an ex-Mormon, so...
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, so I'm actually doing, or I actually did my own first live last night, actually, and was wondering from you guys, what would be good advice for somebody who's just starting out doing deconstructing lives, and what would you guys say to a new creator for doing that?
I would say the thing that you want to do is, and the best advice I ever got was talk about things that you know. Try to avoid topics that you don't know, then you end up looking stupid. And if somebody brings up something like a topic that you're unfamiliar with, just be like, I don't know, I'll have to look into it. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you go into a topic that you're uncomfortable with and you make a definitive claim about it, and then it just turns out that you're wrong, it doesn't matter what happens the rest of the debate. People are going to be like, he's an idiot.
Gotcha. No, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you guys are both awesome. I love listening to Joel too. I pop in on his lives occasionally too. But in the comment section, I've never been on the panel yet, but this is the first time talking to Joel. But I love both you guys, and I'll be down in the comments. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Buddy. Good luck.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Always have fun.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess we'll try Thomas. We're going to get some opposition eventually. Oop! I almost just clicked the decline button. All right. Thomas is loading. See what happens. Welcome in, Thomas. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am, and I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Yahweh, God of the Bible.
Sure. Are you Jewish or Christian?
Christian.
Awesome. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real, or any God at all?
For me, it's the Bible itself, really. I mean,
Okay.
when you look at just the evidence of the Bible, 66 books written over 1,600-year period of time on 3 different continents by 40 different authors, but yet it's cohesive, and we're still talking about it 2,000 years later. To me, that would validate more and more validated than any other literature on the planet, right?
No, not even close. Hey, which continents are you referring to?
Asia. And
who wrote in Asia?
Let's see. I might have to look up in my notes. I had it here.
I think for America, it was Joseph Smith, right?
That's what it was. Yeah.
That's how we get
in the 1800s.
No, see, the Mormons get 4 continents.
They get the extra one.
Yeah.
Still cohesive magically.
Yes. Still cohesive.
So, well, while you're looking for that, Mark Bauman, thank you so much for the $200 on Venmo. Huge W, buddy. Thank you for supporting the stream. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Woo! And GeForce, thank you for those galaxies. Appreciate that.
Let's go. About making it rain right now. Right. You're looking for the verse there, Thomas? I'll help you out. Actually, I already know the answer. It's not it's just a rhetorical question. So the 3 continents are essentially Asia, I would say Asia Minor, and then also Africa, and then also, I don't even know how we would list the Middle East. But nevertheless,
be the Eurasian continent, right? The Eurasian.
Yeah, like Eurasian, right? Right on the eastern side of the Mediterranean. All of these people were Jews. They're all part of the same ethnic and religious grouping. In fact, the person who wrote in Africa is literally just Jeremiah. He wrote from Africa temporarily when he was outside of Israel during the captivity. So this is a meaningless statistic that the 3 continents is meaningless. 66 books, also meaningless. It's also more than 66. The 1,500 years, that's not true either. It's like closer to 800 years, also meaningless. None of this is meaningful. The thing that is meaningful is that all of these books, not all of them, but many of these books just directly contradict each other. And they're like hopelessly lost in trying to find anything that's cohesive. And while you might think that that's wrong, I can promise you that I'm more than willing to demonstrate it.
Well, that's okay. I was thinking more about like you're saying the imaginary God thing.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. So I was just trying to think of different things about so many things that we can't explain. I mean, because you guys kind of are, I only believe in what I can see and test. Is that where the atheist perspective is coming from?
I think the atheist perspective is anything that has evidence, convincing evidence, is something that could be believed in. So convincing evidence could just be a rational argument even. What do you think, Chet?
Yeah, so I mean, I would put it that, we believe what we think is the most reasonable thing to believe. Sometimes, empirical evidence is going to be the best way to determine that. I think as Justin was kind of hinting at, there's like logical argumentation and whatever. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think reasonability is the criteria.
Okay. I mean, so you guys, do you believe in love?
Yeah. I do.
I don't know. I mean, love isn't a proposition. So.
Well, I mean, because some people could say love's imaginary, if we're just a mess of chemicals in our brain, how do we know what to believe? I mean, supposedly if we're just, right? If we're just random chemicals. Yeah, I know. So if random chemicals, you spill the ink on the canvas and it makes a Picasso, because that's what you pretty much are if you look at your DNA and everything that goes into you and the coding that it does. But your claim is you're just a mess of chemicals. Then how can you trust what you believe the chemicals in your head are telling you? And I mean, for us to say love,
well, emotions are
go ahead.
different. So you're trying to conflate. You're trying to conflate love, a chemical reaction, as somehow how we acquire knowledge. Love is something that we feel. It can inform us. Like if we have love for something, it can inform us of what we might think about that thing. But that's altogether different than like what we know. Like, do I know that I'm holding an orange right now? Yes, I know it just because I've biological senses telling me that I know it. But it's not because there's like oxytocin or something flowing in my brain right now telling me that. These are kind of separate biological processes. So like, and all animals have them.
Well, give me your definition of feel, because you said if you're just made up of chemicals, they have no process. I mean, no actual purpose other than randomness, pointed towards survival off of I guess no direction given. But you're saying feeling. So give me your definition of what feeling is. Where does that derive from? Is that in your head with the chemicals where you're trying to understand feelings?
Yeah. So
or what is?
So there's two ways we use feelings in modern English. One is to talk about our actual physical touch, like feeling something. And the other talks about like an emotional state, like a way that we feel internally.
Okay, so you're internalizing. You have internalized, and that's a chemical reaction that's causing that internal feeling. You believe?
Which is why we can just adjust the chemical mixtures ever so slightly and adjust what we're feeling. The chemicals are what's causing it.
By the way, I don't think those things are random, Thomas. Those things are like cause and effect, right? We're responding to stimuli around us, or we're feeling actual things in our, physical, around us. These aren't random processes.
Well, but isn't that where you derived from, random processes? So how did order come out of random processes? For what purpose and by directed by whom? Or
it's
what
not
force?
Directed by anybody. It's just the way that physics works. So, for example, water molecules can only bond in a certain number of ways. They can't bond to each other in an infinite number of ways. So, which is why when water crystallizes in the form of a snowflake, like they always have the same number of arms because of the way that water crystallizes. So, just because of the way the physical universe works at the atomic level, that's going to dictate how things form bonds, whether something forms a bond that looks like a pattern or looks random.
And so who's driving that decision-making process?
It's not a decision-making
process. So that's what I'm saying. So it's random. So if we move from love, let's go into justice. We move from love.
What does justice have to do with physical bonds?
Because we're talking about something that you can't test. Do you believe in justice?
I do. I don't think you do if you're a Christian.
Well, so give me your definition. What is justice and where does it derive from?
Justice isn't derived from anything. Justice is an idea. And the idea of justice is that there's some sort of fairness at play, meaning it would be unjust if a person who committed no crime received a punishment for that crime. And it would be just for a person committing a crime to receive a punishment for it. That's kind of like the idea of justice, meaning that there's some sort of fair action at play.
Yeah, exactly. But so you're the arbiter of that. So each individual mess of chemicals in their brain decides their own justice, or how does this get derived that we share a similar justice system or justice belief?
So the way you carry out justice is different than the idea of justice. The idea of justice we agree on because we're all using the same definition. The definition is just that you're receiving fairness. Now, what is fair is a different question. Like you might say, it's not actually fair that a person who commits a crime should receive this type of a punishment. Maybe they should receive a different type of punishment. But the idea of justice is still the same. It's that there's a fairness across different activities. So, for example, I think all people would agree, if I did not commit a crime, it would never be just for me to be punished for a crime that I didn't commit, right?
Yeah, and who's the lawgiver to say what a crime is?
again, the lawgiver is going to be us, but I'm not asking you about whether or not you like particular laws. I'm asking you about what the idea of justice means. Would we agree that justice would not be served if I was punished for a crime that I never committed?
Yeah, no, yes, we agree upon that. What I'm trying to derive, my point being is where do you derive this inner justice from? You're talking about feelings. We went from
It's
love
an
as a
idea.
feeling, and okay, and so these ideas that are in your chemically induced brain, so there's chemicals that randomly form to make your thought process, right?
No, they weren't random.
And
so you keep using the word random like it means something, but it's not really what any of us are saying.
And I think Justin
so you're saying they're orchestrated.
I think Justin also sort of like was separating this idea of like feeling and emotion from critical thought and rationality, right? Because there could be some times where you're like, I feel like I want this person to be destroyed for something that they did. But, you know, if I think about it rationally, it may not be just for that to happen. Right? Or that may not be the right thing. So sometimes our feelings betray us a little bit. And so we have to think of things rationally. And of course,
I was going to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Joel, for you're saying rational. I was actually going to jump to logic because logic's another thing that we can't see and test, right? Well, exactly.
Yeah,
but
why not just jump from one failed argument down there?
But Thomas, can I just say, what you're doing with this Gish Gallop, which is super fun, is like just looking for where our ability to answer a question of reality, where that fails. And then you're going to go, ha ha ha, see if you can't answer that, if you don't have an answer for this, what is love? What is logic? Then God must do it. That's just, you're just doing, like, you're just mining for God of the Gapes right now.
Well, not really. So almost though. I mean, you're trying to track with me, but actually your question, it says your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is you're making the preference and I'm showing that you can't test or see love, justice, or logic. These are different. How can we? Who when you have a tester, right? You have if you have a test, then you have an answer sheet. Somebody gives the answer sheet. If you're given a test, the teacher has the answer sheet.
That's not what that means. No, not every test means that you get an answer sheet. So when we test for love, we're looking inside of a human being and seeing what the chemical reactions are, which is why, again, there are like lots of people who don't actually experience love because their chemical makeup is different and such that they can't really experience it. And we can detect that. We can see people that, hey, these guys don't really experience the same range of emotions that somebody else does. And then, golly gee, we look inside of their chemical makeup, and it turns out that that is the case from their chemicals as well, which is why we give people controlled substances to kind of correct some of these imbalances.
So the love part goes with the justice. And so when you're saying, is there a chemical imbalance for somebody measuring justice based on logic?
Justice isn't a chemical inside your head. Justice is an idea, just like the word blue is an idea. It's not that you can test inside of someone's brain for the word blue, although you can, when somebody's thinking about something, do brain scans and see what they're actually thinking about. That's why Neuralink actually works. But justice is different. Justice is a concept. Love is a chemical reaction.
So that's why I jumped from that, because you're saying it's an idea. So is an idea just also, wouldn't that be a chemical reaction? Where do ideas derive from? If you're claiming your brain is made up of chemicals from random processes, which I believe you believe, with no ultimate purpose. I mean, what is their purpose and who's driving that purpose if you do believe there's a purpose?
So again, the purposes of what? So the reason why biological organisms
the purpose
exist
of you
is not
having an
because
idea.
The reason why biological organisms exist is not because somebody purposed them. It just happens to be a result of the universe that we live in. And there's no reason to think that there's like a greater purpose. In fact, like the planet that we're on is going to be completely annihilated one day.
Well, except for if we're doing shared purpose, like or shared experiences, because like you said, we'd all agree on certain things. That justice, we'd say, yes, it's unjust for you to be prosecuted for a crime you didn't commit. These are things we agree upon. But if you want to use that preference, then I would use a preference.
We do agree.
You don't think we do agree? Well, you'd said that.
I would agree on that, but I don't know that you would.
Well, I think Joel and Chet and I all agree, but I don't think Thomas does. So I think Thomas would say that there are occasions where it is okay to punish somebody for crimes they've never committed.
Yeah, if you agree, that'll be completely random.
Yeah, no, I would definitely disagree. I'd say we disagree on the levels of justice, on what you, so the idea you come up with, you said justice is an idea. That's the way you labeled it. Our ideas of what is just we would disagree on. I agree with that. Right?
Right. Okay. So in your idea of justice, you would say that sometimes it is okay to punish people for crimes they never committed.
Well, so I think I know where you're going with that.
Like just almost randomly judging people, children that did nothing, just completely random.
Right, but okay, so there's my basis then. So isn't the world that you believe in, there is no justice then? Because
again, I'm still actually just waiting for you to answer the question, my man. Do you agree or disagree on whether or not it's just to punish humans for crimes they never committed?
No, it would be unjust.
In every occasion.
Well, this is where you're saying, let me give you an example because I know where you're kind of going with this. So if I have a child and I don't feed the child,
I'm not talking about consequences. Nope, wrong. I'm not talking about consequences. I'm talking about punishments.
Yeah, punishments are derived. See, if you're given
punishments and consequences aren't the same. A consequence is like if I drop this pen, the consequence is that it falls down. A punishment says, hey, somebody did a thing and I'm going to react to it. I'm going to make a decision with my brain. I'm going to react to it. So, for example, if you did a thing and I then said, okay, well, I'm going to go to your third cousin and punish them for the thing that you did. That's not a consequence. That's a punishment that I decided. It wasn't inevitable. It was a decision.
So if it goes both ways, so that same thing, if a father gets good food and it eats healthy, then his offspring are going to be more healthy, right?
Yes, but that's a consequence. That's a consequence, and I'm not talking about consequences. I'm talking about punishments. Do you agree that consequences and punishments are different?
So let's listen now. So is it a punishment if the guy doesn't eat as good and his offspring isn't as healthy?
Actually, Thomas, let me ask you, that's a great question. Let me ask you this real quick. If you broke into my house and you were attacking me, and in self-defense, I had to unalive you, right? I had to end your life just because I had to save myself. And then I run outside and I notice you've got your car in my driveway. And I look in the car and I see there's a little baby sitting in the car seat, in the back seat. You had brought your baby to this break and enter or something, home invasion. Would it be just for me to make the decision to unalive your child in that moment for you attacking me?
Well, thank you for bringing it up, because exactly what's going to happen to my child now that I'm unalived? Is my child going to pay the consequences?
Foster care.
Right?
So would it be just for me to kill the kid?
So my offspring is paying for my decisions. So if that's justice,
yeah, but would it be just
for my decisions
for Joel to murder your baby after he got done with you?
Well, you see, the justice overplays. It was just for Joel to unalive me because he was saving his own life.
We're talking about your child.
Exactly. So it was
I'm
just
safe and
Joel.
sound now. I just see the kid there, and I'm just like, you know what? I hate that guy.
You guys are almost there, though. Listen to the point. So it was just for you to unalive me.
And we're not almost there. We're just asking you to say yes or no.
Yeah, because you want to box me and you don't want to hear the truth. So I'm going to answer it.
We want to hear the answer. So the question is yes, no, or maybe neither, right? Would it be just for Joel to then go outside and then... No, well, I've never lost against you. You've called in like 10 times.
Yes, you have. You're going to talk over me because...
You've never come remotely close to doing anything that is going to be like a defensible argument. And every time that you don't want to answer a question, you talk over me. I'm not talking over you. You were talking over me. So again, I'm just waiting for you to answer Joel's question. Would it be just for Joel to then go and cap your child?
Okay, now that I didn't talk over you, if we each get a minute, that'd be awesome. Because most of the time you drop me, we haven't talked in years. Because every time we've talked, you've had to
I've
run.
never dropped you.
Yes, you have. You've not pulled me up and you say,
You're capping for Christ is what you're doing. So
Yeah,
this is called obfuscating, and it's first of all you're lying, and second of all, it
and
doesn't
I know
answer
you
the
don't want to talk
question.
because you don't want everybody in your life to know. So I'm stating facts
Still
and they can
waiting,
watch.
still waiting for you to answer the question.
So hopefully you let me.
Is it a yes or no?
I think a good deal, Thomas. I think a good deal would be to be like, is it just? And then the answer is yes or no. You can go, yes, it's just because, and then I think Justin, you'll let him go off. Like if there's a yes or no, and then there's a because.
So it wouldn't be just for Joel to unalive my baby.
If he gives me an answer, he's more than welcome to explain his answer, but he's got to answer it. So it wouldn't be just, and why?
Because the baby, he was justified in unaliving me to protect his own life.
Mm-hmm.
He would not be justified in unaliving the baby, and
why?
We all observe that.
Yeah, I'm asking why though.
Because he wasn't protecting his life, and the baby wasn't a threat to him.
And the baby didn't do anything wrong.
Correct.
Okay.
Now,
so would that be true in all cases where a baby?
Now you said you'd let me. Now, everybody heard you'd say you'd let me explain. Are you going to let me explain?
I did you not just explain
Everybody
why
watch.
the baby? Did you not just explain?
Let me talk. Even Joel said you'd let me talk.
I thought that was the explanation.
That was the explanation. This is why like Thomas gets like kicked from so many lives, and he's confusing my live stream. He hasn't been here in like 2 years. I've never kicked Thomas. So you did explain. I asked you to explain why it would be wrong to execute the baby. So if you have another explanation, I don't know what the explanation's for. What are you trying to explain now?
All right. So now this is where justice spills over. Joel was justified in unaliving me to protect his life. And with his with his justified action, my baby also pays the consequences unjustly.
Getting murdered. And it would be called injustice. Okay, so
remove that.
So that's the point we're trying to make, is that
you
the
notice
murdering
people
of
won't let me finish. He said you don't talk over.
I don't need you to finish because
so you can talk.
You shut up
because you're scared and you run.
Thomas, we're all on the same page here. Like, if I were to kill your child, that would be unjust. And if I don't kill your child and your child suffers because they lost their father, that would also be unjust or unfair to that child, right?
Thank you.
Everything that happens to that child is unjust because of the decisions that you made. But we're talking about the active decision that I'm making.
Yeah,
right? There's a reason for that.
There we go. And the point that we're making is that there's a difference. There's a difference between that baby suffering because you did something stupid versus what Joel did. So that baby might suffer no matter what because you did something stupid. But the thing that Joel did was not a natural consequence of the thing that you did. That was a decision that Joel made. And those are two different things. See, one is a punishment. Joel thought to punish your child. And one would just be a natural outflow of the stupidity that you caused. Maybe your child might end up going into foster care or something. That'd just be a consequence of the situation. So I'm talking about what Joel's talking about. Is it fair to murder somebody or to execute somebody or to punish somebody for a crime that they did not commit?
So we all agree from our human perspective that it does not seem fair.
I didn't ask you about human perspective.
Well, from your brain chemical perspective.
Well, just the math. Just the math on it. It's not fair.
Correct.
Because this child is suffering undeservedly. Right?
Because of what? Why is this child suffering?
Because of someone else's decisions in this case.
Thank you. So,
namely Joel's.
All through the Bible, and where you guys want to go with this, all through the Bible.
You don't know where we're going with this.
Do innocent people? Well, I'll go there for you. Is why does God punish?
Let me make
people
your argument. Let me make your argument for you.
Come on, yeah, sir.
Let me give your argument for you without even hearing it.
I'll set up something that I can defeat really easily for you. I don't mind.
Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, give me your argument. Let's roll. Okay, I'll take back the pro there because you're correct. But my overall thing is if we go from a biblical perspective, free will or free choice making, then your free choice making, then your offspring and those below you that you have authority over also pay for the consequences for
I'm sure that's the case.
It was
and that
just
has
for
nothing
Joel,
to do
right?
with what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Thomas,
well,
you keep trying to get ahead of an argument you don't even know that's being made yet. How could you possibly respond to my argument not knowing what it is?
Well, isn't your argument that God's not just because he punishes people that are innocent? Or is that not it?
That's going to be it. And you keep trying to guess
Thank
what
you.
verse I'm going to go to.
I guessed.
And you're not going to guess it.
I guessed right. Win.
Yeah,
Ding,
but Thomas,
ding,
by
ding.
the way, Thomas, you're doing like this quote unquote natural eventuality, natural consequences, which by the way are unjust. We could cook you on that too, but I think Justin wants to go a little bit more proactively with God.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, it's actually not even difficult. So I don't believe you and I could be wrong. I don't believe that you and I have probably covered 2 Samuel chapter 12 or Deuteronomy 22. I could be wrong, but you probably know what happened after David and Bathsheba got found out, yeah?
Yes.
Sure. There were 2 punishments handed down. Do you remember them?
Yes, his child was unalived.
And then what else?
First he was sick.
And then?
I don't know. He was unalive.
And then
he was sick.
Then David's wives got punished too. Did you not read that part?
No, what do you mean they got punished?
Yep. The prophet says, "For God, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house." That's going to be Absalom. "And I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did this in secret, but I would do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." So God says, because you committed adultery with Bathsheba, I'm going to have your wives taken. And if you read the rest of the story, they are taken. They're taken by Absalom when Absalom forces his father out of the palace. And then he takes the women to the top of the palace and sleeps with them in broad daylight to solidify his force, pretending to be the new king after he ran a coup against his own father. So the punishment is that David's household is going to be at war, and part of that war is that this man is going to sexually assault your wives.
Yes, and that's exactly the same scenario we were just talking about. That if you have the authority, so God holds the head of the household, and just like he did, Eve was the first one to eat the fruit, right? But it was when Adam ate it, it's the man and the head of the household and those under his authority, that when God does his justice and is disciplining David, then it hurts those that are under his authority, and that is justified.
Let me ask you a question. Who's raising up the trouble?
Who's raising up the trouble? I will raise up trouble against you. The Lord, yeah.
Oh, so this is not a natural consequence. This is something that God made a decision to do. So this isn't akin to your child going to foster home because you died in a crime. This is akin to Joel shooting the child because this is a decision that God has made to punish the women for the crimes of the husband.
Oh, for sure. And it's still
then
in the
we
New
agree.
Testament
Then it'd be unfair.
So
thanks for letting us know that your God isn't just, that he gives unfair punishments because he punishes people for crimes he never could. No, you admitted it. You walked right into it.
Not at all. How did I admit that?
Because you just said it would be unjust for Joel to cap your child because it wasn't a natural consequence. It was a decision that Joel made to punish. And this is exactly the same. God decided to punish David by having the wife sexually assaulted.
Yes, because they're under his authority. And that's
It doesn't matter. Did God need to have the wives raped?
So you're like you guys like yourself to do.
It's crazy that you won't say yes or no. Did God need to have those women sexually assaulted?
Probably didn't need to, but that's what he chose to do for the punishment.
Then that
right?
means it's a decision. Not even a necessary decision. It's just a decision that God made. So you're saying that there are occasions. No, that's your claim. You just said it. So what that means,
you said not necessary.
You just said that God chose it.
What's necessary, not you.
No, wrong again. The word necessary means it couldn't be any other way, and you just said it could be another way, which means definitionally speaking, it's unnecessary. That's just how words work. So if it could be another way, and God chose this way, that means by definition it's unnecessary, meaning he didn't have to do it this way. He chose to do it this way. So what that means is that sometimes you think it is okay for women to be sexually assaulted for crimes that they never committed.
That's where you're wrong, and I'll explain it to you.
Sure.
I don't put myself in the position of God like you did. You're claiming to know what's necessary and unnecessary.
Well, do you agree or disagree with my statement?
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with what you're saying is necessary and not necessary.
But okay, Thomas,
I don't put myself in the place of God like you are. You're putting yourself in the place of God.
I think you're adding in a variable here that's unnecessary, right? So the only variables you need are the women deserving or not deserving of the punishment? And I think we all agree that they're not deserving because they didn't do something to deserve it. And you just adding in there that like, oh, well, but God might think it's necessary doesn't fix that, right? We are disagreeing, like we already kind of as Justin prophesied, that we don't have the same idea of justice here. Ours is, well, the math has to add up. People who are deserving should be have the consequences for what they deserve. And yours is might makes right.
So
that's
this
not justice.
Actually, what you guys are describing is actually the gospel in a nutshell. Because in order to have free agent,
what?
In order
I
to
have no idea.
Free will and justice, you are able to enact your decisions. You enact, and other people pay the consequences of your choices. And that's what the Bible started with. We're by Adam, one man, sin entered the world. That's why we are all sinners and separated from God.
This has nothing to do with this fairness.
This exactly does. You know what it is? Because this same God unfairly went to the cross and was unjustly brutalized.
He didn't have to do any of that.
Exactly, you're right.
So again,
he made the choice to, right?
He made a dumb choice to that nobody asked him to do and nobody needed him to do. He could have literally just forgiven people. That's like if my child sins against me. If my child sins against me and I go and flagellate myself in the house and draw blood and bleed all over everything and say, I'm doing this for you because I love you. That's not fucking justice. That's just me being a goon.
Thomas, without
he
saying,
gave you the chemicals in your brain to make that idea up in your head.
Thomas, without you saying because God says so, can you explain how it is just for David's wives to be raped? Without saying, well, God said so.
Yes. In the exact same way that if he was lazy and didn't go to work and provide for them, they'd be unjustly starved because their man wasn't taking care of them or providing for them.
That's not the same thing, Thomas. We already went over this. So I'm going to ask that you actually fucking listen this time. This is why you probably didn't call in for the last 2 years. It's because you're not capable of listening. So we'll try this again. We've already detailed how this is not a natural consequence. This is God acting something out. He's saying, here's something I'm going to do as a punishment. That's different than saying, hey, you did something bad and now you just have to live with those consequences. And those consequences are maybe people are going to think bad of you because you committed adultery. That's a consequence that would happen naturally. This is not one of those things. This is God saying, you did something wrong. Here's what I'm going to do about it in response. That's why we spent the last 15 minutes framing this with Joel's excellent analogy to help you understand that this isn't a natural outflow of consequences. This is a decision that God made, a decision that you've already said wasn't required. It was just something he decided to do.
Okay, so this is where we disagree. This is a natural consequence of the decisions.
So God didn't do it then.
Because even in the New Testament, the wages of sin is death. The only reason
that
you're
has
living is by
nothing to do
God's
with what
mercy.
we're talking right now. Did
So
God cause this to happen or not?
I'm telling you, the natural consequences
Did
of sin
God
is
cause
death.
this to happen, or did
And
nature do
anything
this?
that's in our lives, every breath
Did
we take is
God
a
set the
blessing from Him.
consequence for sin?
And so He withholds death for a time.
Just
I'm
fucking
explaining
stop.
it to you. You don't.
This has nothing to
Everyone
do
heard
with
the
death.
gospel, asshat.
You won't even let.
We're talking about punishments. No one cares to hear you preach. This is why people kick you off their platform. No one, listen, we've been hearing the gospel since we were fucking 12. We don't care. So this is not about the gospel. This is about whether or not it's fair to make a decision to harm women because a crime was committed that they had nothing to do with. That's what's happening right now. Is it fair to hurt somebody for a crime that their significant other did that they had nothing to do with? It's just a yes or no.
So you want me to just answer yes or no? And if I start getting some truth to you, you have to cry because you heard the gospel too many times since you were 12.
It's not truth, it's stupidity because it doesn't actually answer any questions. All it does is demonstrate that you're incapable of actually staying on track. So again,
it demonstrates you talk over me and you run because you don't want to hear the truth.
Thomas,
no one's running from you.
If the passage
well, let me have 1 minute and talk. If you let me have, let's
Thomas. No one's going to let you
30
preach.
seconds without you.
No one's going to let you preach.
Preaching.
It'll never happen here.
Yeah,
Thomas, hold on.
Preaching is truth.
Pause.
And actually saying the word that you're running.
Thomas,
go ahead, Joel.
If it said, "Thus says the Lord," because you have done this thing, in 80 years or 40 years, your wives will pass away of old age, you might have a point, because the wages of sin is death. So these people had death coming for them, right? But that's not what's happening here. They're having something different happen to them that wouldn't have happened otherwise, potentially. And the Lord is saying, I'm doing this. This is him actively causing this to happen. So who cares about the wages of death? I don't know who you think you're convincing. I don't even think you're convinced by this stupid argument.
It's the perspective. Your guys' perspective is that there's natural consequences of things and you're okay with them. The natural consequences of sin is death. And,
but again, this is death. This is rape.
And so, yeah. So listen. So you can't control.
So address the rape,
sin, which is death. That's what I'm telling you.
Address the rape.
So anything that is good in life and what we actually have,
rape, Thomas.
Why will you not let me talk? Why is it so hard?
Because I want you to.
You're not on point.
You're not on point. You're not addressing the topic.
For them to even be alive and not.
No one's asking you about life. Great, God can fucking kill them. We're not asking about that. We're asking about being raped. Is it okay for women to be raped as a punishment for a crime they never committed?
So we all agree that in our perspective, no, we should not be raped for crime they didn't
okay.
commit.
So in our perspective, it's not okay. And why is it not okay?
Because we have the perspective of us enacting justice
there
or
you
not
go.
justice.
So
we have our idea of justice, right?
Then you agree that your idea of justice doesn't match God's.
So this is where you're missing. The reason why
your
mine
idea of justice
is
match
because
God's?
Will you let me talk? You notice everybody, he won't let me talk because he's really scared of what
I'm asking you to actually answer the question. Nobody's scared of you. You're a buffoon. We're wanting to keep you on point because you've got adult ADHD and you're unmedicated.
So you go to insults because you're losing.
No one's losing here. You're just getting cooked alive. Everyone can see it.
No, getting cooked. Okay, so you're saying what's natural. You're making the claim that you know what's the natural consequence of things. And you're being the judge and the own ideas that you make up in your chemical head.
It's just basic definitions.
I'm explaining to you from a biblical perspective.
The book tells you that
the natural consequences of sin is.
This is so dumb, man. If the story was that David decided to build the palace in a bunch of trees, and so his wives fell out of the palace and broke their legs or died, then we'd be like, wow, that's a natural consequence of building your palace in a bunch of trees. You know, if the text even said that David did the thing that he did and it upset a bunch of other men and they came and got him back by raping his wives, we'd be like, well, fuck, man, those guys got angry, but God wasn't really involved in that. But in this story, it says, I will do that. The Lord says, I will do that. This isn't a natural consequence. This is the Lord taking credit for it. And now you want to steal that from him.
Where you guys are missing is the law demanded death for adultery already, and so
but they didn't commit adultery.
They're
yes, they did.
innocent.
Bathsheba,
They are
and
innocent.
The women that are being assaulted haven't committed the crime.
yes, I understand this. What I'm saying is still you don't understand where we're differing is what you're saying a natural consequence of, because God allowed a consequence that
He didn't say allow.
Felt justified it. That
he didn't say allow. Thomas, quit lying. He says he's causing it. I will raise up trouble against you, and I will take your wives. He's taking credit for it. He says, I'm causing it to happen. So this is not a natural consequence. It's not something he's allowing. It's something he's causing. Is God a liar?
I'm telling you. So this is the perspective, is when you put yourself as God.
You didn't tell me. I just asked you, is God a liar?
No, he's not.
Okay, so then if God says I'm causing it, it just means he's causing it, right?
Yes, he allowed the consequences.
Does it say allow or does it say cause?
Cause, you can look up the Hebrew word for it.
Thomas, does it say I will take? Does it say I will take the women, or does it say I will allow somebody to take the women, or I will allow them to go? It says the first one, right? I will take the women.
Yes, and part of this is from God's perspective. You remember when they said eye for an eye? David took another man's wife, so then his wives were taken. Right?
So if you commit adultery, it's okay for 10 of your wives to be raped?
Well, there you go. You're missing the blessing. For David to have 10 wives,
it's a blessing to be raped
like that. and then why
Thomas,
is his
you're not thinking about
justified?
the wives.
This is embarrassing,
you moron. Like you have no humanity.
No, exactly, because the wives are under the head of the household, especially the king.
If you committed,
he's held to a higher standard.
If you committed adultery, if you committed adultery, then would it be okay if God had your wife raped because you committed adultery?
Well, in his mind, then if that's what it is, it'd seem unfair to her, right? We don't like that, but I'm not going to put myself as God like you do. It would
be unfair to her then, yes or no?
Yeah, for my stupid decision. Okay. She's going to pay for my decision, right?
No, she doesn't have to pay. That, free will. Again, Thomas, fucking listen, okay? We're talking about punishments. Just because you commit adultery doesn't mean she has to be raped. That's what we're doing here. Every single time you say it's some sort of natural consequence, I'm going to fucking correct you, okay? If God says, this is my decision to punish, and my punishment is that your wife will get raped, is that fair to the woman?
I think you keep muting me whenever I get a point there.
I'm muting you because you're not answering the question and you keep saying stupid stuff. Again, if God decided, just stop talking. We could have been done by now if you quit saying stupid things.
I don't want to be done. This is a good time, but you don't let me talk because you don't like.
Because you're an idiot and you won't answer questions or stay on task. So again, we'll try this again. It's not hard. Is it
I'm not
fair?
Your task.
Is it fair for your wife to be raped as a decision, not a consequence, as a decision to punish? So we'll just even say a judge did it. You commit adultery. Say adultery is not legal in this country. Would it be fair for then the judge to say, because you committed adultery, I'm going to hand your wife over to get raped? Would that be fair to her?
So now in the same context, if I'm married
no one heard you. We're waiting for a yes or no.
And she's because I'm unalive because I committed adultery.
Nobody heard you.
From her perspective, no, and from my perspective, no. Just is it fair for her to go hungry because I don't get a job?
From the human, that's not the same fucking thing. God damn it! You might be the dumbest. You might be the dumbest motherfucker we're going to talk to all night. Try to pay attention and focus. We've said it 10 times. There's a difference between the natural outflow of consequences and decisions that people make. The first decision and the second decision. The second decision is the reaction to the first decision. Now, it might be that the first decision has consequences that have nothing to do with the reactionary decision. The reactionary decision is a punishment. We're asking about the punishment, not the chain reaction from the initial decision. There are two different decisions. If the chain reaction is that the child starves because the dad didn't feed it, that's different. If the chain reaction ends with the child being alive and then someone comes by later and then kills the child, that's not a natural reaction. That's a decision that someone made. We're talking about decisions. It's crazy that you can't figure this out. So we'll try this again. Would it be fair in any world if you committed adultery and God decided, meaning he made a decision in his head, to punish you, and that punishment is going to have your wife raped? Would that be fair?
So what you're missing here is every kingdom, just like now,
So again, it's going to be a yes or no. I'm not going to let you yap. Until you say yes or no, you're not going to say another fucking word, Thomas.
Yeah, because if we each had 30 seconds, you'd be cooked. And
it's a yes or no. If you wouldn't like evasively answer questions and preach, you could talk all you want. In fact, everyone knows that if someone comes up on my live stream and they're talking in good faith, I let them yap endlessly. There are people that literally get mad at me in my own audience for letting people yap because they're nice and I'm being nice back to them. You're not that. You're a fucking idiot that won't answer questions. So try to pay attention and answer the question.
I've been very nice to you. You've called me names, and because you won't let me talk.
So here comes the crying. I want you to answer. I want you to answer the question rather than saying things that are irrelevant to the actual topic. So pay attention and answer the question.
David was held to a higher standard.
I didn't ask you about David. I asked you about you. All right? So pay attention. If you commit adultery, would it be fair for God to then punish you by having your wife raped as a reaction? Yes or no?
I already said no, and I was going to explain to you why it's different in David's circumstance.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you why it was different. We're not even there yet. See, you keep trying to take control over the conversation, and you'll never let it happen because you're not actually tracking. You're like in a daze right now, trying to like figure out how you're not going to drown in this conversation after you're already drowning. So rather than trying to figure out where this is going and take control over it, just participate in the conversation, answer yes or no questions with actual yeses and nos, and then I won't have to mute you and redirect you. So try this again. The answer is no. You think it would be unfair for your wife to get raped if you committed a crime. Why would that be wrong?
Okay, so now can I ask you a bunch of questions and only you can say yes or no? Would you ever do that? No, because you're too weak and scared and you could never do it. You'd lose and you know it. If you didn't have a mute, you'd freaking lose.
Thomas, you dumb motherfucker, you came in asking questions that we were answering. That's how this started.
That's true. We spent
That's literally how the conversation started, is you wasting time asking dumb questions that got nowhere. So you already had your chance to ask dumb questions and we let you do it. Now that we're asking you questions, you fucking fold like a lawn chair. So try to pay attention here, Thomas. No. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked you just 10 seconds ago.
Not me, because he loses.
Why would it be wrong for God to have your wife raped if you committed adultery? That's the question. You can unmute yourself.
He's muting me as fast as I can unmute everybody because he's trying to make it look like I will never run from Justin. He's going to hang up
because I need you to answer the question, and you won't be kicked here tonight. I'll stay till fucking 6 a.m. until you cry like a baby and run. So again, you're going to answer the question or you're going to stay muted.
I will outlast you any day, Justin, and you would never answer yes or no questions
certainly won't.
Ever because you're too weak.
I already did.
You're way too weak.
Already did. Quit trying to answer the question. Answer the question.
I will. Let's do it.
Answer the question.
I'll answer 5 and then you answer 5 of mine.
Answer the question.
If you don't
answer the question,
the mute button to cry and hide behind, you'd never make it, buddy.
We would have been done already. You would have been done. This conversation would have been done already if you could pay attention. We're literally on the same point I started 20 minutes ago. It's a 1-point conversation. It's whether or not this is a fair punishment, and you can't get through it because you can't fucking focus. So again, when we finish this conversation, you can ask any dumb question you want, just like you did at the beginning of this conversation. But we're never going to get there until you pay attention and answer questions. So again, why would it be wrong if you committed adultery to have your wife raped as a punishment? You said it would be wrong. I need to know why.
Because in our perspective, my wife didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so it's unjust. It's unfair for someone to then get punished for a crime they didn't commit. We agree, right?
If I'm the judge, yes.
Okay.
And
Now,
if Justin's the judge.
Is God's justice different than ours?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why do you agree with a form of justice that's not God's justice?
Because I'm not God.
I'm not asking you for God. I'm asking, why do you disagree? Because if we're not God and God's form of justice is obviously superior, then we should conform to his form of justice.
And this is why, because I'm not God, but yet I look at life, and so does he, as a blessing. Because we've already are separated by sin, the natural consequence is death.
Thomas, no one cares. We're talking about rape right now. Try to focus. We're talking about rape. No one here is complaining about death. We're talking about rape,
death, beatings, pain.
So again,
hurting,
I'm asking you, if God's definition of justice is different than ours, then should we not adopt his definition?
I accept his definition.
Is it better than ours?
I believe it's better than ours.
Then should we not adopt his definition of justice?
I let him perform the justice, not me.
Didn't answer my question. Should we adopt God's justice if it's better than ours?
No, we're not to enact justice. He is.
I didn't say vengeance. I said justice. Should we enact God's preferred form of justice?
No, he's the arbiter of initiating and performing the justice.
So we should have a different set of morals than God then.
Yes, and he tells us so.
We should never do things that are unfair, but God should do things that are unfair.
They're unfair in your eyes, but not his.
No, they're unfair in all definitions. You already said that it's unfair to punish somebody for crimes they didn't commit.
Well, no.
So it's unfair in your eyes.
He holds David to a higher standard.
So what you're saying, it doesn't matter if it's David. It doesn't matter who. It doesn't fucking matter. The women didn't do anything, asshole. It doesn't matter. The women didn't do anything.
But they're under his authority.
Thomas.
And by being under his authority, they pay for the consequences of his sin.
This authority,
and I know you don't like that.
Hold on, Thomas. This authority point, this is obviously like arbitrary. God decided, in your view, that, I'm going to make it so that people under a certain person's authority gets punished for what the person they're under does. So you think that that's good because you think God is good. So if you had done some sort of adultery or something, whatever the crime might be, and then you came home and you saw somebody actively raping your wife, would you say, I guess that's a good thing?
No, and I still...
She'd be screaming out, telling you to stop, and would you be like, this is a good thing, honey, God wants it?
I agree, but all through the Bible, even when Korah and all them went against Moses, God opened up the earth and he took their whole families, women, child, everybody in their tent.
This is the whole point, Thomas.
It's all through the Bible. And no, do I like it? And I've struggled as Christians.
Yeah, because it's unfair.
Struggle with this.
You won't like it. Thomas,
It seems very unfair.
You won't like it. You won't
I
like
agree.
it. Thomas,
from our perspective, but when you look at the overall...
Thomas, hold on.
Thomas needs to sober up.
I understand you won't like it intellectually and maybe even hopefully emotionally, but you would think it's good though, right? When you're watching her be raped, you think it's good, right? Because God orchestrated it. You'd think this is just and good. I don't like it, but it's just and good.
No.
All right, well then you're living with cognitive dissonance.
Not at all.
And
but
he's a
I
liar.
understand and give God his authority.
This is a contradiction.
What you guys don't want to give God,
it's a
I
direct
understand, but I'm
contradiction.
giving you the bigger perspective.
No, you're
What's the
giving us
contradiction,
stupidity. The contradiction is
What's
that
the contradiction?
You said that definitionally speaking, it's unfair to do that, and then now you're saying it's actually fair when God does it, which means
you're saying God is good and perfect. God's making a good decision, so what God does is good, and then I'm not going to think it's good.
What I said is I accept his authority, and I can see that he holds the king of Israel to a higher standard, and I also see that if you sin,
what about a higher standard has to do with innocent people getting punished? Again, that doesn't matter.
Well, that's
if the president of the United States
pay the consequences for everything.
Thomas, no, they don't. If the president of the United States commits a crime, should we then punish his family because he has more authority? Should we punish Melania if he steals something?
So, if the president of the United States decides to go to war, do our gas prices go
didn't
up?
Fucking
and we pay
say
for that,
didn't fucking
no?
say that. That's
Or
not
do
a
they?
punishment. That's not a fucking punishment.
Are we not? And
Thomas,
wouldn't Iran say, "Oh, it's justified because their prices are going up"?
Hey, pay the fucking
They would
attention.
feel
We're
it's
talking
justified
about
from
crimes
their
and
perspective.
punishments. We're talking about crimes and punishments. Pay
I
attention.
know you like to talk over me. Everybody in the chat, you can see it doesn't let me.
Thomas, there's like two different levels here. One is that like God is actively making this bad thing happen, but the one you're describing isn't much better because that's still God. He still made that system. So it's still unfair. So you pointing at the quote unquote natural world that you believe is a supernaturally created world is also unjust. The natural processes are unjust. So you like reverting to that isn't winning.
Yeah, it's never going to win.
Okay, because you won't let me talk.
Not only is it not going to win, it doesn't actually address what we're talking about. None of us are talking about the natural outflow of consequences. Not once in this entire conversation have we ever complained or criticized the natural outflow of consequences. If I don't feed my child starves. If I create a war, hey, some people are going to die in that war. No one's talking about that shit. I'm saying if I commit an actual legal crime, would it be fair then to have an innocent party who didn't commit that crime to then be punished for it? And again, the example you gave doesn't make it better, because if in fact you kill on purpose innocent civilians in war, that's actually a war crime. If right now the Iranians, which I don't think they can, if they decided to blow up the entire New York City in response to what we've done, that's actually a war crime, because you're not supposed to kill civilians in war. That's what we've determined at this point in history, right? So again, even your example doesn't work. We're not talking about natural consequences. We're talking about decisions that are made in direct result as punishment for a crime committed. That's the context. Either you get it or you don't. It sounds like you don't get it.
Okay, now can I ask you some yes or no questions, or would that not be allowed, Justin? Could you do that?
Just before that, Thomas, hold on. Justin, thanks for having me.
I know you can't. We both know you
hold
can't do
on.
it.
Thomas,
You're
shut the
holding me
fuck
to a
up.
Hold on. I just want to say goodnight. Thanks for having me, Justin. I'm going to go to bed, but I appreciate the hangout.
It's good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming and chilling with me. I really appreciate it.
Good night, Joel.
Yeah, W, Joel. Okay. Well, Thomas never actually did concede. He just wants to move on. I'll take that as a concession. Don't worry. We all know that that you lost and conceded that point. What stupid questions do you have for me now?
Okay, so just let me talk and we can keep it calm.
I thought you had questions.
Yes, the Iranian leadership right now feels it's justified that us Americans are paying higher gas prices, and they're the ones that inflicted it by shutting the Strait of Hormuz, right? They shut it. Mm-hmm. And so from their perspective, it's justified in that we should be doing it. Now, from maybe the liberal side that didn't vote for Donald Trump, and it's unfair that they're having to pay higher gas prices to get to work.
You did vote for Trump, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Do you approve of this war?
You know, I don't know. I'm in the middle of it. I'm pretty much. It's fulfilling Bible prophecy, so I guess
it's not fulfilling any prophecy. So try again. You either do or don't support the war, or you don't know.
I do. They've been a tyrant for 48 years, and if we would have let them get weapons, which they keep saying, oh, they didn't have them, but then they said they did, and who knows? They needed to be. I wish presidents would have done it 20 years ago.
So only America is allowed to have weapons of mass destruction. Nobody else.
Well, if you think they're the greater good, would you rather Iran running the world or America?
I didn't say anything about anyone running the world. What I'm saying is they're a sovereign nation. We don't get to decide what other nations are allowed to do.
Well, they are when they threatened death to America and said they'd wipe us out if they had one.
We were the one. Well, they didn't say that. We were the ones that caused this to be a problem in the first place. They weren't our enemies until we invaded them sovereignly, like 50 years ago. So the reaction in the late 70s, the reason why they had the Muslim uprising was because of American intervention in their territories. They did that to get us the fuck out of there because we're in their country. Yeah, so it's not a surprise that they hate us. We did that to ourselves. Now, that being said, I don't think we want to waste time on politics tonight. You came to talk religion. My point is very clear here. What's happening with the women in all the situations we're talking about is not just a natural outflow. This is a punishment that is controllable, by the way.
Yeah, so what you're saying is God is wrong for punishing David by having the same thing happens to his wife, committing adultery, or them being.
What do you mean? Same thing. Is adultery and rape the same?
I mean, well, he took another man's wife, so another man took his wife's, right?
But is adultery and rape the same?
Standard. Do you think Bathsheba had a choice when the king summoned her?
I don't actually. I would consider it. I would consider it non-consensual because if you turn down the king, you threaten possibly losing your life for being banished. So then we agree. Then so we might actually agree on one thing here. What happened to Bathsheba actually could be considered rape, even though the Bible would probably consider it adultery.
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay, so you think if someone commits rape, it's okay to have their significant others raped in response? Then cool.
No, I believe that God does do, especially Old Testament, eye for an eye. So you took another man's wife.
That's
so
not how that works.
Take your wife
against her. Eye for an eye doesn't mean you can kill somebody not involved. So, for example, if I kill someone, I get killed, not my wives. That's not eye for an eye. If I end up stealing from somebody or taking money from somebody, then I have to pay it back, and maybe they can steal from me evenly. But they don't get to then rape my wives. So that's not how eye for an eye works, unless you think women are property. Do you think women are property?
So this is the distinction, Justin. The thing is
it's wild that you didn't say yes or no. Do you think that women are property? See, Thomas, this is why I keep cutting you off. I ask you very simple questions to clarify or to get clarification as to where you're at, what's in your head. And rather than giving me the clarifying answer, you just move on without answering it, which makes me have to cut you off and bring you back. So again, I'll ask you the same thing. Did you hear my question?
No, women are not property, in my opinion.
There you go. So then would it be justified to treat them like property by having them mishandled during an eye for an eye situation, like stealing a dinner plate?
No, and I don't think David wanted them to be mishandled.
I don't think he did. Right? That's irrelevant because God caused it.
And so when God is disciplining David, what hurts a man more than anything? Don't you think it hurt him? Like none other for his wife, for the same thing he did to somebody else, he got to feel it, right?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, it's very relevant.
It doesn't matter if this. No,
to you, it's irrelevant.
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking
relevant.
matter. It doesn't matter because just because it hurts David doesn't mean that the punishment's good. If you commit a crime and then as punishment the judge is like, hey, we're gonna flay your children alive. Yeah, that's gonna hurt you like shit. But it's still unfair because the children shouldn't be flayed alive because you did something stupid.
And from God's perspective, David took another man's wife, and he knew what that would feel like to David to have his wives taken. So it was a punishment to him. And unfortunately, when you have a household under you, just like Adam, all through the Bible has been consistent, we're all born in sin because of one man's decision. Is that fair?
Again, we're talking about rape.
I agree with you. Yeah, no, I'm talking about death, rape,
it's crazy.
Pain, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know why you keep talking about death. This entire conversation has been about rape. So, like, I
Because
realize
that's
that,
worse
like,
than
staying on point is difficult for you, but I'm going to keep keeping
it's
you
not.
on point.
I'm
We're
using
not talking
rape. You
about
like
death. We're
rape
talking
because it's
about rape.
sensational.
No, I like rape
Yes,
because
you
it
like rape
illustrates that
because it's
there's a difference.
sensationalized.
It illustrates that there's a difference
So,
between death and punishments while you're alive. They're not the same thing. So if you can actually track the
okay,
conversation, we can get through this a whole lot
is
faster.
rape? Let's do it. I got all night, man. I waited
Do you
to
think
get on
do you
with you,
think
so
the
I got as
death
long as you can
penalty
go.
is this? Do you think the death penalty is the same as like hard
Well,
labor?
let's stay on the The other reason
We
is you
are
ask question
we
after
are staying
question and
on
go to the next thing. No,
It's because you never
so
fucking answer
let's go back to
questions.
it. I answer them, then you jump to something else and say I never
I have
answered
to
questions. So
I have
let's
to
get back
pry
to
it
it.
out of you. I have to ask
And
you
you
the same
don't let
question
me
5
answer.
times.
And
If you
you
would just
don't let
answer
me
the
ask
question, we
you
could
any
actually
questions.
move to the end of the
Why can't I ask
conversation.
you any questions? You're
Because
not
we're
fair.
still trying to
So
get
can
you
you
to
ask
get to
me
the
one and
end
I
point
ask
of
you
the
one?
conversation.
We don't need to get to the end point. We're having a conversation. A
No,
conversation's
we do need to
give
get
and
to the
take.
end point because the
Do
goal
you
of this
ask me
conversation is
any
to get
question?
you to figure out whether or not it's fair to punish women for crimes they didn't commit. That's the end point of the conversation. Once we know your answer to this conversation, that's all we need. We could be done. If you would just answer these questions, we would have been done 20 minutes ago, and you keep going back and forth. So, don't stop it. I'm not asking you about God's perspective on death. I'm asking you, is there any world in which the definition of justice means that women who didn't commit the crime can justly be punished by rape for those crimes?
From our perspective, as I said,
Nope.
no.
Didn't
From God's perspective,
I didn't ask you about that.
how did I answer it?
I'm not asking about God's perspective. I didn't fucking ask
I'm
you about
elaborating.
I didn't I don't
I know you're not.
I don't need you to elaborate. You didn't answer the question. You're elaborating on a non-answer. I didn't ask you about your perspective. I didn't ask you about God's perspective. I'm asking you about all perspectives. That's why I said in any possible world. That includes all perspectives. That means our perspective, God's perspective, fucking Satan's perspective. I don't care. I'm asking you, in any possible world, does the definition of justice include women being raped for the crimes of their husband? Yes or no?
So that's what you're doing. Where there's a distinction, you're trying to say there isn't. And you can't
I didn't
do
say
that just because you make it up in your head.
So again, you're not going to answer the question.
I already did. I said from our perspective, no.
I didn't fucking ask you about our perspective. I'm asking you about all perspective. So if I asked you,
and they're
hey,
not all
are all flowers red? You'd be like, no, all flowers aren't red. What if I said, is this flower in my hand red? You're like, oh, that flower is red. I'm not asking you about my flower. I'm asking you about all flowers. So in any possible world, does the definition of justice include women being raped for the crimes that they didn't commit? It's a yes or a no.
So you want me to answer yes or no to fit into your box and won't let me actually answer. Just like you're saying all perspectives are the same. From their perspective,
I figured we're going to have to get
gas prices is justified.
I figure we're going to have to get the crayons out for this one. Give me a second. I'll get the crayons and markers out. All right.
So we all have different perspectives. Iran has a different perspective than we do.
I'm not fucking talking about different perspectives. I'm asking you about all perspectives. All perspectives is a different.
Exactly. They're all perspectives.
All perspectives are a set. It's a collection. So I'm asking you about what's in that collection. So try to fucking track, and you can answer this question. It's not hard. So I'm going to draw a picture for you, and maybe, I don't know,
people have different perspectives. You're trying to say everybody has the same perspective.
I fucking know they do, idiot. And maybe if you'd stop yapping and listen to my question, you'd be able to answer my question. And now, since you can't, I have to draw you a picture. So I'm going to draw you a picture, and this picture is a set. It's a set of all perspectives. All right, so what I've got here on this board is all P, right? This circle includes all perspectives. Do we understand that?
But nobody agrees on the same perspective.
I didn't fucking ask you about that. Do you understand the drawing right now?
It's just a fact. You don't have to ask me about a fact.
I'm asking you to answer it because you're too dumb to engage in what I said previously. So if I draw you a circle that includes all perspectives, do you understand? Do you understand that inside of this circle would include different perspectives? So we can have my perspective, we can have Thomas's perspective, and we can even have down here, we can have God's perspective. We agree. All perspectives are in this circle. So again, do you understand that I can talk about this whole set of perspectives by using the word all? Do you grasp that?
No, because you're saying the perspectives are the same. So if they're inside the circle, you're claiming them
I literally didn't fucking say that, you idiot. I said inside of this circle are different perspectives. They're not the same. We've got God's perspective. We've got my perspective. What does the circle represent? It's a fucking collection. It's a collection of perspectives. Do you know what collections are, you dumb motherfucker?
Oh, Justin, you have to insult so bad.
Yes, because you're dumb.
Go on with your narrative. So you're saying that God
are you going to answer my question? Do you understand that inside of this circle is multiple perspectives?
Well, then why do you need the circle if we have different perspectives?
Because it's a set. I'm referring to a set of things. So again, do you know what a set is?
List the set.
The set is all perspectives.
What's the set you're referring to?
I wrote it up here. It's on it. It says all perspectives.
Okay, the circle is a set of all perspectives.
That's literally what I said. So I referred to the circle as all perspectives, which includes different perspectives. Do you understand that?
Okay, let's go and move on. Yep, God has a different perspective than us. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, in any possible world, which includes all perspectives, in any possible world, is there a world in which the definition of justice allows for women to be raped for crimes they didn't commit? And again, that includes all perspectives.
Yes.
There we go. That's all we needed. So we could have done this a half hour ago. I asked you that same question a half hour ago, and you said no. Now you said yes. So what that means is you think that the definition of justice is different than my definition, and I'm sorry, I just won't accept that. What's your question now?
Yes. So I guess I don't quite understand. You went through that whole thing, but yes, I've said all along, God has a different perspective of justice than you and I do.
I didn't ask you about God's perspective. I already knew that you were going to say God has a different perspective. I didn't ask you about God's perspective. I'm asking you about definitions. This is not hard.
Except for he's the one that enacted the justice that you disagreed with.
No one cares.
That's
What's your
whole
question
narrative
now?
for the argument.
Nope, my whole narrative for the argument is that your definition of justice includes women being raped for crimes they never committed, and my definition doesn't. My definition never includes women being raped for crimes that they have committed. Yours does. That's the point I've been making. Your definition of justice includes things that you have already described as being unfair, which means you have a contradictory definition of justice. I've just illustrated a giant contradiction in your worldview. I'm done now with that talking point. What's your questions for me?
Okay, so these different perspectives of justice, and the Iranian leadership feel that it's Blockway. They feel and have a different perspective on what justice is, just like you and I do. And they feel it's just that Americans are getting justified and paying the consequences for our great sin. They call us the great Satan. And for our sin, we are paying for what we should. Now, you and I would disagree with that. And so that's exactly how God has a different perspective.
But your God wouldn't.
In Justin's and my perspective.
So again, you're disagreeing with God.
So you and I...
Thomas, you're not explaining. Just ask me the question. Nobody needs your dumb explanation. What's your question?
Yes. So if God is the giver of life, and the only reason that we're not dead because we're born in sin against, and that it's a gift from life. For him to take back anything, is he justified in that? If
We're
he's the
talking
one that
about rape.
sustains it and gives it.
No one's talking about death. We're talking about rape.
I'm not talking about.
No one said anything about death
Life.
here. This is a talking point that you've manufactured out of nowhere, has nothing to do with my position. I never once said
We moved
that
on.
death
You
and
told me
rape
to ask-
are. We didn't move on, and you didn't answer. You did not ask me a question. You said you wanted to ask me questions, and now you're preaching again about death. What's your question?
Not pressing. We ended the conversation. We agreed that you and me didn't agree with God's
Buddy,
justification
nobody
and
needs
what
a
he did.
recap. What's your question?
I just asked you. If
I
God
didn't hear
is
one.
the giver of life, I'm giving you one. Justin, if God is the giver of life and that we should be unalive because we have sinned, but he keeps us alive, if he takes back that life at any time in any way or has any kind of pain inflicted on us or rape at any time, is he justified in doing that if he's the one that's giving the good and the life?
No. Just like, did Chet say no as well? Thank you, Chet.
And why not?
Yeah,
I did.
because.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Just because you gave life to something doesn't mean that you're allowed to torture them or harm them or take it. Same way, like if my son goes to school and does something I don't like, I don't get to just take my son out. So again, what you've described is that your definition of justice here on the earth is different than God's definition of justice. And what that means is that you've got a contradictory definition of justice. On one hand, it's not fair to just kill people at random, even though you gave them life. And the other definition is that it is fair to kill people at random because you gave them life. So it's the straight contradiction.
Well, except for you give your son life, but you don't make his heart beat. You don't continue to give him life. You don't give him breath. You don't make his
Nobody
lungs
makes
work.
that happen.
And
Biology does that.
So God claims he does. He's the giver of life.
Well,
and
you'd be
he's the
wrong.
one. So
just,
like I
just
said,
because
you can believe that.
Okay, well, fucking pretend that I did. Pretend that every minute that I'm awake, I'm causing my son's heart to beat. Is it still okay for me to murder my children?
So if your son rebels on what you said, and then your son was doing something like you have another child, and God forbid he was unaliving that child or something, and the
Nope, I didn't
consequence
say
was
that.
for you to
Nope,
stop.
didn't say that. Nope, Thomas, I didn't say anything. If my
Would
child,
you- would-
Thomas,
would you be
Thomas, stop
justified just like
it.
Joel?
Stop
Go ahead.
it. You're imagining a scenario
Stop
I didn't
what?
give you. Don't fucking change my analogy. Okay, you don't get
I'm
to
not.
change
It was my analogy.
No, it's my analogy. You don't get to change my
Yeah.
analogy. So again, I said if
Why?
I'm causing
Joel changed.
Holy fucking shit, Thomas. Get a hold of yourself, okay? My analogy is simple. It's building on your analogy. So my analogy is if I'm the one causing my son's heart to beat and causing his lungs to breathe, if I'm doing that, if I'm capable of doing that, am I now justified in murdering my son whenever I want? Waiting.
Wow, you keep muting me. But so now, if he's unaliving another one of your offspring,
Nope,
are
didn't
you
fucking
justified
say
in
that.
stopping?
Didn't fucking say that. I said nothing about my child murdering somebody. Again, go into the analogy I gave you, not the analogy I want you to do. I didn't say anything about my child murdering anybody. So no, my child's not a fucking murderer, so pay attention. In my analogy, if I'm the one causing my child's heart to beat and his lungs to breathe, am I justified just because I'm causing that to happen in murdering my child? Yes or no?
Is there a circumstance where you could be justified in it?
I'm asking you in the analogy I just gave you, is it a yes or a no?
Like I said, for no reason, we would both agree no. But is there a circumstance he could do
Okay,
where you would be justified in doing it?
So God does need a reason or doesn't need a reason?
So God has always said a reason, right?
So does God need a reason? Yes or no?
He's had a reason.
Okay. So then what that means is, no, I didn't ask you, does he have a reason? I said, does he need a reason?
There's always been one, unless you can show me when there wasn't.
I didn't ask you if there was. I said, does he need one? That's the question. Again, Thomas, this would be so much faster if you just fucking answer my question rather than the question you want me to ask. Does he require one?
He's sovereign, so I would say no, he doesn't require one.
There you
But
go.
if we look at his pattern, he
I didn't ask you about patterns. I didn't ask you about patterns. Thomas, nobody. Listen, I know you want to answer questions that I didn't ask you, but they're useless to the conversation. I'm asking you about something very specific.
To explain why he does
they
things.
don't. No, I don't fucking need an explanation for why. We're talking about requirements right now. So this is very simple. If God's not required to allow somebody to live, then what that means is, in my analogy, neither am I, which means you've now contradicted yourself. So in my analogy, if I'm causing my son's heart to beat and causing my son's lungs to breathe, then in order to just execute my son, I still need a reason, don't I?
In our perspective, yes.
I didn't ask you about our perspective. In the analogy, I'm fucking God, so pay attention. Do I need a reason to murder or to kill my son, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so what that means then is that God's definition of justice is that he can execute you at any time without reason. That's a different definition of justice. In the earthly realm, our definition is that you actually do need a reason. So what that means is, again, you've got a contradictory definition of justice. In one hand, you don't need a reason. In another hand, you do need a reason. So all of your values, everything is entirely just subjective. It's not objective, it's subjective. You're just saying, well, I think it should be like this over here, but it should be like that over there. You don't actually have any definitions. They're all arbitrary for you.
No, actually, I didn't. You just distinguish those two. You asked if he did need a reason. I said, no, he's sovereign. He doesn't. But God always gives us a reason.
I didn't ask you if he gives a reason. I said, does he need a reason?
I know you didn't. I'm explaining because you said he didn't.
I don't need an explanation because it doesn't address my question. It doesn't address my question. My question is about need.
Yeah, my view is not contradictive. You said it was.
It is.
You made a claim.
I just showed you where the contradiction was.
And
You
I
want me
was
to show it
saying
to
that
you
it
again?
wasn't.
Okay, I'll show it to you.
I said there was no contradiction.
I'll show you. Well, you can say it all you want. You're wrong every time.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong every time, Justin.
You failed to demonstrate that even once, so we'll just continue to demonstrate why you're wrong. I'll draw another picture for you. I apologize. It's in markers rather than crayons. I didn't have crayons, so hopefully you can still pay attention. So, inside of this circle, this is another circle. We're going to say this is the definition of justice. All right. So inside of this circle is the definition of justice. All right. You get that, right? We're just, whatever this definition is, it's inside of this circle. Okay. Now we're going to say the definition of justice means that you need a reason. So I'm just going to write reason required. We agree that inside of this definition of justice, this is a definition, okay? Inside of this definition of justice, reason is required to execute, yes or no?
Yes, under your preference.
Okay, now,
preferences.
Okay, so if I said, all right, if I drew a line and divided this definition, I said also, reason not required. So if I say within this definition of justice, reason is required, and also reason is not required. Would this be a contradictory definition?
With inside of your parameters, yes.
Exactly.
Inside of the circle.
Inside of a definition, it can't mean that it's required and also not required. It's a direct contradiction. So what that means, the only way to square this circle is that you've got two definitions. We're going to put one definition here and another definition here. You've got two definitions of God. So if you've got, or two definitions of justice. So, and you're applying them situationally. You're saying man and God have their own definitions of justice. That means justice is subjective. There's not even an objective form of justice in your worldview. It's literally just what I think justice is and what God thinks justice is, it's entirely subjective, which means you don't actually have a definition of justice. You've got multiple definitions of justice. And I fail to see why I should follow your God's definition of justice when it doesn't match the one we actually use here.
Well, I see your perspective and I see where your brain's going now because you analytically think and what you're saying, but I'm glad that you put the circle outside of your parameters. And that is the claim of the Bible, is that he's outside of our thinking, our understanding, and our mind. And also, like in the first verse, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. In the beginning time, he created the heaven, space, and earth as matter. He's outside of those things. So he is outside of the circle. And,
Right,
and
so-
I agree with that.
So
You
then
and I
God's
are
not
in
just.
the circle. So God is just because he's outside
No,
of
he's
the
not
circle.
just.
But yet, now
No,
what's
he's not
amazing
just.
about God?
So inside of that circle was the definition of justice.
Exactly. But let me say,
Okay,
him even being outside of that
but
circle,
the definition of a word
still-
can't. The definition of a word can't have contradictory definitions. So justice
no, but he
can
operates
have.
with inside the circle.
It doesn't,
So
no,
he
he's not.
always has a reason.
No, he doesn't.
Where doesn't he?
So again, we'll try this. I'm not asking you if he does have a reason. I'm asking you about the requirement for having a reason. If justice does not require a reason, and also justice does require a reason, that means that you've either got a contradiction or you've got two definitions of justice, and those definitions contradict each other, which means you don't actually have a definition for justice.
Well, except for this is where we just disagree. Where you're
Nope.
making a claim, right? You're making a claim.
No,
where
I gave you proof.
Accept that God is sovereign and he's outside of the circle.
That means
he
that
doesn't
means
have to have a reason.
That means there are two
Yet he seems to
contradictory.
always
That
apply a
means there are
reason,
two
right?
contradictory. That means there are two contradictory definitions of justice. Do you think that a definition of a word can have two different contradictory definitions?
So, but it's not contradictory if he's outside of the circle.
No,
That's
it's
what you're
contradiction.
missing. That's why you put him
Nope,
outside
and
of
you'd
the
be
circle.
wrong. It's still a contradiction. In fact, I'll draw you another one since you're not grasping.
No, I totally grasp it, and I think
You actually
I think the
don't,
chat
which is why
grasps what
I
you're
have
saying.
to keep. Which is why I have to keep doing this for you. I did not realize today was going to be Crayon Day, but it'll be okay. So we're going to do again up here. We're going to do the definition of justice. Now I'm going to give it two definitions because you think that justice can have two different definitions. I'm going to say over here requires reason, and over here I'm going to say requires no reason. Now, if in fact we've got a contradictory definition of justice, now it can be one of these, but it can't be both of them, right? Because they're contradictory.
Okay, yep, I get. Go ahead.
Okay,
That would have been inside of our circle before.
So what that means is that the definition of justice can only be one of these two. It can't be both of them. So you can't have two contradictory definitions of a word. It has to be one or the other. So you can't say that it's justice to unreasonably kill a child and then also say it's justice to require a reason to kill a child. They're contradictory. You have to pick one or the other.
So I told you what I picked.
Which one?
Well, I go with the Bible, Deuteronomy 32:4. The rock is his work is perfect.
Okay.
For all his ways are just.
So then
Or
what you're
justice,
saying,
right?
what you're saying is that the definition of justice means that you don't need a reason. So what you're saying is that your definition of justice is a direct contradiction of what our dictionary says. Our dictionary actually just disagrees with you.
So, but this is it. That's what I said. Is he is just.
So
in his position, he's wholly right and true, right? And from a Christian biblical perspective.
Well, hold on.
Go ahead.
Because again, you're trying to separate God from men. You can't do that. Listen, either this is a definition of justice or it's not. This doesn't get to be God's definition and this our definition. You don't get two definitions because these definitions contradict, which means that this definition could be different from this one unless they contradict. If these were compatible definitions, then it wouldn't be a problem. But they're not compatible, they're contradictory. So you can't say that definition has two contradictory, that justice has two contradictory definitions. You just have to pick one. And if it's this one, if it's God's definition, that means this guy here, done. Fucking get rid of it. This is not the definition anymore. This is not a definition of justice. We got to get rid of this shit. It doesn't mean anything.
So I guess the only distinction would be from God's perspective is there is a reason. So
no, it doesn't matter.
Right? So why wouldn't it matter?
Because we're not asking if there is a reason. We're asking, does he require a reason?
So apparently he does, and the reason is sin.
Okay, so then if it requires a reason, right? If punishments in justice require a reason, then you can't then say, well, God can just do whatever he wants because he's the author of life. It actually has to be a reason.
Yeah, so I when we're saying, I would say that he wouldn't have to have a reason to enact what he's doing from my perspective, but obviously the reason for his justice is against sin. So, I mean, inside the circle, I guess it's not contradictory, so it'd be all one, that there always is a reason.
Okay, so if God requires a reason to perform justice, then what that means is that you can't then say, and I'm going to repeat this, you can't then say that God is allowed to execute and harm people just because he's God. He still requires a reason, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that was David's sin. That was the reason.
No, that's not the reason. So if God's punishment,
what was the reason then?
If God's punishment
wait,
requires,
don't go by
if
that.
God's
punishment, wasn't the reason.
Yeah, we're gonna fucking get there. If God's punishments require reasons, then it can't be arbitrary reasons, right? The reasons for the punishment must somehow be linked to either the crime or the outcome, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, if in fact the reason for a punishment is connected to the crime, then it would only be fair if the reason causes the punishment to go to the person committing the crime, yeah?
Well, I guess that's where the distinction is. This is where we can just look at the world, the postulates of life that we observe, and no matter how we do it, the decisions you and I make, our offspring, our children, our wives pay for. And it's the same way with God. He has a reason for enacting his justice on David, and he enacted that. Unfortunately, his wives paid for that. And again, so it is just in God's thing. He had a reason, and it's justified.
But again, if
now,
that's
you
the case,
agree with it, I understand.
No, if that's the case, then you have to change your earthly definition of justice. If your definition of justice includes punishing people who didn't commit the crime, then that's the only definition you get. You don't get to appeal to another definition because, again, contradictory definitions don't get to be applied to the same word.
Except for it's not applied because we see that in every decision we make. So we're just making a judgment on whether the decision was good or bad.
No,
so
again,
probably from your atheist brain, you're making a judgment on what's good and what's bad.
Thomas,
why is anything good or bad?
I didn't do any of that. So try to follow along. We're still talking about definitions. So if it's true,
you said the reason.
What
is the reason?
If it's true, I could do. I'm just going to do the same illustration here. I don't know why this is over your head. We can the text inside of here that says reason. We can just erase that text and pretend it says something else.
Yeah, God has a reason. Yeah,
I'm not asking about fucking reasons.
He has a reason every time.
I'm asking about fucking reasons. Pay attention, okay? If this bubble says that innocent people can be punished for crimes, and this bubble says innocent people shouldn't be punished for people's crimes, then only one of these two bubbles can be the actual definition of justice. It's the same problem. Do you see?
Oh, well, I see the next stretch you're trying to make, but that's just what we observe in the postulate's life. No matter even if you think you came
it's crazy that this is over your head. I don't know why we have to do so many pictures just to get to the finish line. This is like basic, like fifth grade nonsense. So we're gonna do the definition of
even in the ape world.
justice
Their
again.
babies pay for the
I
consequences of their
cannot
decision.
believe that this is happening right now. So we're going to do one definition, and we're going to do two definition. Definition number one is that punishing non criminals.
What you are missing.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop fucking talking.
Because you know it's true.
It's not true. It's a fucking diversion. It's a diversion. Listen, you can't keep yapping and pretend like I'm avoiding it. I'm actually still.
You've been yapping the whole time.
What's your reason then? I'm on the same fucking point. We're not done yet. So again, we're still talking about the definition.
You said God needs a reason.
We're talking about the definition of justice. I'm trying to point this out to you again. So we're doing the same exercise, okay? The definition of justice only gets one definition, right?
And what would be the reason for justice?
I'm not asking you about that. I said the definition of justice only gets one definition, right?
Yes, it explains justice.
Okay, so either justice includes punishing non-criminals or justice doesn't include punishing non-criminals. Which one is it?
If this is where you're missing it, Justin.
Just asking which definition is accurate.
If you're punishing a criminal,
just asking which one it is.
Justified.
Which one is it?
And somebody else.
One or two. One or two
is harmed. But
oh god damn
Justin,
it!
This is.
Hold on. My cat's fucking eating my. Hey, what are you doing?
Okay, so finally I can talk if you don't mute me. Literally,
no, you definitely can't. Just shut the fuck up. I asked for a one or two. I cannot believe somebody is this unbearable in real life.
Really? Because you won't answer. Is the judge wrong for putting a criminal away if his kids are going to pay for it and he can't provide for them no more?
We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about something.
That's the whole story. That ends
It's not the whole story. We're talking about definitions.
Is it justified? You say a judge is unjust because he put a murderer away.
Nope, didn't say that.
That is the definition of it. So if a judge puts a murderer away, it's unjust because his kids pay the consequences.
Nope, and you'd be wrong again.
To protect his wife because his house got broken into.
Nope, you'd be wrong again. This is not the same thing. And we're not even there yet.
It is exactly the same thing and you got
It's exactly not the same thing, and I'll explain to you why it's not. So again, we're still talking about the definition. Hold on, I got to restart.
Your circles and your definitions are nothing.
I have to do it because you're too dumb to understand God damn it! Get the fuck out of it! Why are you eating my cable?
So guys, think about this. If a judge puts away, he can't. She gets raped. Was the judge still justified in putting away the murderer? Okay. Same thing with David. David's wife paid for the consequence of his sin, just like, and it was justified in doing.
Not the same fucking thing, and we'll address that next. We're still talking about definitions.
It's exactly the same.
Not the same thing.
Yes, it's justice.
Not the same thing. So we're still talking about definitions.
Explain how it isn't.
We're waiting for
the definitions.
We're waiting for a one or two. We're not done yet. One or two. Which is the definition?
We already said.
Nope, waiting. Which is the definition? It is okay or isn't okay to punish non-criminals.
It's unjust to punish non-criminals.
Okay, so then the definition is going to be this one, right?
Yes,
it's so not okay. Okay, so hold on. Stop it. Stop it.
Was it still justified in punishing him?
I swear to fucking God, if you would stop yapping. No, you didn't do it because you're not addressing. You're not addressing the topic, idiot.
You always have to go to slander because you lose. That's funny.
No one lost. You're not paying attention yet. We're still on the definition. Okay, so we agree then that the definition of justice means that innocent people don't get unnecessarily punished, right?
Yes, I know you're trying to straw man and box it in like God can't punish somebody because
I'm not straw manning. I'm not strawing. I said unnecessarily. So again, you keep conflating like what we would call natural consequences with unnatural consequences, right? So, for example, if I have unlimited punishments at my disposal, and I pick the one that like is a fair punishment to the person who committed the crime, but it just happens to be that maybe his family needs to bring in extra income, or maybe the child, I don't know, gets ridiculed at school. Listen, that's a natural consequence of that person committing a crime. We all agree. No one's fucking talking about that. If I'm a judge and I decide, hey, because you committed the crime, I'm actually going to lock up you and lock up your son, you would understand why that wouldn't be fair, right?
Yeah. So he didn't lock up
Okay,
his wives,
so
right?
again, so we're talking about things that are decisions and are technically necessary for justice to be served, right? So, for example, it might be necessary that the family of the murderer, it might be necessary in order to put him away and keep society safe, it might be necessary that, hey, now maybe she's got to get a better job, and maybe she's got to make more money, and maybe the children will need some extra help from some relatives. That's necessary because the person who committed the crime is in fact dangerous. He could do it again. He could cause more harm. That's why we have the penal system. Now, the wives of David, they're not a danger. They don't need to be murdered. They don't need to be raped. They don't need, no one has to do anything to David's wives. In fact, if justice was carried out, David should have been raped and murdered. Do we agree there?
So there again, held to a different standard because you brought up the perspective of what we think should have happened.
Nope.
So if
nope.
you were, if you're God,
nope,
the judge,
wrong.
yeah,
Nope.
you
nope.
said
Wrong.
you said
nope.
David
wrong.
should have been.
Nope. Wrong. Nope. Wrong again.
Yep.
Wrong again.
You just said it.
You agreed already. I don't know why your memory is so short. You agreed already, Thomas. You said that the definition of justice is that it's not okay. You said it's not okay for non-criminals to take the punishment. Now you're going back on it. Is it okay or not okay?
Where you're missing is that when you punish a,
is it okay or not okay?
And that's what happened with David's wives.
Is it okay? No one fucking heard you because you didn't answer my question. Is it okay or not okay to punish non-criminals for crimes they never committed?
No, it's not okay. I've said it quite a few times now.
Okay, so then what you can't say is that it is okay when God does it. Either it's never okay or it's always okay. You can't say that the definition of justice gets to change. The definition of justice is not arbitrary. It's static. It's just an idea, right? Now, you can say, like, I don't know, maybe certain punishments seem more fair than others, but the idea can't be contradictory. You can't say that it's okay to punish people who didn't commit crimes, and then at the same breath say it's not okay to do that. It's either one or the other. They're contradictions. You have to pick one, and you're going to pick the one that says it is okay to do that because that's God's definition. Does God's definition include punishing people that didn't actually commit the crime?
Okay, so this is another point. You're making a claim that his wives were perfectly innocent and did nothing. You don't know that. God knows their hearts, and He knows what they did. So
now you're just saying that they deserve to be raped because they weren't perfect. So do you deserve to be raped?
No, what I'm saying is that you
do you deserve to be raped? Do you deserve to be raped right now?
Well, hopefully my wife gets spunky later.
Do you deserve to be raped, though?
Hon, do you want to rape me?
Do you deserve to be raped?
How do you rape a man?
She said, "How do you rape a man?" I don't know.
There's
we can try to
not too hard of an imagination to get there. Do you think that you should be raped because you're not perfect?
Well, if that was God's will for me, I'd have to accept it.
Yeah, at least you're honest there. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna write down some notes for this conversation. Thinks it would. Hold on. We're writing down your kink. Thinks it would be okay for God to rape him because he's not perfect. So your form of justice is that if somebody's not perfect, you get to rape them. Cool. What other questions do you have for me now that you've illustrated your moral superiority?
Yeah, so I was going to get into something because we haven't talked for quite a while, and I wanted your perspective on what's going on with AI. Have you just heard like the Suno app where they make music in 20 seconds? Have you heard that one yet? Just curious.
Yeah, I've been using Suno for like 2 years. It's cool.
Yeah, okay, it's cool. So I mean, you got the idea if you're a music producer that they're going to be out of jobs, right? I have some music producer friends, and they're like, "Man, I used to charge $5,000 and would take me 8 weeks to put lyrics and melodies, and they can do anything with these things." But my point being is, I still always had said and that AI, because it's trained on a cumulative knowledge of man, that it should easily be able to disprove the Bible, right? So and where you're wrong, and I know we talked years ago about,
but
that,
you don't need AI for that. I can do it without
this
AI.
Is my well, this is my point, is that I have got, I paid top dollar for every one you can get. I pay all the subscriptions. I bought them since they come out, and I've worked them all to work on the Bible. Have you ever heard of the Scarlet Thread?
I'm familiar with the Scarlet Thread. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure you are. But so when you have AIs independently, and they're all made by different companies, Twitter, X, you got Grok, you got Anthropic, you go all the way through Gemini, which now they can do live feeds. What's amazing about it is, if we were to sit down with an AI and start asking the history of all the writings, Homer, all these different things that we have, and you stack the Bible against it, and you have the AI, because they don't have a bias, you guys are going to be running out real quick of room.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you not aware that atheists have AI too?
Oh, for sure. And that's what I'm saying. So but AI,
I don't know I actually don't know what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out what AI has to do about disproving the Bible, because I can do it without AI.
So I've ran mathematical Bayesian breakdowns where we take fine tuning. Yeah, Bayesian.
There is no fine tuning,
but Bayesian, same thing. And so all of the perspectives of any argument you want to go, when we go back to abiogenesis, and you start with the claims that are called scientific, and you go from the basic building blocks, when they start running odds and mathematical probabilities for what they're claiming, that AI looks at it and starts going, and every one of them have come to 99 when you walk.
You want to see why mathematical probabilities are stupid?
Why are mathematical probabilities stupid?
Do you know what the probability of a deck of cards landing in the same position twice is? When you throw them, say throw a deck of cards up, what's the probability that they're all going to land in a particular order?
Haven't heard that probability, no.
Yeah, it's like more than the constellations in the night sky, and more than the sands of Xi'an, the sands of grain. There we go, grains of sand on all the beaches, right? The idea that the 52 cards are going to end in that exact arrangement is like a preposterous thing. Now, it just so happens that when I throw cards up, they're going to land in any arrangement. And every arrangement in your world would be a statistical impossibility. That's why these are dumb arguments. Just because something is rare doesn't mean that it can't happen, because as it turns out, something rare happening is only special if you're wanting it to happen. If I say, here's the order that these cards will fall, and then I throw them, and then they all landed that order, well, that's the fucking rare thing. That's the special thing. But just the fact that the order that they happen to land in is like crazy rare, statistically speaking, is meaningless to whether or not this is like finely tuned or a miracle.
You kind of lost me there. Why you think you're saying that probabilities are, because the cards will never do that. My point being is they've worked the probabilities. Say that. Okay, what were you saying then?
What I'm saying is probabilities of something happen are only meaningful if there's intention behind it. Like, for example, if I just calculate the odds of me sitting in this chair right now versus any other location in the universe, it's astronomically high. We can't even calculate it. But just because the probability of me being here versus anywhere else is astronomically high has nothing to do with me being here being a miracle, because like there was nothing intending for me to be here. There wasn't like a mind out there that intended for me to be here. I just happened to be here. Just like cards being thrown. You can throw a deck of cards and the order that they land in is astronomically ridiculous, statistically speaking. But that's not interesting. It's only interesting if I then tell you I intended to do that. I intended for them to land in that order. Then that high statistical anomaly becomes significant.
Well, and you're using one aspect. So this is my point. What I did is I went through every single thing as far as you do a stack, which is like the universe having a beginning at all, the cosmological fine tuning, which you said there isn't fine tuning, origin of life, which we would still have to come up with, DNA information, consciousness. You go to reliability of reason, like I talked about before, moral realism. And if you look at just experience and historical prophecy, I go to every one of these: resurrection of Jesus, mathematical intangibility of the universe. If we just add the numbers, right?
We've already been
Go
over
ahead.
this. None of this matters. I explained to you why, and Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. But here's the thing: you've been up here for almost 2 hours, and my audience is starting to rebel against me because you're a rape apologist. So I'm going to move on to the next person in the box.
I told you you'd leave before me, but
nope. As it turns out, yeah, being a rape apologist is, if it's triggering some people in my audience, you're going to get fucking cut because you're a clown. Justify raping people and it's going to get you cut. I don't know. I was running, though. I was really scared of him. I've never heard the fine-tuning argument.
Yeah, probabilities. But he has AI this time, so.
Oh, and he ran probabilities. Actually, hold on. Let me see. I'm going to ask AI a question about probabilities. See, what is the probability that I will be born with only one hair on my head? I don't know if it's going to be able to calculate anything. It's an astronomically stupid question to calculate, but the reality is being born specifically with just one hair on your head is probably statistically improbable. But if it happens, it doesn't mean a miracle happened. It doesn't mean a God fine-tuned it. It just means that something exceedingly rare happened to happen. It says, essentially so close to zero that there isn't a meaningful estimate. But I guarantee you it's happened. All right, go ahead, Jet. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, every moment, like just take this moment now. Every single word that you've said in the exact order you've said it, every book that's on the shelf behind you in the exact order that is placed, even the most banal things are unlikely, right? Then the more variables we add to each moment that we want to consider just makes it less and less likely. That doesn't tell us anything meaningful about how they got to the position that they are, right?
Right.
We don't want to know that the universe is improbable. We want to know that it's most likely that God is responsible for bringing it about.
Yeah, because listen, something improbable happening is entirely meaningless unless something intended this thing to come about. If somebody had set the intention and the goal to do it, now it's actually really interesting because, it seems like that would be very difficult. Although, if in fact there was a God, it wouldn't be difficult for God. God could make any parameters create life. Like there's nothing he couldn't do to create life if God wanted to, because he's all powerful. So the fine-tuning argument is just the dumbest argument on the planet. Because if a God really existed, no matter what configuration we're in, it would produce life because he wanted it to. Well,
that guy is not allowed on our only feeds. I'm just saying, banned.
He's a piece of shit too. I forget what we talked about last time, but the reason why he didn't come back for 2 years is because last time I forget what happened. I think we went a couple rounds on slavery, and he ended up committing himself to slavery's okay. I just don't remember the whole situation, but he's just a real piece of shit. So he used to call in pretty repeatedly back in the day.
Well, and all he was doing was committing a few category errors, because there's a difference between natural consequences and artificial consequences. He kept thinking that artificial, which are consequences that we choose to impose, are natural, and they're not. They're different, and he kept confusing them. It was just a category error.
Yeah. Well, he was doing it on purpose. Either he's too dumb to be engaging in this conversation, or he did it on purpose. What's that, chat?
Yeah, I said I don't think he was confused about the difference. I don't think he wanted to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
He had the difference explained at least 10 times. There's no way it was less than 10. Oh, well. Friends, we've got a DB waiting in the guest box. I'm going to read just a couple super chats, and then we're going to grab DB up here. Sorry we had a bunch of super chats that haven't got read yet because we had that long conversation with Thomas. I will get them certainly at the end of our live stream. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, sure. So about transfiguration, no one sane would ever describe something happening next Monday like, truly I say, some of you will still be alive by then. Only if you are talking about decades, not days. Right. That phrase would be a dumb, meaningless phrase if, in fact, it was just talking about 6 days later. There's really no point in saying that. Like, I'm sorry, did we expect somebody to die in the next 6 days? Why is this a meaningful marker? Yeah, it's agreed. And Chris says, I can tell these callers are true Jesus followers. He never fucking answered questions, either just asked another question or drew fucking pictures. Hail Doug, who knows how to answer yes or no? I will never understand people who lack the capability of just saying yes or no. The conversation would go so much faster. We wouldn't have to drag it out for 2 hours if they would just say yes or no, so we can get to the conclusion of the dialogue. And Dr. Joe, my friend, thank you for being here, and thank you for the super chat. It says, fractal singularity omnimatrix. I just wanted to see your facial expression in response again. Happy Monday. Well, thank you, Dr. Joe. And that was one of the craziest phrases I've ever heard. I wrote that down on my clip sheet. Like, I didn't know what else to say for that guy. I just wrote down exactly that. Out of his mind. And Efren says, would you ever have an interview with Alex O'Connor if you were invited? Love this shirt. You look like a lumberjack. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And certainly I would. If Alex O'Connor, send this to him. If Alex O'Connor invited me on his channel, I'd come on and I'd give him the best weapons possible for debating Christianity. He'd never be the same again after having me on. He'd have so many tools in his arsenal. And Dr. Joe says again, is this Marilyn's cousin? And you know what? This is not referring to Thomas as a prior Thomas or prior caller. Maybe. The fractal guy might be related to Marilyn, if I had to guess. Jay Master says, if Jesus can walk on water, can he swim on land? Oh, maybe. I would imagine so. Like, listen, if Jesus can walk on water, certainly he has a thing over physics. Former Prophet Nathan, thank you for the super chat. Says, my dad is having surgery Wednesday morning. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hope everything goes well. Hoping to Doug that he will be okay. I will be listening to some cooking in the waiting room to ease my mind. Rock hard for Doug. Everyone be safe and see a doc if you can. Absolutely. Listen, if you have a lingering problem or something comes up, don't wait to see a doctor. Go. If I realize in America, fucking getting insurance is a nightmare, but if you can, please see a doctor. Get it checked out. Get it taken care of. Anything can happen to anyone at any age. And Fearless Crusader says, I think they would be more honest if you asked if your wife cheated on you, would it be okay for you to be essayed? Well, I did. I closed out with that, right? I was building up to that because he couldn't be honest. But he had to double down on it.
Well, let's be honest with that last guest. Like, the idea that a man could be raped was foreign to her.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's like he couldn't even conceive of it. It's crazy. He didn't even know. They probably don't see women as people otherwise. I actually think that's the case for a lot of these men. They actually don't see women as anything but property. Lonnie, thank you for the $50 Canadian super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. And fellow dragons with us tonight. Good to see you, friends. In my perspective, 2 + 2 is 4. But if God says it's 5, well, then it's 5. Yes, that's the point I was making. You can't have two contradictory definitions. Please, Thomas, tell us, if Yahweh was evil, could you know it? If so, how would you know? You know, we should have got there, Philo Dragon. By the time we were done with the conversation, I think my audience was done with them, and I was getting some messages to drop his ass. They were sick and tired of him, so I did. And I heard, you know, and I get it. I get the criticism. Once you start doing rape apologetics, like, how long should you really be allowed to be on my stage? Like, I don't know if it should be very long. And rock hard for Doug, my buddy. Good to see you. And I think I'm with you here. Doug grants +2 to Justin's stamina versus Thomas for an epic debate. Wow. Party levels up as well, Chet and Joel. It's crazy that even Joel tried to, like, gentle parent him into the right answer. And he fucking walked right into it and still couldn't see it. All right, last super chat for now. We're going to get DB in here. From Retired Bomb Tech. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, just wanted to thank the community for the support and best wishes. Wife's kidney removal surgery was a success. That is good to hear. Really appreciate the update. And has been having a full recovery. Thank you. And of course, rock hard for Doug. Well, hell yeah, Retired Bomb Tech. Good to hear it. We're really glad that your wife is doing well. And thank you so much for the update. You know, there's a lot of us people in the community that worry about each other. That's what it means to be a community. So anytime we get these positive updates, I really do love to hear them. Let's get DB in here and maybe have an adult conversation today. Welcome in, DB. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hi, yes, I'm 18. I'm over 18 and I do believe in God. I'm a Christian.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
I do believe it's the moral argument, basically, but I sometimes go a little broader than that and just say the man's sort of the image of God in man, the spirituality of man. Just the man then is so prone, the propensity to be religious, seek the transcendent, all over the world forever. Since history began, man has been seeking that. It's pointing to something within him.
Well, it sounds like you're giving. Sorry to interrupt. It sounds like you're giving two different arguments. Are you giving the moral argument, or are you giving the hunger of the heart argument?
That they're both related. That man has that inclination to seek morality, to define morality, and to abide by it, and alluding again to his religious propensity too. So sort of they're joined together, I believe. It's coming from the same source.
But I think that's pretty easily explained just through nature. So the reason why not just humans but also animals have a sense of morality is because we experience a world in which we can get hurt. And we can empathize with others when they are hurt. And different animals have different levels of moral treatment based on how intellectual they are. The more intellectual the animal is, typically the more well-developed their moral structure is going to be.
But in general, they're vicious to begin with. I mean, just for them to survive, they have to kill.
So
they kill indiscriminately, with no remorse. When somebody dies, they don't have, funerals and eulogies. There's not this sort of, well, they don't. I mean, not
social animals do. Social animals do.
Have what? Have funerals?
Elephants mourn their dead.
I've heard that before, but I mean, okay, bear with me here, just if I may, just for now. Outside of elephants, has this been evidenced or?
Yeah. There's a bunch of animals
that have funerals
that mourn the dead. Why would you think they're having? Dead. How would you think they're putting animals in caskets?
No, right. That's fine. No mourning the dead. You're right. That's the same thing.
In fact, elephants will return yearly to the unalivement sites of their loved ones. They'll return yearly to it.
Right. There seems to be a sense of mourning there. You're right. I've only heard it in elephants. So I wouldn't say that within the animal kingdom. That's a definitive sort of.
Dolphins and chimps too. So
okay, but not.
The more intelligent animals are the ones that are mourning the dead and celebrating new birth. Elephants actually get together and celebrate when a baby's born. If you have a higher cognitive ability, you're going to have a higher moral system.
Huh.
It turns out a lot of crows, magpies, flock birds, they show this behavior as well. When it comes to social creatures, it's just beneficial for them to have this empathy.
Okay, interesting. I'd have to look into that a bit more, guys. Thank you for that. Well, what you have with man is definitively he's a spiritual creature. He is the religious, edifice.
What's your argument for that?
Well, that wherever you go in the world, on every single street corner, anywhere in the world, you've got a religious edifice. You've got a temple or shrine, an altar, a synagogue, a mosque, a church. You have something, a totem pole. You have something where man is seeking that transcendence. It's very, again, definitive and very strong, a very predominant characteristic within him. And I don't believe that sentiment would come from rocks and gases, stardust and protoplasm. Like
well,
it has to have a spiritual source.
Well, it comes from evolution, right? So, for example, there's two kind of ideas that go together. One is that, like, in the early days, they didn't know how to explain like heavenly phenomenon. They didn't know how to explain stuff like happening on top of mountains or deep in forests. And so they looked at like, hey, the sun and the moon, and they said, well, they're moving, right? That they're alive, they're animated, right? So they started making this idea that, hey, there's some of these natural phenomenon, and it's like they're alive. And so they're attributing agency to these naturalistic phenomenon that they don't really understand. And then this went on for so long that it just seemed like everyone believed that these things were somehow gods. They're better than us. They're up there. We're down here. And so the idea of God started very early. But I think one of the reasons why the idea of God caught on so well, not just because it gave them an explanation of the stuff, but because people liked it. They started forming ideas of God that made them feel good. Well, my God actually likes our tribe. He hates that tribe over there. Our God said we can go kill that tribe. Oh, we like that God, right? And then, we got other gods too. Like, oh, this God really loves me. He blesses me with wine. And so the idea of God is a really palatable thing, especially when you live in a world where like everyone just believes that there's gods up there because, like, well, fucking look at it. They're right there, right? But we're in kind of a different age now. People are more or less, abandoning the idea of God because the scientific evidence, our observations, are no longer kind of in line. But we still, because we like the idea of God, it's hard to let go. And the thing that makes it even harder to let go is, I think, the last reason why people love the idea of gods, not just a single God, but any God in general, is we're deeply wired. And I've got a child. We're deeply wired both as parents and children to be connected together. So like our desire to have parents that love us and take care of us and are proud of us, that doesn't just go away when we get older, right? We put that feeling basically on a supernatural source as we get older, because our bodies subconsciously don't even know what to fucking do with it. Like, we have it here. What are we supposed to do with this thing? And so it's really like a second nature to be like, well, I still have this feeling that there's something that loves me and is looking out for me.
In fact, what we see is we go. Well, what I was going to add real quick is what we see is we go from like animism to like polytheism. And then as we begin through science, the scientific method, we realize what causes thunder, lightning, that there's not some God. As soon as we go to the top of Olympus and we realize that the Greek gods weren't up there, well, then we switch to like a monotheistic view. And then as science continues to go, well, now there's no need for a God. And in fact, just going from 2005, when the people identifying as religious was at 68%, to where 2 years ago in 2024, it's only 56% people identify as religious. That other percentage identifies strictly as atheist. So it seems we don't have this innate drive. It was just trying to understand the world around us.
Interesting stats. I would have thought within that a percentage of ratio there would have been those who don't claim to be religious, but they claim to be spiritual. Like, you hear that cliche a lot. So I'm surprised that it's just either atheist or theist, or religious in some form or another.
To be clear, you can be atheist and still be spiritual. Atheism is just the lack of belief in a God. It doesn't say nothing about being spiritual and afterlife, nothing like that. It's just a lack of belief in the deity.
Thank you for that, Justin. Therefore, if what you're saying is accurate and so forth, isn't that peculiar in a world, in a universe that was just created from again rocks and the material realm, where everything has this very harmonious, symbiotic relationship with one another, like it's a sort of perfection, if you will, where we get this fine-tuned universe we see in place.
Well, what do you mean by fine-tuned?
Well, that we have the seasons, we have nature, we have cycles, we have gestation periods, we have a very organized structure.
But what's that got to do with fine tuning?
Well, they're just fine tuned to that. The axis of the Earth's rotation, the all those things, are imperative to function.
To what function?
Do the being, the creatures that are on the planet, the
So
life
what?
forms, well, so
If
so
the
you
if the Earth
have
didn't
this.
rotate, we would just be dead. Like so, this is kind of a form of begging the question, like where your conclusion is being supported with the conclusion, right? So fine tuning basically is this idea that like, look, if these constants were different, like life wouldn't arise, right? And I agree.
Right.
But to me, that's a meaningless question, right? If these constants are different, life wouldn't arise, and that would just be the state. That would be the state of affairs, right? So,
Well,
it doesn't. In order to demonstrate that these constants are actually meaningful, we have to actually first demonstrate that there was an entity that meant them to be that way, rather than just an inevitable consequence of how physics work.
but don't the facts, isn't the proof in the pudding that this is
What?
that we have this life engendering life, these cycles, I mean, this is structured. This is so sorry.
I
What
disagree.
I was going to say, okay, now I was going to say, well, the watch proves the existence of the watchmaker. The structure proves the existence of a designer. But I was
I don't
going
think
to
so.
say, if I could predicate, okay, because you're going to challenge what I'm saying, so maybe I'm this is a moot point. Then I was going to lead to, Justin, you tell me if I'm on the right track or not. That if the world is as symbiotic as I was stating and structured and so forth, then why would this man be such an aberration? Because I mean, what you're describing of man is a real. I go as far as to say Dawkins calls it delusional. I call it a psychosis. If there is no God
What do
out
you
there,
mean by symbiotic?
that it's harmonious, that everything feeds off one another to not a parasitical relationship, but something that is beneficial to both parties. That you have the nature growing, and man is able to ingest these plant forms and so forth. Like
yeah, let me ask a question then. What is the symbiotic relationship between the sun, its UV rays mutating our skin cells and giving us skin cancer? What's the symbiotic relationship there?
That specific aspect, man just has to learn how to protect himself from that, but he does need the heat for survival. His body functions at a certain temperature and so forth.
God has created the sun in such a way that we can get the heat. It can still provide the benefits to the planet that it needs, but the UV radiation does not give us skin cancer.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean, there comes a price to have the life that God has given us and to have free will. It comes at a price, and we have the warning signs around.
But what does cancer have to do with that?
Well, not cancer so much, but to be careful. I mean, it's right now we're in a fallen planet, so I don't understand necessarily all these. Why we're in it.
So I think this is a good point to press on the fallen planet, because the fallen planet, I think, is an explanation for why things aren't finely tuned, right? So Cyber is going to point out something he already did that doesn't appear like fine tuning, right? And then you're going to say, oh, because of the fall of man. However, the minute we say, oh, it's because of the fall of man, what we're actually doing is admitting that it's not finely tuned, which means the fine tuning argument is kind of now gone, right?
Well, it depends if these provisions, for lack of a better term, are in place for a reason. I say provisions as warnings for man, as ways of saying gluttony will get you fat, and you could get diabetes, you could get obesity and all that stuff. Like there is that free will aspect. So there are, I mean, you have scorpions, you have snakes, venomous reptiles that can harm you and so forth. You have earthquakes and systems, nature systems, weather systems that can do a lot of damage. They are in place.
And would you say the fall of man is like the fall of the earth is a result of man?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
How do you explain bone cancer in dinosaurs then?
I'm not aware of it. If that is a fact, I guess I can't. Cyber, I'm not well informed enough to can. It's a question I haven't heard
Yeah, if you go
before.
look
So
at the Osteosarcoma Institute, we've got dinosaur leg bones that have bone cancer in them, but dinosaurs predated humans by quite a long time. We never existed together, so it seems that like man can't be responsible for the fall of the planet.
A good point.
Let me ask you a question. DB, have we talked recently? I think I recognize your voice.
Yeah, I've talked to you before. Yes, I can't. I make like what's recent? Like 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago. Is that recent?
I recognize it as being recent. I just want to make sure my memory's not going crazy on me.
Yeah, no, we've spoken before. Yes.
Okay. So, I think one of the things that Cyber and I agree on that would be helpful here is like with the fall of man. Well, first of all, let's talk about the bone cancer. We see like volcanic eruptions, bone cancer, and like different things like that have been recorded in history like far before the fall of man. But that I don't know what your view is on Adam and Eve. Do you believe in the biblical view where they lived, I don't know, like 6,000 years ago?
Yeah, I'm an early Earth what do we call it? Yeah, early young Earth creationist.
Okay, so if you believe that Adam and Eve were like 6,000 years ago, I don't know what the dinosaur bone cancer does to your worldview. Are you under the impression that dinosaurs existed or were created before or after Adam and Eve?
I would think before. Well, a long time before. You guys, I'm probably going to sound loopy, but this sort of contradiction. But yeah, I can't explain that. I have a very that's not going to be too convincing, substantial arguments. I do believe God created things with maturity. I think the Earth does look, if you do any carbon dating, whatever type of dating is available to determine the age and so forth, that Adam wasn't a fetus when he created him. They had maturity. Trees at the time had maturity. The initial, like which came first, the egg or the chicken? Well, the chicken came first. God created chicken, and then it perpetuated itself through eggs and so forth. I do believe things were created with age. Now, that doesn't explain the dinosaurs that well, and especially not the cancer, all that stuff. That is something I'm not well versed in and so forth. And you have a very good point.
So I think one thing that does answer probably all of these quandaries is just that the God doesn't exist, and this is a result of natural consequences over billions of years.
That's a viable, as far as I haven't looked into this very much, but I know many have. Hugh Ross is a guy on our side that seems to have explanations, but he believes in that the Earth is, I think, billions of years old and so forth. Justin, that's probably a viable explanation, at least if you're contending with me, because I'm not well versed in that stuff. I do believe, I have this implicit trust in the Bible at this point. I believe it's acquired. It's not just blind or credulous, but so that's the way I find it to be written. And if God just has a way of pulling it off, and I think, and so on, then I'm content with that, just with what I've gained of his abilities and his wisdom, if you will. Like there's reasons that he sort of, you wouldn't like this term, confounds us a little bit.
Well,
where there is.
Sorry to interrupt you. I thought you were done.
No, sorry. Thank you. Where he says, I've hidden these things from the wise and the prudent and revealed them to the babe and the suckling. I think this is a part of that idea where he leaves a little ambiguity in the creation. He leaves a little bit of cryptic, a discretion, if you will. Not to deceive, but to sort of but expose that those who are prone to being cynical and skeptical, that these sort of little things are stumbling blocks for them. Bear with me, guys. That's just, how I perceive some of these things.
So I understand, like, if you find a difficulty in the Bible, it can be alluring to go to like an apologetic where, like, well, God's ways are higher, we can't understand them, there are mysteries. And I do think that's fine if you already believe it. But if I read you from the Quran and you found something in the Quran that was like, hey, this is kind of ridiculous, would it then reinforce, would it make you more convinced in the Quran if it just said, hey, God's ways are higher, you don't get to understand everything? Would that make it more convincing?
Right. Good point. Is it escapism or something? But I think because there are so many things in my mind that are compelling, so many things that I sort of marvel at God's wisdom, that these aberrations, anomalies, call them what you like, in my mind, a small, insignificant percentage, I don't lose faith over that. So with the Quran, I don't have much faith to begin with. So these things I expect. If the Quran says something which to me might sound ludicrous or something, I would just say, well, that's par for the course.
Yeah.
The whole book is a little bit questionable and so forth. Yeah.
So that's what we would say with the Bible. We're saying, like, listen, the way you view the Quran is the way that we're reading the Bible, right? So the apologetic you're using might be fine if you already believe, but if you don't believe, it doesn't really move the needle for anyone. And I can give you maybe a reason why, right? So, for example, and we didn't really talk about it much tonight, but everyone knows this is one of my favorite things. I personally, to me, whether or not there is a God is different than whether or not Christianity is true. Now, it might be true that sometime down the road, I'll learn that there is a God, but I don't think that God will ever be the Christian God, because the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament, or at least whatever the text writers were saying, are hopelessly contradictory, right? If you look at the Hebrew Bible, it tells you like all these requirements for the Messiah, and then Jesus doesn't do any of them. And so when you look at, well, the gospel is like, well, he does do some stuff. What does he do? If you go back and read those texts, it's clear that they're not prophecies. It's clear that they're just random out of context quotations. So for my look at the Bible, I'm just like, listen, if the Hebrew Bible is true, the New Testament cannot be true. It directly contradicts the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, not enough, because I think that thread that runs through, that the promised Messiah and that sort of curveball that God threw, which is what I was thinking, seemed to sort of marvel at, where the suffering Messiah, not this political Davidic, but monarchy of that, so forth. So,
but that's what he said would happen. So that's my point, is that it's not a curveball. It's literally just a lie. The Hebrew Bible said this is what the Messiah would do. Never mentioned suffering anywhere. And then he came, he didn't do anything. And then he died. And you're like, well, he'll do it all when he comes back. Well, I mean, like, if he didn't do anything while I was here, well, I'm going to think he's going to do anything when he comes back. Like, if the God of the Old Testament is to be trusted, it can only mean that Jesus was a useless fraud.
I think the proof is in his sort of credentials. What he did during the first coming was enough to put your faith that it will transpire in the second coming.
What did he do?
The miracles, being raised from the dead, is the miracles that raise, healing the blind, the lame, the raising the dead. Himself,
but that doesn't make Christianity true.
It gives
Vespasian healed people.
Sorry?
Vespasian healed people.
Vespasian
Nero rose from the dead and led a bunch of Parthians to war against Rome. They lost.
Yeah, these are legends. I mean, why
we have historical writings with Nero.
If we were to take for face value the stories of Jesus, he warranted that belief in him. If they're true, if he
why?
Well, because of the miracles. Now, Vespasian and Nero.
Who wrote about the miracles?
Who wrote about them? It was the gospel writers, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Paul was a witness to a secondhand witness. He saw the raised Jesus. He received.
Well, are you saying that Matthew? Do you believe that Matthew wrote Matthew?
I know it's questionable about the authorship and so forth. Yeah, sure. For the sake of argument, with the testimonies that we have about the early church fathers testifying to that in the first century.
Why does Matthew steal his? Why does Matthew take his own conversion story from Mark, word for word?
Why do they share their gospels with one another? I imagine, I don't know if it was necessarily if it was in circulation already, if Mark was published already, then of course, and your goal is to impart this this grace and salvation to people. You would use multiple sources just to embellish, not to embellish, to add to your own, and to if he's doing the journalism like Luke claims to be doing, you would just use other sources that if they're on your side and witness what you're testifying to. If I'm answering your question, like you would be prone, it's not plagiarism. You would be prone to just having support in.
So let's say let's say Justin wrote an autobiography about me, not an autobiography, but a biography about me. My cat's over here playing with my chords. But let's say Justin wrote a biography about me. Then I decide to write an autobiography. But instead of writing my own conversion story, I just use Justin's conversion story, word for word. You wouldn't see any issues with that?
Yes, if exclusively that you weren't able to come up with your own, attestation to yourself. Of course, that would be seem absurd. But Matthew does have the M source, if you will. He does have his own source. He has Luke also, I believe. No, it's Mark then Matthew. Like he has the M source, and they claim the Q source also. I don't believe in Q. Luke has his own, but he did use Mark and Matthew. But they do have their own. So I would be surprised, yes, if Justin did a biography on you, and you did one afterwards and couldn't come up with your material. Sure, that sounds a bit dubious.
Now, let's say when we go and we find out about Justin, because Justin can attest to this. Justin's passed away. In fact, we don't even can talk to him. So, but we have somebody talking about Justin getting my source, and all we get from Justin, somebody else writing about him, we'll name this guy Papias, and all Papias says is that Justin was a translator for somebody who knew me. We'll call this guy Peter. And that Justin would listen to Peter talk about me. And then later on in Justin's life, Justin decided to write down these stories. Do you think Justin would then continue to be reliable as a source?
I don't see why not offhand. If he's just amanuensis in this particular case, he's the scribe in this case. Yeah, Justin as well. Well, he's Justin as a scribe, as writing accurately what Papias told him. Yeah,
Mark was the travel. According to Papias, Mark was a interpreter
for
Peter. And so he would listen to Peter talk, and then later on he wrote down what he'd learned from Peter. But my question that I have for you now, then I'll turn it back over to Justin, because I think this will prove a point. Can you remember the very first sentence verbatim that Justin said to you?
When we opened when I first got on?
Yeah, can you remember the very first sentence Justin said to you verbatim?
Hey DB, what's up? No, I don't know. I mean, not verbatim.
Now imagine we compound this over a few years. Would you be able to remember exact things that Justin said?
Jesus did say that the Holy Spirit will remind you of the things and so forth. And when you have a mission that Jesus Christ came in salvation, something as important as that it affects all mankind, there is something a bit more indelible in your mind. Like we do remember when 9/11 occurred. We know where we were. We do remember when substantial events happened in our lives. Just getting onto a forum with somebody. It's not, it's mundane, if you will. We sort of anticipate what's going to be said in the first few words and so forth. But if Jesus came and was the savior of mankind, you'd be more compelled to believe, more indelible mark on your brain. And again, the Holy Spirit was said to remind you of these things.
So, do you think what? Oh, go ahead, Justin.
Let's say I think the answer to the question then, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want to make sure I understand you, is in reality the real answer is the Holy Spirit, right?
The real, what is the Holy Spirit? The real end?
No, the real answer is that the Holy Spirit gave them the words or the remembrance.
The remembrance, I believe. I don't think this was dictated, and I don't even think it was necessarily inspired the way we understand inspiration and so forth. I think these men were endowed with the Holy Spirit, that they performed miracles, they had wisdom, they have a full understanding of the gospel of Christ, the atonement, all that stuff. And in that way, they were helped by the Holy Spirit.
Right. Well, that's my question, right? Because it's not that their natural memory was somehow better than ours. It's that the Holy Spirit enabled a miracle to happen for them to remember stuff, right?
Enhanced. I'd say enhanced, because again, I do believe that if you're walking with Jesus for the 3 or so years that he was around, you don't forget a lot of that stuff. Very controversial.
Well, that's different, right? Like saying that there's some events happening and you might remember them better than other events is one thing. But to remember entire speeches, like the Sermon on the Mount, that could only happen by the Holy Spirit, right?
You'd think. Many theologians have argued, well, he said it so many times in the course of 3 years, he probably repeated many of them, that possibly that repetition was a good memory enhancer. But you're right, Justin. It seems to be lenient, especially when you have these thoughts where they speak of the thoughts going through people's heads. Like you sort of wonder, well, how did anybody know that? What Pilate was thinking? He said that he knew that it was from jealousy that these men were handing him over to him. Who was aware of what Pilate was thinking, those things. You're right. That seems to be supernatural catalyst to get that information.
So the reason why I point that out, and I'm sorry to interrupt what Cyber was doing here, is just you're good. If in fact, right, the explanation for the Bible is now, well, a miracle, well, to me, that just makes it less unlikely, right? I think if I said the same thing, like if I was reading the Quran and it recorded a private conversation or a private prayer that Muhammad had that nobody was around for, well, I'm not like inclined to believe that story is more likely to be true just because, well, the Holy Spirit made it true, right? I'm more inclined to believe like that sounds like somebody's writing a story. So again, I understand from your point of view, if you're already a believer, saying something like, well, this came about through inspiration, if you're already a believer, that might help you to justify in your own head what happened. But if you're not a believer, like if you're one of us, you're like, well, that doesn't do anything for me because like I already don't believe that this God is real.
And I think the big issue, and just real quick too, I think the big issue that it's going to draw in as well is we have some issues between the Gospels, i.e., Matthew and Luke. We have genealogy issues there. We have the nativity. They're different in them. So if we're going to rely on the Spirit, well, we have a big problem now.
Yeah, you have a point there to some degree. And you're right. You're right. It's very convenient, Justin, like you said, just to sit there and explain everything off with, well, the Holy Spirit was behind it. This is how we know all these things that were unknowable to a large degree. And I've always made this appeal that I think as a Christian, as someone who's devout, you don't just take the flood, for example, just for face value because it's a fantastic thing that a mighty God can do. It's the purpose behind it that is a compelling aspect. So if God used a hydrofoil to get the Israelites across the Red Sea, I would believe it just for the fact that there was a purpose behind it. Now, hydrofoil is a little out there, but
I mean, it'd be pretty cool if the ancient Israelites had hydrofoil technology back then.
It would be very cool, and we'd delve into other areas of figuring out how they did it, and maybe enhance our own technologies and so forth. But but it's the reason behind it. It's why this impartation of the gospel was so important. So if the Holy Spirit inspired it, if they did their journalism, if Mark copied from Q and everybody else had used everyone others works, it's not so much that I'm questioning that as much as I'm saying, okay, I get it. I get why this was imperative to get out. I get the purpose. Again, it's man's salvation. It was a historical event, unprecedented and never to be repeated again. If it's true, so important that, so yes, these phenomenons that may not occur again. Even some people are cessationists. They don't believe the Holy Spirit is active anymore because there's no purpose to it. I'm not a cessationist. I think you can still perform miracles if it's with enough faith. But just that principle, there was a purpose. It served its purpose. So it's not this sort of flaky belief in anything fantastic just to embellish the story. It just had that purpose for God to destroy the earth during the flood. He just created it, and maybe a millennia or so later, he wants to destroy it. You have to question: well, does he not know what he's doing? Does he? Like, it's so bizarre that it gives sort of credibility to it. Okay, he's making a statement about man. You give man free will, you create the world and everything for him, and he is so rebellious. Like, it just makes you think about something more profound, I believe.
Sure.
Justin. Yeah.
Do you believe that Muhammad split the moon in two?
No, I've never heard that before. I don't know much about the Quran. I've never heard that before, but no, I don't believe. I think
no, the Quran says that Muhammad, or the Hadith more specifically says that Muhammad split the moon in two, right? So, like, you don't believe that for the same reason I don't believe that the God of the Bible did any of these miracles. But, like, to the point, and I think the thing that Cyber and I would agree on here is that if Jesus, let's say he did perform miracles, I actually don't think he did, because there are hundreds and hundreds of miracle claims from the same time period of Jesus. But let's imagine for a second that he did. I don't think it's actually meaningful. I think it actually sets him up for being a false prophet, because in Deuteronomy 13 it says, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, and let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams. For the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. So God says, I'm going to send false prophets, and they're going to do maybe some signs and wonders, but this is to test you, to see if you're actually going to continue following me. And to be sure, this would be a huge deviation, the Jesus thing, because he also says in the same passage that you must follow my commands and worship my name alone. But the minute we start worshiping the name of Jesus and getting rid of the commands of God, now we've got an entirely different religion, and Jesus now looks like a false prophet, not like a Messiah.
Oh, but just, you know very well that Jesus took no credit for himself whatsoever. He praised God for everything. If I lift my finger up, Jesus, he didn't say that. If I'm able to pick up a feather, it's through the power of God. You know what I mean? He said, everything I'm doing is from the Father. He said, let's follow. God gave that warning in Deuteronomy: if you follow other gods and you take people away from me, be damned, if you will.
Well, he did.
Jesus gave what?
Does Jesus want to be worshipped?
Jesus is showing that he's under the auspices of God, that he's performing these things. So God sent this. Well, yes.
Does Jesus want to be worshipped?
To give glory to God, yes. Yes. In order to give glory to God.
How is worshiping somebody who's not God worshiping God?
Because God sent him, and it was God who orchestrated the whole thing, and he was sent by God to serve, to die. So Christ was extremely obedient to the point of death. So so there's a sacrifice there. So it's not a glory story for Christ. So there's reasons that
it is, though.
He glorified God.
In John 17, he says he's received the glory of the Father. But in Isaiah 45, he says, I share my glory with no other. Or is it 46? I have to double check. But in Isaiah, God says, I share my glory with no other, which means he can't share his glory with Jesus.
Yeah, but the story's different. I mean, if God sends a Messiah, to act as the mediator between God and man. I mean, things have changed.
Why does he need
bit.
a mediator?
Because man is just so sinful. Man is imperfect and has remained imperfect.
What's the mediator have to do with it?
Oh, because we're all condemned.
So what? What's the mediator doing?
Acting on our behalf, like pleading on God on our behalf.
Why do we need that? Does God not know what Jesus is going to plead for us?
Well, God, what God wants to prove is who's going to accept Jesus as a mediator.
But no, he doesn't need to be a mediator. God knows what's in our hearts already. He doesn't. We don't. If you know what's in somebody's heart, you don't need a mediator to plead for you.
But you need. Well, what's in our hearts?
Well, God knows. It doesn't matter. If God knows what's in your heart, no mediator is necessary.
Well, I imagine. Yeah, you could say that, but I think, well, no, but we have to be aware. Like I've often said that God doesn't do things for himself, for his own awareness. He does it to show us. That the tree wasn't put there to prove to God that whether they're going to fail or not. It was to show them.
Right, but that's that's something different. I'm asking about the mediator, right? So to me, Jesus is the most useless Messiah ever because we don't need a mediator. God already knows what's in our heart, and he could punish us accordingly.
Oh right. No. Okay, sorry. No, I lost my train of. Yeah, I got off track there. No. Jesus fulfilled the law. Jesus was perfect.
What does that mean?
And God accepted him as a sacrifice.
Well, no, human sacrifice is against the law.
No, not. It is, but Jesus, yeah. There's a twist.
How does Jesus fulfill the law by breaking it? God says in Proverbs 6, maybe, there are 6 things I hate, even 7, and one of them is the shedding of innocent blood, which means, and of course he just says not to do human sacrifice. So like I'm not inclined to believe that the God that said over and over again, hey, this human sacrifice business is bad, that his like wisdom for the plan of humanity is like, oh, I'm going to sacrifice my kid.
But it's not human sacrificed as much as it's I imagine it is. It's the same thing. But Jesus sacrifice was an oblation, right? As that of the Levitical sacrifice. I compare it with Yom Kippur. So the blood of bull and goats absolve you of your sins on the day of Yom Kippur, or your guilt and trespass offerings through the course of the year and so forth. But that was the means to absolve you of your sins. So it's not directly human sacrifice.
You can also just pray.
Not according. No, the wages of sin is death, and there had to be that sort of that blood had to be shed. Well, it does state that.
It doesn't say that in the Hebrew Bible. It says it in the New Testament. And it doesn't have to be that way. God could have made the wages anything he wants to.
Well, yes, no, but there has to be rules. There has to be a format.
Yeah, but he gets to decide what the rules are, right?
Yes, but he established them that they don't change.
But what I'm saying is he didn't have to establish that the wages of sin would be death. That was just an arbitrary decision.
Well, but if he's just and holy, he had to. By necessity, you could argue.
Nope. Being just has nothing to do with murdering people for finite crimes. Like if I'm perfectly just, it doesn't mean that like if my child slips up and does something I don't want them to, it doesn't mean that I now have to murder them. Like justice means that the punishment is proportional to the crime.
Right, but I mean you're talking about a misdemeanor there with the child messes up and puts his baseball through somebody's window, but
it doesn't matter. Because in the Christian paradigm, you go to hell no matter if it's a severe crime or a minor crime. It's all the same punishment.
Yeah, but no. See, this is again the mediator. If you deny,
but you don't need a mediator. No, you don't
that's
need.
Egregious.
Why is denying your mediator? Like if I was going to go to court because I committed a crime, it doesn't make my crime worse because I denied having a public defender.
If you deny, well, it does. It shows your contempt, your
no, it doesn't.
Indifference toward what you committed. If somebody's willing to help you, if someone's willing to help you get out of something, and you just say, "I don't need you," isn't that contemptuous?
No, it's not contemptuous at all, because you shouldn't have been there in the first place. So there's a couple problems you have here. God never had to make it so that every single sin you ever committed meant you're going to be lit on fire for all of eternity. That's evil. That's wicked. That like, let's say
but nobody's lit on fire for eternity. Nobody's lit on fire.
In the Bible they are. They're lit on fire for either eternity or until they're annihilated, one of the two. But they're lit on fire.
They're not. But okay.
That's what the Bible says. You want me to read it?
I know what you're alluding to. Did you? You're free. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I can just show you where the Bible plainly says it.
No, I'm fully aware of the lake of fire and so forth. Yes, this is figurative speech. It's man.
No, it's not.
Man. Oh, it is.
It doesn't say anything about figurative speech. It says that they're going to weep in pain and suffering forever in the fire.
Well, right, but it's like Paul said, when you treat evil with kindness, it's like putting burning coals on their head.
But that's not the same thing. That's a known Hebrew idiom. Like this shows up outside of the Bible. Even we already know what this means.
Sure.
Placing coals on somebody's head is an idiom for embarrassment, because your face gets red. When your face gets red, they thought is because your face was getting hot from embarrassment. The same reason why in Hebrew, it doesn't actually, when you see anger in the Bible, typically what it actually says is the hot nose of God. There's a lot of Hebrew idioms that talk about facial expressions in the form of heat, because they thought body temperature was actually a predictor of emotion. And so heaping coals on somebody's head doesn't mean that you're lighting them on fire. Heaping coals on somebody's head means that you're heating them up because they're going to be red with embarrassment. It's a really well-known idiom.
No, I would contest that. No, it's meaning that the wrong that you did is burning inside of you. Now you're feeling remorseful.
Nope.
Oh, come on. But that's more contextual. That's much more.
It's not.
Where Paul said when he says treating kindness towards evil, it makes the perpetrator feel that much worse about what he did. It truly exposes it, and he feels bad. He feels bad. And
that's what I said. He has shame and guilt. That's what it means to heap coals on their head. They're going to have shame and guilt. Their face is red with shame and guilt. That's what that means.
Yeah, a good example of this is Proverbs 25, where it says, if your enemy is hungry, give him bread to eat, for you will heap burning coals on his head, because you're embarrassing him. He's your enemy. He's been doing these horrific things to you. And what are you doing? You're feeding him. You're helping him. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing him.
But you're right. But embarrassing just seems to be the wrong sort of like he so it wouldn't bother him if it wasn't exposed. Would it bother him when he goes home at night and he's in his by himself? That's
the point. No. Give me the two emotions that you know of when your face turns red.
Embarrassment is one, but that could be because your pants fell down when you're on the dance floor.
And
or something. That's embarrassment. And face red, no. See, I'm not familiar with face red. Would be angry. Face red. You want to hurt somebody.
Yeah, you nailed them.
You feel bad. Sorry.
You nailed them. Anger and shame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but shame. Yeah. Well, remorse is different. Contrition is different.
This is not contrition. Your face doesn't turn red when you have contrition. That's the whole point.
Right.
That's the whole point behind the metaphor that's being painted here. Heaping coals on somebody's head is going to heat them up. They believed that when your head got hot, it showed in your red face. That was either shame or anger, one of the two. That's why the idiom exists. And this is not like, I didn't make this up. Like every commentary you're ever going to read on this passage is going to tell you exactly the same thing.
Interesting. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Thank you. So to the lake of fire, Justin, just irrespective of that, God does not punish crimes of the heart with corporeal punishment.
He does.
Well, he doesn't.
No, he does.
Yes. I mean, the Levitical law. Yes.
Coveting is a crime of the heart.
That's right.
So that means if you commit a crime of the heart, you get punished for it.
No, you're right. In the Levitical law, that was the case, but in the Great White Throne, when he's talking about heaven and hell, or not the kingdom, being in the kingdom and going to be cast into the lake of fire, it's not a burning fire. I mean, I find that hard to fathom.
But it says it is. Listen, I'm just going to read you some passages. DB, you're a really nice guy, but to me, it's shameful that somebody as nice as you haven't bothered to read these Bible passages because you're arguing for something that is against the entire history of Christian doctrine. Revelation 20 talks about the lake of fire. The devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet were. They will be tormented day and night forever and ever. But what are they being tormented with in the lake of fire?
They're weeping and gnashing of teeth. They are so regretful that they denied Christ. Well, all they do was say sorry.
I mean, does it say that, or did you add all that to it?
I comprehended. No, you're. I mean, but it says what you're saying exactly. I've read all the text.
Right,
absolutely. It's precisely what you're saying. It says.
Right.
It does not mean that.
It does mean that. Do you want to know why I know it means that?
Why?
Because the Bible says it means that. In Luke 16, when the rich man goes to hell, he says, I'm in agony in these flames. Please send Lazarus to get a drop of water from my tongue. He's in flames. He's in agony in the heat.
But the whole logistics of that is implausible. So it's not. It's not real. Because dipping his tongue in water.
The logistics of it being silly has nothing to do with whether or not this is the doctrine that's being taught here. He's saying that the heat is so overbearing that even a drop of water on my tongue would be better than what I have now. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, but you brought up a critical point there. The doctrine that's being taught. He's not talking about this. Is not a depiction of what heaven and hell will be like. This is about having enough time in your lifetime to you have enough evidence to either to accept the grace or not to. That's the whole point of
that. That has nothing to do with what they died. They're dead. Luke 16 is a parable about what happened after they died.
Send somebody back to my brother, so they will believe. And then the answer from Abraham is they have Moses, they have the prophets. That's enough for them to repent and so forth. And that is the point of the text. This is an allegory.
And listen, it's not. It's a parable. It's not an allegory. So the reason why doesn't he want his brothers to go there?
Oh, because it's a terrible place to be.
Why is it terrible?
Because it's regretful. You're going to be cast out of the kingdom.
Does it say that?
In utter darkness.
Does it say that?
No, it doesn't.
That's why I keep saying. You keep saying it's one thing when the Bible doesn't say any of that. It doesn't say anything you just said. It says that it's hot down here. I'm in agony in these flames. Please, just a drop of water.
You're 100% correct. But that's just sort of implausible in and of itself.
Why?
He's going to become a piece of toast if it was actually true. The flames are burning underneath him perpetually. I mean, nobody can survive that.
We know that's why it's not your human body. It's your spiritual body. So what you're trying to do is say, listen, because the Bible, something written 2,000 years ago, says something that is scientifically silly, I'm just going to assume it doesn't mean anything that it says. But just because they're stupid about biology doesn't mean anything. They believe that you received a spiritual body and that spiritual body would be in hell. It wasn't like your physical body's there.
But your spiritual body doesn't have nerve endings. So, I mean, the fire.
Well, you don't know that.
To a disembodied spirit.
Jesus' body did. His spiritual body did.
Well, we've never seen a spiritual body.
But he had one. The Bible described it.
Well, when he walked on earth for 40 days, I'm not convinced with scars in him. And at 30 years of age, I don't believe that's his body. Well, like Paul said, the celestial does not inherit, the temporal does not inherit the eternal.
Right, but he had a body. In 1 Corinthians 15, he took up another body when he went to heaven, which means it's still a body, which means the body still does things that bodies do. Psalm 78 says the angels in heaven have food. They eat manna up there. They eat bread up there. This conception that like once you die, you're just entirely immaterial, that doesn't show up here in the book. You still have some kind of a body in this book when you go into the afterlife. But I want to point you towards something. Like Jesus's words about hell, like they weren't created in a vacuum. You do understand that Jesus was a Jew, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the Jewish writings prior to Jesus said about hell?
No, I don't.
Okay. So when Jesus talked about hell, it wasn't like he was inventing a whole new doctrine, right? Jesus is tapping into something that everybody already knew about. Everybody was already talking about it. It wasn't like it was like Jesus didn't go in and be like, oh, here's this idea of hell. No. He was just repeating what was already known. And look at what the Jewish literature says about hell. You probably can't read the screen. I apologize, but
I'm just looking at that right now.
yeah. Judith 16:17. This is in the Apocrypha. Woe to the nations that rise up against my people. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance on them on the day of judgment. He will send fire and worms into their flesh, and they shall weep in pain forever. Same thing with Sirach 7:17. Humble yourselves to the utmost, for the punishment of the ungodly is fire and worms. Same thing with 2 Esdras 7. The pit of torment shall appear, and opposite shall be the place of rest. And the furnace of Gehenna shall be disclosed, and opposite the paradise of delight. Then the Most High will say to the nations that have been raised from the dead, look now and understand whom you have denied, whom you have not served, whose commandments you have despised. So look upon this side and on that, here and delight in rest, and there the fire and the torments. Thus he will speak to them on the day of judgment. So the fire and the torments go together, just like paradise goes together with things that are delightful. 1 Maccabees, for we through this severe suffering and endurance shall have the prize of virtue and shall be with God, on whose account we suffer. But you, because of your bloodthirstiness towards us, will deservedly undergo from the divine justice eternal torment by fire. And it just says this over and over again. It's in the Dead Sea Scrolls too. If you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, it talks specifically about what happens here in the community rule. Accursed are you for all your wicked, blameworthy deeds. And then it goes in to talk about what's going to happen to this individual. Let's see. It says, sentenced to the gloom of everlasting fire. Like every time we read a Jewish document, it just says the same thing. Because their idea of Hades or hell was the same as what we find among the Greeks. They believed it was a place where people went to get tortured. And quite often, almost all the time, it included being tortured by fire. So when we get to the New Testament, like there's no good reason to go into the New Testament and be like, no, fire doesn't actually mean fire. The only way you would get to that point is if you just didn't like what the New Testament actually said and you wanted to change it because the words were offensive.
You've heard the theory of mental torment. Like many theologians hold that view, and it might be even the most popular one. Actually, is that it's not. I mean, that would make God a sadist for one. But
he is.
Well, I guess that's debatable. But mental torment. There's an expression actually. It's more common than the way I'm putting it, but that's a common belief. Just to give you an idea, so it's not novel what I'm saying by any means. Well, but it's.
I don't think it's novel. It just doesn't match anything that we're seeing in the book, right? The book in all of the accompanying literature says that the heavens and the hells have descriptions, and the hell is horrific. It includes fire and torture. Even in Qumran, one of the hymns, it says, even though you burn the foundations of mountains and fire sears the base of Sheol, so on and so forth. So in Sheol, there's fire searing stuff. Like it describes it so many times. Like there's no good reason to then go into this and say, actually, every time it mentions fire and torture, it doesn't really mean fire and torture. But like, you don't have a good linguistic reason to believe that. Your reason for believing that is out of convenience.
Okay, but this is a little too hypothetical. Can you explain to me just logistically what's happening? So is man walking on a grill, and below him there's charcoals burning? Is there a fire beside him with a furnace just stoked all day long? Like, can you envision how this would actually play out logistically? Like, what's the source of the fire? Is it burning wood? Is it?
What you're doing now is you're taking a passage that you don't like, and you're like, we need to apply scientific logistics to it. Well, that's ridiculous. You didn't apply that to anything else. Are you going to hold on? Are you going to apply it to Jesus doing miracles? Do scientific logistics work then? Like if God, the creator of the universe, wants to send you to a place where he's developed rules so that you'll be tortured in fire for eternity, it doesn't matter if it's not logistically feasible with what we know. God's going to do what God wants to do.
You're absolutely right, because I did say it was the purpose that gave it the credibility. If man deserves to be punished for his crimes, which are extremely egregious, then okay, good point. You're right. The plausibility is not the factor here, which is what I was leaning towards. That's why I feel I'm forced to give it another meaning, and I do. And I saw that from the Apocrypha, you showed all the verses, and you're again 100% correct. I still insist it's figurative.
Why?
Question. Because you mentioned you're forced to give another explanation. Is that because you just don't like what the text says? You just don't like it, so you feel like you need to give another thing, or what's your justification for giving it another definition, another purpose?
Because I think systematically, within my theology, it doesn't comport. It's just simply that. It's not so much I don't like it and I'm abhorred by it, or my thing falls apart.
How does it not comport? What do you mean by that?
Well, that because
there's cognitive dissonance, my friend.
Well, no, it's the fact again. It's because I truly feel the real suffering comes from remorse and contrition. That's when you could poke somebody in the arm with needles or punch them in the head enough times. I think it's worse when you just can't live with yourself. And I truly feel Justin, they're punishing themselves. That's why I really insist on that. But God is not guilty now of punishing them. They're punishing themselves because all they have to do is say sorry and thank you. Sorry, repentance.
No, they don't.
And thank you for your grace.
Nope.
And if they don't, it's their own minds that are suffering.
Nope. That's ridiculous, because me not believing in this dead sky carcass has nothing to do with whether or not I deserve to be tortured in any way possible. So
if it's true, you do.
Just because, no, it's not true. First of all, it's not true. And second of all, if it was true, I still wouldn't deserve it. Being imperfect has nothing to do with whether or not you should be tortured.
No, but being defiant to somebody's grace is
no, it's not. It's not a crime, because you have to demonstrate that you exist first before you get to torture me for claiming that you don't exist.
Sure. I think it's quite it's quite evident in
it's not
theistic
though.
circles. This is very no,
but DB, listen to me. It's not elementary. The Bible is hopelessly contradictory. And I tried to bait you earlier and you didn't take it. But listen, Jesus did not do shit. He came and he lied and he died. That's it. There's no evidence for the resurrection. He didn't fulfill one prophecy, not even one. So this guy he's a waste. He's a loser. He's a clown. I have no reason to believe that I need to call on this sky carcass to save me from torture. It doesn't even agree with the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible doesn't even say that you need to believe a thing to escape hell. Getting the resurrection of the righteous is just based on your merits alone, not based on God's not going to torture you forever just because you committed a sin.
Well, one of the
damn
things that
speeding ticket.
Well, no, speeding ticket, I imagine not. But I mean, faith over works, Justin. I mean, that's the principle.
What about it?
Faith over works. That's the grace.
But again, that's the New Testament. No one gives a shit about the New Testament. That's my point, though. Faith is useless. Faith is a useless tool.
But I have a quick question. You mentioned something. So when we talk about weeping and gnashing of teeth, you're trying to use that as your explanation for why it'd be kind of a self-reflection. But if you get a chance when you're done here, go on YouTube and watch court cases where people are getting their sentences, and watch how many people start having gnashing of teeth and weeping, not because they're self-reflecting, but because they're hoping it's just a bodily function they have. It's a response, but it's also that maybe by having this demonstration, maybe the judge will change their mind. And we know they're not, because that's not how the court system works. But it seems that all examples we see of weeping and gnashing of teeth is not due to self-reflection. It's a response to judgment.
So it's an act they're putting on?
No, it's something that's going on in their head, but it's a response.
Right.
It's not an act that's going on, but it's just they're not happy with the judgment they got, so they're lashing out, they're crying, they're gnashing their teeth as a response.
Right. And
it's
you're
not
right.
because of self-reflection.
I think the weeping is the self-reflection, the gnashing of teeth. It does say that even after God made all these signs, they still rebelled against him. And this is just how incorrigible or unrepentant that they were. So it is both those factors, the weeping and the gnashing of teeth. It's both. It's
DB, allow me to butt in for a second, because I don't think you understand Cyber's point. And maybe I didn't understand, but I want to make sure I understand. I think what Cyber is saying is, in real life, when people are weeping and gnashing their teeth, like in the court case, right? It's not because they're so overcome with remorse. It's because they hate the fact that they're about to be punished, which is what you would expect if you're going to be punished. Like in 2 Thessalonians, it says that when Jesus comes back with all of his angels, it says he's going to be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God. And it says they're going to suffer the punishment of eternal destruction and so on and so forth with fiery flame. So like, this is why people would be gnashing in teeth there, because like, once it is revealed that they're going to get tortured, there's going to be some gnashing in teeth. But like, if I die and I'm like, oh no, it turns out Jesus was real, I'm not going to be gnashing my teeth, because he gave me no reason to believe he was real. I had no incentive whatsoever to believe that this guy was anything more than a false prophet. I wouldn't feel guilty. That's on him.
Right. So you would be gnashing your teeth at him.
No, I wouldn't.
Cursing, you wouldn't?
No, why would I? He didn't do anything worthy of worship. He didn't give me any indication that he was the Messiah. He could do anything. He could convince everybody right now. He could click his fingers and convince everybody. But he didn't do it. So if he is going to, like, if he hates me so much for not recognizing him as the Messiah, given that he had no reason for me to believe that, that's on him, not on me. I don't feel guilty at all.
Oh no, you wouldn't feel guilty about what you're describing, but you would be. You'll sit there and raise your fist at him, saying,
why?
You mouse.
Why would I do that?
For being so deceitful, or putting you in the place you're at.
Why would I do that?
Are you suffering? Are you suffering right now?
Why would I care? Listen, if there's no suffering in the afterlife, I don't care.
Listen, no, right.
If I go to hell and there's no suffering, I could give a damn what God's up to. I'm going to go do my thing in hell.
Right. Oh, I see. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
Like, why do I care to go to hell? Why am I mad about that?
Because you cast out of the kingdom.
So what? Why do I care?
Party. Like what? A better term.
I don't think there is a party.
You guys seen Justin's crown? He's going to have his own kingdom.
True.
No, it's going to be utter darkness. It's not going to be a pleasant place, and I don't think.
It's not pleasant there. Oh, but why is it not pleasant? What's unpleasant about it?
There's going to be a lack of love. There's going to be a lack of righteousness.
I'll still have love.
Nah.
Why would I suddenly not have love just because I'm in a different location?
Because I think the environment, I can't fathom right now what the environment is going to be like. I mean, mountains, grass, I got no idea, ponds or whatever, but it's going to be utter darkness. You're out of the kingdom. I mean, if the kingdom is glorious.
But what does that mean? Now, I mean, obviously outer darkness isn't a reference to literal darkness. It must mean something else. What's it mean? Like, if fire doesn't mean fire, obviously darkness doesn't mean darkness. So like, if I'm just in another place, what does it mean to be there? Why am I mad that I'm there?
Again, logistically, I can't tell you if there's sunlight, no sunlight, if it's actually dark or not. I think it's going to be. I can't think of a situation that it's. I don't know, like living in a basement. That's silly.
But
just I don't like
But why do I care? I don't mind living in a basement.
Oh, but you will.
Why?
You will. Whatever it is. I mean, I don't know the answer of what it's going to appear like. If there's pictures on the wall, or you're going to have a baseball, be able to do that. I don't think so. It's all going to be taken away from you. And
what's going to be taken away from me?
The any form of enjoyment.
What?
No TVs. No.
I don't need a TV. We survived as a species without TVs. Will there be people there?
You'll need some. Yes.
Will my atheist friends be there?
Yeah, I do believe. Yes.
So I'll be fine.
No. He's got something up his sleeve, Justin. He's got something up his
Like
sleeve.
what? What's he gonna do?
Well, something. Okay, you're trying to bait me to say it's going to be fire. That's what you have to fear.
I'm trying to bait you into saying he's gonna do something harmful to us.
Right. No, not harmful physically. No.
If we don't like it, just because God is going to do something harmful to us, then we're back at square one. Namely, God is punishing people infinitely for finite crimes, which is ridiculous.
You got some great points. You have excellent points, and it's not written down the actual environment, but I don't believe it's fire at all. I find that just again, I can't fathom the logistics of it, and it serves no purpose. It doesn't serve that much of a purpose, and God is not sadist that way. That He's going to inflict you with corporal punishment for the crimes of the heart. In this final case, that you rejected the Messiah, is something
But again, you still haven't answered the question. What the fuck did Jesus have to do with our punishment? Like, listen, if God's upset that we didn't ask for forgiveness because we sinned, what does Jesus do? I still have no idea. Why does God need to murder Jesus just to forgive us? Like, if I listen, God, Jesus is a dumb motherfucker who got himself on a cross. He's a false prophet. Will you forgive me for my sins? Because you actually exist. Jesus is a dead sky carcass. Am I forgiven?
No.
Why? Why does my forgiveness depend on me believing in Jesus?
Because there is a judicial aspect about this entirely.
Like what?
That God, for God to be holy, He's not just going to absolve somebody from their sins.
Why can't He? Why can't He just forgive you? What's preventing Him?
Because the same way that if you're a good, not you can make it personal, if somebody's a good father and so forth, you spare the rod, you spoil the child.
Do you not forgive your children when they ask for forgiveness?
Oh, if they ask and they're sincere
does your child need a lawyer to make that happen?
Right.
Jesus is the most useless God concept ever. He's not necessary.
No, the wages of sin is death, and death has to be.
Who said that rule, though?
That's not in the Hebrew Bible.
Well, the law. Yes, the wage is it in Hebrew? Not in Hebrew.
It's not in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay. Well, that's understood. There was enough capital crimes in the Old Testament to understand. Now, there's more egregious crimes and so forth, but that principle.
But again, we already went over this, though, DB. God doesn't have to make the wages of sin death. He can make the wages anything He wants to. He could say, "Hey, if you commit a sin, you got to pay it back. Go do some labor for a while." There's so many ways He could have dealt with it. Like, death is never a requirement.
What do you do for I'm going to the extreme? What do you do for murder?
Well, again, I don't believe in the capital punishment. So if somebody murders, I think we should segregate them from humanity in a place where they're not going to be harming anybody. But I wouldn't put them in a place where they are then harmed. In fact, I think most people who commit these acts can be reformed. Now, if God is like all powerful, whatever needs to happen to reform a murderer, God could do that. He could sequester them, do whatever He needs to do to reform them, and be done with it. He doesn't have to torture anybody. In fact, in 1 Samuel 10, He gives Saul an entirely new heart. Verse 6 says that Saul became a changed man when God gave him his new heart. God could just do that with people that were wicked, rather than punishing them forever.
In fact, and an analogy that I like to use is when you go outside and you see pebbles on the ground, have you ever had a desire to eat a pebble on the ground?
No.
Do you have the free will, if you wanted to right now, to go outside and eat a pebble? Could you?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
But you don't have a desire to do so, right?
Right.
So God could have just done that.
Yeah, I think things had to play out for us to learn.
Learn what?
To learn the cost of having free will, how truly
What do you mean?
obedient we will be to God. That God created us gratuitously. He gave us the ability to have life, to have love, to love one another, all these things, but it comes at a price, and you
What's the
can't
price?
just take these things. That if you deviate from what he requires of you, there's penalties to pay. That if you're gonna have free will,
Right, but
which
again,
affects
you just keep mentioning the penalties like he doesn't have a control over them. That's the point. God has control over the penalties. It doesn't matter what sin you're committing. God could just make the penalty whatever he wants it to be. But he doesn't have to kill anybody. He doesn't have to torture anybody.
But if people are continuously spitting in his face, like, what do you do?
But you don't kill him. If my son continuously spits in my face, I'm not killing him. Like, I don't understand where this "you have to kill him" thing is coming from.
You go to extreme measures.
Why?
Because that's the only way to deal with certain people.
The only way to if my son just won't obey me, my only repercussion is to murder him.
Not to murder him, but you will estrange yourself from him. You will sort of cut him off. You might even put him in jail.
No. You said the wages of sin are death. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about death.
Oh, right. Absolutely.
So I'm not going to put my son in jail just because he spat in my face. Again, this is the point that I keep making. You're saying, well, listen, if we disrespect God, he's got to do something with us. Why? Why does he have to do something with us? He's given us no reason to respect him. He's given us not even a reason to know he exists, much less that we're spitting in his face. That's the difference in our legal system. Like, we actually know the people we're interacting with. Like, if I go up and punch a guy in the face, I know that guy exists. And I know that punching him in the face hurts him. There's no evidence that God exists. There's no evidence that, like, if a guy puts his pee-pee in the wrong person, that God's, like, harmed by that. That's preposterous.
Well, putting your pee-pee in the wrong person is very lewd.
According to who? Why does God care? Am I putting my pee-pee in God?
Well, because if you design something...
Is he watching? Why is he watching me?
Well, because if you were to design something for a specific purpose and people start to use it for perverse, or corrupt things, like you build a car to start robbing banks with it, you're going to put your foot down and say, nobody's touching my car.
No, I'm not.
You should.
Why? If I create let's say I create a race of robots and I give all the robots free will, and then they start doing free will things, I can't be like, oh, fuck, you were supposed to do exactly what I wanted. Like, if you create somebody with free will, you can't then get mad that they made decisions that weren't your perfect decisions, or else you don't have free will, which gets to the whole point here, which is you don't have free will because God will send you to some sort of eternal outer darkness for even the slightest disagreement with the choices that you've made. So you don't have free will. God wants robots. God doesn't want love. He wants robots.
No, he gives us enough time. He gives us enough time to change.
Nope, time's irrelevant. If you don't do what God wants you to, and you don't do it perfectly, he'll punish you in some form or fashion, which means he wants robots, not free will.
I've given it enough times. Yeah.
Do you believe, like, in heaven, let's say we go to heaven, do you believe there's free will in heaven?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
So let's say it's time to worship Yahweh, and Justin just happens to be in my favorite God worship spot. Can I go up and, like, slap the absolute matzah out of Justin?
No, but you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't need to. You wouldn't have the desire.
No. But could I though? Could I though? Would I have that option?
Yeah, I believe. My understanding, yes, you would have that option. You'd be that free, is my understanding.
And what would happen to me if I did? Like, final judgment has already passed, and I slap the absolute shit out of Justin. What happens?
Too hypothetical. It wouldn't happen. No, you wouldn't have those desires in heaven. You'd be a changed
it's an
man.
if. It's a conditional.
Oh, okay. You'd be punished accordingly. You'd be punished accordingly.
Would I be kicked out of heaven? Would I be kicked out of heaven?
Yes, very hypothetical. But yes, you'd be kicked out of heaven.
Yeah, it's very hypothetical.
Yes, you'd be kicked out. I do believe you'd be kicked. No, you'd be put in.
That's a final judgment, though.
Purgatory. You'd be put in purgatory for a while. You're right. Final judgment was a final judgment. Way too hypothetical. Final judgment was a final judgment. You'd be incarcerated for a certain amount of time. You'd be in
But
purgatory.
then I could go back.
You'd go to remedial lessons or whatever. Then you can go back. I do believe you can't have.
Well, then I'm just going to go back and slap the absolute matzah out of Chet, because he's now in my favorite spot. Justin learned his lesson.
I'm sensitive too.
Maybe
I bruise
the
like a
problem is
peach.
Chet and Justin. Then maybe you'll be allowed to stay, but Chet and Justin will have to go for taking your spot. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, at least he maintains free will in heaven. But this then doesn't absolve the issue with sin, though. Sin can still happen in heaven then.
No, but it won't. With all due respect, no. There's a certain understanding of when you get there, having a mind with wisdom. You don't desire to do that. Sin is the absence.
Well, DB, I want to make sure you're interacting with what Cyber has said, because I think it's important, right?
Yeah.
Let's say I'm a Christian right now. I've sinned. You've sinned, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Are you going to sin more between this moment and the time you die?
No, I would like to think less and less.
No, I'm not saying less and less. I'm saying, will you commit another sin?
Right. Well, will they increase the number?
No, I'm asking, will you commit at least another sin between now and when you die?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now, is there any reason to believe that once you die, suddenly you're just never going to sin again?
Yes.
Why? What's the thing that makes that true?
That's the whole idea. When he comes back, we will be changed. We'll be changed.
How are we going to be changed?
That the depravity that's within us, the corruption that's within us, will be removed.
So he could have just done that from the beginning. He could just made it that the corruption was never in us.
No. It wouldn't serve the purpose. Like Adam and Eve were given a clean slate, and they fouled. They messed up.
No. I didn't ask about Adam and Eve. So why could God just start from the beginning by not putting the corruption in us?
He didn't put the corruption in us.
Where'd it come from?
By our own selves, our own desires.
I didn't ask for the corruption. Did you ask for the corruption, Cyber?
No.
So if God can just reach into all human beings and remove the corruption and remove the desire to sin, he should have done that from the beginning.
Well, yeah. I mean, I called it removing corruption as though it's some tangible thing. It's the change in the mind from you could either say increase the wisdom, so you don't want to sin, which is that's a perfect man. These enticements are not to our benefit, whatever we're attracted to. Our desires. Our desires.
DB, it doesn't matter like how you define it. The problem is that God is now in control of whether or not you're going to sin. Right. So if you get to heaven and you're not going to sin anymore because something God does, then whatever that thing that God is doing, he could have just done that from the beginning from here. You obviously didn't need it.
Yeah, but you can't intervene that way. That every time you're about to make a bad move, that somebody intervenes.
Then why is God doing it in heaven? Like if that's improper to do, why is God doing it in heaven?
Because we've earned it at that point by believing in his son.
We haven't earned. What does believing in a dead dude have to do with earning lack of free will? Either free will is intrinsically necessary to our existence or it's not. If it's not, then there's no reason for us to have it now just to risk going to hell. He could have just made it so that we didn't want to do horrible things from the beginning, and then nobody actually has to go to hell, and we end up with the same exact thing in heaven. The only difference is everybody gets to go to heaven in this scenario.
It's not removing or gaining. It's maturity. It's when you grow up and you grow old and you start to look back at your life and say, I don't like the way I was back then. When you start to change,
babies die.
Towards others. Sorry,
babies die. It's not about maturity. Babies die and go to heaven. So it can't be that you need to be here making free will choices because it has to build your maturity, because babies die and go to heaven. They have no maturity. So that can't be a right answer.
Well, I have a question, because you mentioned that the depravity is removed from us. How did we get the depravity? What causes it?
Yeah, sorry, Cyber. That's right. And I attempted to correct myself in that. It's the maturity. It's as you mature, you don't desire evil. You begin to realize just the consequence of certain actions and so forth, and how unfulfilling they are. Like, I drank a lot, I'd partied and all that stuff and did stuff like that. I'm not attracted to that anymore. I see that what the waste of time, the waste of money, the waste of brain cells, all that stuff, that it wasn't led to nothing. I was very unproductive, all that stuff. And even lying, did you feel like a louse when you have to stoop to that level to get yourself out of trouble? You lose the desire to commit sins that way. So it's a maturity thing. So I just called it removing that corruption.
And when you say a desire to commit sin, how are you defining sin?
A sin is where there is no law, there is no sin. So God's the legislator. So whatever he deems as sin is what sin is. You know what I mean? So if he makes the law, don't the 10 Commandments, all that
So
stuff.
what causes our desire to sin then?
Because we're of the flesh. We are of the flesh. The flesh is like, we'd be more like the animals, would be sort of a paradigm, if you will. A dog is they hump whatever they want to hump. They'll very greedy when it comes to food and dominant, aggressive in certain interactions. So when man is like that, he's hedonistic. When he becomes just
so to be clear with what you're saying is, so sin is when God gives a law and we go against that law, that's sin, and we are born with this desire to go against God, correct?
No, not born with the desire to go against God. No, we're neutral when we're born. We're neutral, and as we grow up in this world, depends on the influences around us. We choose certain.
So we're not born with the sin nature.
I don't believe. No, I don't believe in that fallen nature. No, total depravity. No.
God says that we're evil even from youth in Genesis.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's right, but prone to it. But yeah, but we're not. We're not. I mean, who instilled that within us?
Well, God did. God created us that way, remember?
No.
Yeah, God created Adam to be prone to not listening to his word to partake of the fruit.
Yeah.
But no, I mean that's ludicrous.
Well, that's the implication of that. That's the implication of what you said. You said the human nature causes us to be prone to sin, and we have the human nature. We didn't create the human nature, which means God made us prone to sin.
No, when your body desires certain things, when you have a body that requires food, requires certain things, you have desires, you have passions and all that stuff, you have to be very careful how you direct them and which ones you choose and what moderation and so forth.
All right, so you shouldn't eat a fruit.
You shouldn't eat it. When you have enough fruit around you, you don't need that forbidden fruit. And definitely enough. God said no.
Yeah, but did they know that eating the fruit was, they knew it was disobedience, but did they know that disobedience was bad?
Oh, yes, of course.
No, how'd they know? Because, no, they knew, they were told. They didn't know that disobedience was a bad thing, because it was a tree that gave them knowledge of good and evil. They didn't know what good and evil even was. That's why it says they were naked and not ashamed.
Right. No, it was instinctive enough that whatever God conveyed to them, they caught on. They understood.
But he didn't convey to them that it was evil to disobey.
Thou shalt surely die, I think, is enough to say it's consequential, that it's going to be.
Well, they don't know what death is.
Oh, they did. They did. He wouldn't have made that pronouncement if it
is death evil.
What it meant. Yeah, well, God is not the author. Yeah, it's a negative thing.
Did they know what evil was yet?
Not entirely sure, because I mean, they had to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to know what that was. That's I guess, but that's what you're alluding to. That I mean, why have the tree of the knowledge of good and evil if they had that understanding already?
Right.
Yeah, maybe not, Justin, but they knew what they did was wrong. I mean, they knew what they did was wrong.
They couldn't. If they don't know right from wrong, then they can't know that what they're doing is wrong.
I don't know if that's the right way of describing that. This knowing right from wrong and understanding the potential for crime, for decadence, like knowledge of good and evil.
Decadence? They ate a fruit.
Mm-hmm. But when they realized they were naked, that's where the decadence comes in. They start to see things in a different light.
Well, that was after they ate the fruit.
That's after they ate the fruit, right? But that's
after they ate the fruit, they knew what evil was.
Yeah, Justin, as always, you've got some great questions, and I can appreciate why you're so skeptical. Well, you just have no time. Like, there's no credibility. The Bible has no credibility for you. Because I mean, I get all your questions. Listen, I do think there's a large misinterpretation, if I may, and I don't mean to be just without just qualifying that statement, but your questions are fantastic, and I've heard a lot of them for the first time. You got great questions, and I can appreciate your stance. I think you are being a little bit, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be not answering your question here. I'm a little bit stumped on this one. That where you're going with that. But I just do know that they understood something. They knew that it was prohibited. The devil enticed them to gave it a more glorious sort of spin on it. That you'll be like the gods, knowing good and evil, and so forth.
No, God confirms that. God Himself confirms that.
Yeah, in Genesis,
that's true. That's right.
3:22.
No, you're right. You're right, and that is exactly it. But right. So that statement shows that they weren't depraved because they became like God and His angels, knowing good and evil. But what in the first place? How did they understand the prohibition? They couldn't.
So, let me ask you a question.
So the story's so fabricated. You mean that the writers just overlooked that?
Well, hold on. There's two questions on the table right now. The two questions on the table right now are: one, how did they know if it was evil or not, right? We've already discussed that they couldn't have because they haven't partaken of it. So how do they know that listening to the serpent was wrong? The second question is, how do they even know what death is? Because they haven't experienced it. So how do they know what death is? Those are the two questions on the table right now.
Right, and I've discussed that before with my friends and so forth. I mean, if plants would die, if they were vegetarians at the time and they're eating plants, does not the concept of killing something like come into mind? I guess you could pluck the leaves and it stays alive. I don't know. If something grows, do you not have a concept of something dying? Like, is that not cycle there? I'm speculating. I don't know, but I'm wondering if.
I don't know if they knew that plants were alive. I don't know if that fits their category of alive. As for the animals, it seems somewhat, at least vaguely implied in the Bible that prior to the fall of Adam and Eve, the animals weren't eating each other, and they weren't supposed to be eating the animals either. In fact, they're not given explicit permission to eat the animals until after the flood.
That's right. Yes, Genesis chapter 9. Right, that's right. There were herbivores prior to that. Okay, well, but would not the notion just somehow, like, would they not have an understanding just with the environment around? Like you mentioned the trees, the animals. There must have been animals copulating and engendering other babies and all that stuff, and be fruitful. So you do have that. I mean, they weren't expected to live forever, where you would overpopulate the earth to some degree.
They don't know what that is yet.
They don't know what that is. They probably not. So they died at around 1,000 years of age, and that they would have to eat of the tree of life in order to gain further years to their life. I imagine somehow in the environment they had the notion, or else the author of that book was just completely unaware of this flaw.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of plot holes in Genesis.
Yeah.
Like, that in Genesis 26 and Genesis 36, the wives of Esau have different family members, like their lineages are mixed up.
The wives of Esau, right? He married the two women that displeased his. I forget they were Amalekites or something. Then he married a Shemite, his cousin or something afterwards. And then, what do you mean by the genealogies are mixed up? That they don't conform to what it says?
If you look at the parents of the women, in one list, the parents get swapped. The parents of Basemith get swapped with one of the other ladies. In fact, I've got I got it written down right here. Give me a second. Pull it up.
Yep.
All right. So let me see if I can zoom in enough so that everyone can see it. But so in Genesis, we're given the women's information twice. Genesis 36, we've got Ada, Aholibama, and Basemath. In the next section, there's Judas, Basemath, and Mahalath. Now, Basemath shows up twice in these genealogies, and it says that she is the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, in Genesis 26, but in Genesis 36, it says she was the daughter of Ishmael, the sister of Naboth. But in the other one, it says that Mahalath was the daughter of Ishmael, sister of Baalath. It just sounds like they had two different sources, and the sources contradicted each other, and no one caught it.
Yeah. Or there's two Basemeths, because the lineage that they're comparing them to is different. If you have, I can't read it from here, Adala, Ohalamek, and Besamach, you have a different sort of lineage, if you will, or generation below it. Possibly two Basemeths.
Why? Why would we think that there is two Basemeths?
Well, if I'm following correctly, that this is a different generation, like down the tree, if you will. Is that what I'm seeing here? Like one's lower in the tree, or just two different accounts? One's
it's two entirely different accounts.
Oh, right. Sorry, right. Yeah. A lot of things. What I understand about the birth narratives or the genealogies of Jesus, that this is just a thematic issue. It's just whatever the author's intent was to conveniently convey a purpose, and you do 14 generations and so forth. The other one had a different thing in mind. I don't see that this being
so one of these lists is true and one of them somehow metaphorical,
or both, well, thematic, not metaphorical. I think that the
what's the point of listing? What's the point of listing the ancestors of these women? What's the theme that we're like? What's the theological point we're supposed to take from giving the two lists that contradict each other?
Right. So in Genesis, that might not apply what I stated in Matthew and Luke. In Genesis, listen, if it's a typo, if it's just an error in the records, incidental, I imagine these things were hard to keep, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be frivolous, like an error here or two, and just write it off in that manner. But I've just learned with a lot of the details, if one says he had red shoes, the other said he had blue shoes, I don't find them to be. If it's a manuscript thing, if it's again an intent, a way of, I don't know if the genealogies are complete, exhaustive. At any in Genesis and anywhere, if they are meant to be exhaustive, if they're just giving the main character so they can be traced to you can't remember that many family names in your head, so maybe they condense it just for ease of memory or along those lines. And I don't mean to be making things up, like rules up. I would just easily in my mind dismiss it as something of that nature.
I mean a manuscript error.
I'm sorry?
You mean it's a manuscript error is what you're saying?
Well, no. It's intentional that one of many that the authors just was not attempting to give an exhaustive list. He either didn't have the capability.
Well, we know he didn't give an exhaustive list. The question is not about whether it's exhaustive. The question is, who are the parents of Basemath and Mahalath?
I don't know if there's more than I'd have to look at. Sorry, Justin. I saw sort of two lines. I would have to sort of try to follow what to give. But then you're talking to me, which said it's not my area of expertise, and that. So, whatever conventions were used to trace the genealogies and so forth, I would chalk it up to something of that nature, or a typo on the author's part. I don't know.
Well, this is not a genealogical convention. Like you're saying, well, it might be like Matthew, where Matthew was purposely giving a wrong genealogy to make a theological point, which, first of all, I don't think that's what he did. I think he was using the Septuagint, which just happens to disagree with the Hebrew text. You'll find the same errors in Matthew in the Septuagint. Nevertheless, that's not what's happening. He's just saying that, hey, he married these women. and these were this was who they were. They were the daughter of so and so. It's not like an exhaustive genealogy.
Okay, well then maybe one's a sister, one's a thing, one's a. I mean, but listen, Justin, sorry, like I wouldn't know without researching a little further and looking up other opinions on it and so forth.
Well,
but
I mean, most scholars are just going to say that it's a contradiction. You know, just like there's plot holes. Like for example, the wife of Cain. Well, there shouldn't have been a wife of Cain. There's going to a land in the east. I'm afraid that somebody's going to murder you is kind of a preposterous thing. Like you're like one of the only people on the planet.
He lived many centuries. At what point in time he made that sort of that statement, that prophetical statement? If anybody, I feared the judgment. You know, I'm walking out and the curse or the blessing, whether the protective thing was put onto him. I don't know how many centuries have passed by at that time. How many people were born after him? Is that possible? That time had elapsed. Like now, people being propagated throughout the earth.
How much time had lapsed?
Enough to make babies. So I mean, if they lived into 1,000 years,
he was young. He never even had a wife yet. He didn't even take a wife until after he left. So who's over there? Who's over in the land of Nod that he's going to go marry?
Right. I'm speculating that if centuries have passed, he's young. I mean, what's young when you live 1,000 years? Like 200 years old, young.
But remember, that much time hasn't passed. Like this is a guy who is
definitely wasn't 200 years.
He's in his youth. He's still dwelling at home with his brother.
Right. But I mean, if they passed the age of puberty, then other people would have been able to.
How many?
Generate kids.
15, 20, 100
years.
Well, Cain and Abel don't have kids in the story, so they'd have to be children of Adam and Eve.
Well, yeah, Cain and Abel are right, and okay, so Cain and Seth were the survivors.
Let's just pretend that that Adam and Eve had a child every year. Okay, 100 years have passed. They're 100 years old. There's still only 104 people on the earth.
No, because if they're giving birth to boys and girls as he's giving out his children 100, the ones who were first born are now, after maybe 50 years,
some of them babies. Some of them will have children, some of them won't.
Right. So okay, but it's exponential to some degree.
Well, I don't know if it is, because in Genesis 5, remember, we're given the descendants of Adam and Eve, and it doesn't say that there are hundreds of them actually. Says, this is the list of descendants of Adam when God created humans. He made them in the likeness of God. Male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and called the humans when they were. He blessed them and called them humans when they were created. Adam lived 130 years, and he became the father of a son in his likeness. So his first son, according to his image, at least in 100 years, was going to be Seth. Seth came after, so this obviously 100 years after the prior. The days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years. So it was another 100 years after Cain and Abel before he even had Seth.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good question. I mean, that struck me also when I'm reading that passage. Like, where are these people coming from? I'm just I guess there was just a lot more going on than is written down.
Well, do you want to know what my favorite plot hole in Genesis is?
Yes.
When does the Tower of Babel happen? What chapter? It's going to be in chapter 11. And chapter 11 states, right at the, it talks about how in verse 6, the Lord said, if as one people speak in the same language they've begun to do. So verse 1, now the whole world had one language and a common speech. So this is in chapter 11, verse 1. But then when we go to chapter 10, the chapter before, if you go to verse 20,
Yeah.
And there in verse 20, it says, these are the descendants of Ham by their families, their languages, their lands, and their nations. So it seems that the chapter before, we've got multiple languages in existence. And then we go to the next chapter, all of a sudden we've just got one. Like, what's the issue here? We've got Genesis is just full of plot holes.
Yeah. No, I think there's a chronological sort of difference here that sometimes things that happen afterwards are written prior. Just in the things, so it could be just it's written prior, or he's speaking of dialects, using languages in a loose term. If there is one sort of Hindu European, he's classifying it as something of that nature, possibly. Listen, again, I'm speculating. These are very interesting things you're bringing up. You guys are very astute in this sort of finding these things. I don't know if it's. I mean, again, they don't write history the way we understand history to be written. There's it could be just a chronological order of things that they just for certain purposes they put over here where it belongs chronologically over there, because it's a change of story. So I can see that there's just that. Even movies do that sometimes. They'll show you something in the future before they show you the for effect, for but I mean, I'm being I'm again speculating. And
sure, I mean, that's what that's what people are doing, is they're speculating. Maybe let me think on one more question. It's almost 2 a.m. where I'm at. I've got to wrap things up and read some super chats. But
perfect.
Yeah, Cyber, what time zone are you in? Are you Central?
I'm in Mountain. I'm in Tato shit standard time.
Gotcha. Just okay. That makes more sense now. Okay, so one of my favorite issues with Genesis is Genesis 14. Are you familiar with the time that Abraham fought against some of these other tribes with his for his nephew Lot?
To get Lot back, yeah. When he meets Melchizedek afterwards, yeah.
Yeah. That's one of them. And inside of this battle, in chapter 14, I think it might be actually verse 14. Hold on. Yeah. It says, Abraham heard that his nephew had been taken captive, and he led forth his trained men born in his house, 318 of them, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. This is interesting to me, because according to record, Moses had written this. And by the time that Moses was around, there was no land of Dan that he could chase the people towards. In fact, the land of Dan didn't get settled even after Joshua entered the promised land. In fact, they initially tried to put the land of Dan next to the Philistines, and that didn't work out so well. And so they moved it to the northeastern tip of Israel. So it wasn't until hundreds of years after Moses that anyone even knew that the tribe of Dan was located up there where Abraham was chasing them to. So who wrote this?
Well, listen, I mean, I'm going to give you a very simple result. I mean, there's more than one Dan. There's more than one village of Dan. Well, there's two. Yeah, that's right.
But this Dan is located in the north, which is where he's driving these forces to. Because he says north of Damascus, right? So if you keep reading the verse, it says he divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants routed them and pursued them to Hobah, north of Damascus. So north of Damascus, that's the city at the edge of Dan and Aram. And it's the northernmost city inside of Israel before you cross over into Aramean territory, which is where the tribe of Dan was located eventually.
Right. So, and you're saying, is this Dan? This Dan is in close proximity to the eventual Dan when the tribes were, when they got their land and so forth.
It's actually it's in the identical location that the tribe of Dan eventually moved to. Yeah.
Right. So if Moses lowered, he would not have known that dispersion of where the lands were located. Right. How did he know it was Dan? Well, I think that's editorial. That's after the fact. If Ezra or whomever else did these rewrote it, changed the script after Babylonia, it was just editorial that somebody had just updated the names, certain names, and so forth.
Why would we believe that? Because there's lots of names that don't get updated.
Yeah, that's right. I think just where they didn't know it, where it had maybe greater importance, they might have done that.
Well, the author of Genesis knew that the prior name of Bethel was Luz. He records twice that the city of Luz was renamed the city of Bethel. Why didn't he include the same information for the tribe of Dan? When the editor went in and wrote out, oh, this old city name, or this old tribal name, let's get rid of it. We're going to put Dan in his place. At that time, he's like, actually, we shouldn't tell you what the old name was. But when it came to Bethel, he's like, yeah, let's tell them what the old name was.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that there was a more immediate, contextually speaking, in the writings within the paragraph or so, a more immediate necessity to explain something. Whereas Bethel and Luz, I don't know where Luz appears elsewhere in the Bible prior to that or something. If there was just more significance, I don't know.
Well, the passage where Jacob goes there, he goes there twice. Both those passages, it says that the city was renamed from Luz to Bethel.
Okay. I guess I'm just assuming, Justin, that there was maybe just a different a greater importance to specify that. With Dan, just might have been the author's original. The scribe afterwards changed Dan, but since Bethel already had, Justin, I don't know. I'm sorry. I do think there's maybe I'm not sure Moses was the only author. I might more the documentary
hypothesis
theory on this. Hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Documentary hypothesis actually makes the most sense. I was just pushing you on Mosaic authorship. I wasn't sure where you're going to fall there.
Okay, no, fair enough. No, thank you for asking. I'm torn at the moment. I have to look into these things further. Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, DB, it's late, or else we'd keep talking. As always, you're always pleasant to talk to, especially after that clown Thomas that was up here.
Sorry to hear.
You know what? Some people are just like that. Thomas is always like that. He's never had a pleasant interaction with a single atheist ever because he can't actually have a real conversation. He comes in, and to be fair, I don't know if he's even sober sometimes. He just comes in and thinks that it's like a competition, and that rather than answering questions and engaging in honest dialogue, like he thinks he's going to perform better by avoiding all the questions. But you come up and you answer all of our questions. You ask us questions. We'll answer your questions. Which is why it's kind of fun to talk to you. Even if you and I never agree at the end of the day, at least you're pleasant to talk to because you'll answer questions and honestly engage with the dialogue.
No, I've learned so much from you guys.
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I've learned so much from you guys. So it's so beneficial just, like you said, just sort of sit and listen and allow people time to speak for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and I think what's more important too is that when we say something, instead of just coming out with like an immediate response, you actually like think about it and formulate an answer. And even though we may not agree with those, at least the wheels are turning there. So often we get people who just spout off with the apologetics, and apologetics get you nowhere.
True. No, you guys are rather clever. I mean, it'd be a shame to waste that knowledge that you have. I mean, you unfortunately you probably, and I hate to say this, you probably put a lot of Christians to shame just with your knowledge of the Bible and so forth. I mean, I've watched you many times, and you're just you're incredible. I'm just just your memory on that stuff is incredible. You're the studying that you've done. It's a shame you weren't on our side. That's all I can say.
Well, the Christians do it. Yeah, the reason why I'm not is because
by not reading the text.
Exactly.
No,
yeah,
you're right. We can get rather complacent, and you're right. I mean, sure, there's a self-righteous, or you get the main crux of the theme, and sure, maybe you get a little complacent after that, possibly. Sure.
Yeah,
and you don't expect. Not everybody expects to do apologetics, so right.
I think the difficulty is that so many people are willing to take like surface level answers, and they're not readily motivated to dig deeper. Like they might have a question, and if they get an answer from somebody of authority that kind of satisfies their need, at least the way that they want it to be satisfied, they're typically willing to like just go on with their life, right? Why inconvenience yourself with asking too many questions? But I think for people that are super curious, like Cyber and myself, like I can't sleep at night. I have to ask the questions. I have to know. And I think the more that you ask the questions, the more things start to unravel, and the answers aren't really all that palatable.
Yeah, well, like I said, you brought up some great questions, so I can appreciate your stance for sure. I don't agree with it ultimately, but I can truly appreciate where you're coming from. You bring up some real zingers. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is such a challenge, and again, so informative. So, I mean, I'm blessed, if you don't mind me using that term, just sometimes to speak with you guys, So, yeah.
Are you Canadian? Do I detect a Canadian accent?
Yeah. Do we have an accent? Yeah, I'm in Toronto, Ontario. So if that,
it sounded like one. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're to say no, I was gonna ask you to say about and then call you a liar, but you admitted it, so
you would have had me there, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the DB. It was
what's
good
it gonna take to get you to dump the Bible?
Oh, I hope not. I hope nothing. I really do. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, yeah. It's hard. Yeah, I didn't articulate it very well, but my convictions are just maybe a little bit more profound than I've expressed.
Okay.
Possibly. That's how I feel. But we'll see. Yeah.
I used to be, when I was a young Christian, I used to be on the internet having these kinds of conversations from your position, and I was firmly convinced that Jesus was real and Christianity was true. And I thought, as long as I keep digging, eventually the truth will win out. And it turns out that I kept digging, and it turned out that Christianity wasn't all that true. But my point is this: keep talking to atheists. I think what you're going to find is that they're going to keep bringing up good questions, and not all of them, to be fair, are going to be good questions. Some atheists bring up dumb questions. But for me, one of the things that was so helpful was getting to dialogue with people that didn't agree with me. Because as it turns out, when you're dialoguing with people that do agree with you, it's very easy to get stuck with what you believe and have that reinforced. When, in order to really learn and grow, you have to be challenged. I used to like purposely read like other books when I was younger that challenged my faith. Thinking like, oh, well, this is what other people are reading. This is what other people know. I need to know it so that when they come knocking, I can have an answer for them. And that my mind was changed by listening to other opinions. Now, I'm not saying that you should change your mind. I'm saying, though, that if you really care about what's true, you'll always be open to hearing somebody else's opinion, even if it means that you might have to change your position on something.
Yeah, well, truth is paramount. So whatever it may be, it's always more beneficial to believe in the truth than a lie, no matter what of a placebo it may act as. No, the truth is paramount. So I do want to know what's real. Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, buddy.
I agree with everything you said. Yeah.
You and I are in the same time zone. It's 2 a.m. where you're at. It's 2 a.m. where I am at. So go get some sleep, and we'll talk again in the future.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Thank you.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Take care. Bye.
I wrote down on my clip sheet for the last time, because I talked to him not that long ago, back about a month ago, actually, that he was a nice dude. And he was a nice dude the second time around. He's still wrestling with some of this stuff, as we all were. It's a process, but it helps to have a little bit of a palate cleanser after somebody like Thomas. Thomas was a clown. What are you gonna do? But friends, it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna read what's left of our super chats, and then I'm gonna get to bed maybe before 3 a.m. We'll see. So, Cyber, my friend, thank you so much for being here. You're more than welcome to hang out with me until the end. But if you dip out, I totally understand it. Now that the debate's over.
I will definitely hang out. And tomorrow I'm going to shoot you a text. I have an idea for Thursdays.
Okay.
But I want to talk to you offline about that.
Sure. Zach Reeds, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, my revelation from Doug is cinnamon and Satan's little helper. You know what? I like the respelling of cinnamon, and I happen to love cinnamon, the flavor. I'd be amenable to doing some investigation as to whether or not we can do. Oh, you mean for names for the dinosaurs? Sorry, it took me a second to catch what you were saying there. Let me put that back up again. Let's see. My revelation from Doug and Sharon is cinnamon and Satan's little helper, Hell, for names. Now we do have some names on the board. Let's see. Cinnamon and Satan's little helper. Gotcha. We do have some names on the board for the T-Rexes behind me. I think right now at the top of the heap are probably Rexodus and Rexagesus. I think those are really good names. We could also do Triomniceratops. Love that one. And maybe Skeptosaurus is a good one. There's a bunch of good names floating around right now. So
real
if you...
quick,
Mhm.
I was going to say real quick, speaking of dinosaurs, something that was brought up in chat at the beginning of with that last guest, we are actually more time-wise, we are closer to the T-Rex, to living with the T-Rex, than the T-Rex was with the Stegosaurus. Just to give you an idea of
Crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that large. Like the amount of time that dinosaurs were around is insanely long.
Mm-hmm.
From Spoke, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says the NRSV skips the word forever in Leviticus 25:46. Yeah, I had to point this out a lot when we read it. It's in the NRSV updated edition as well. In fact, I'm going back. I've got the regular NRSV right here. I'm pretty sure it does it here, not just in the updated edition. Yeah, it says I had to write mine in. In mine, I literally wrote in forever. You can't see it. I literally wrote the word forever in the margin of mine because it wasn't actually in there, and it is in the Hebrew text. I don't know why they cut it out. It's in basically every other translation. It could be there because they wanted to soften the text.
Is it in the Dead Sea Scrolls? I don't remember.
I'm looking right now. I've got the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible here. I could look it up in my Hebrew edition of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but this is a little bit quicker just to see.
And the reason why...
Yeah.
Yes, and the reason why this is important is the NRSV, that committee takes the Dead Sea Scrolls into consideration when they're doing this. And so, like, for example, I can't remember the passage. It's the one when it's talking about God splitting up the land and Yahweh getting his portion. In the Masoretic, it mentions the sons of Adam, but when we looked at the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says the son of God in there, so they updated it to fix it.
Right. Yeah. Give me a second because I just took the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible and they include the perpetual enslavement, the forever enslavement, which I assume is because it's actually in there. Let me open up my biblical Qumran scrolls real quick, and I can show you where it's at in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. All right, give me 1 second. Biblical Qumran scrolls. All right, let's see where this is at. I wish I had maybe a better way of organizing my library other than just having to use like the search feature. Biblical history, biblical Hebrew. Where is it? And the Apple search feature for searching for text is not great. I do have it in my Google Drive. If I type it in my Google Drive, it'll show up. Give me a second. Biblical. I can do it that way. Biblical Qumran scrolls. It's the biblical Qumran scrolls. Maybe that's why it didn't show up. Let me try the biblical Qumran scrolls. What a nuisance. I have to like type it word for word in the Apple search. The biblical Qumran scrolls. Please show up.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that in 4Q Leviticus, 4Q 26, it does add le olam to it.
Yeah.
I'm not. So yeah, if that is the case, yeah, I don't know why the NRSV UE left it out.
It's weird that they would leave it out. I do have it open here finally. It took me a second to figure out where it was in my computer, but there's not a good reason to leave it out. Not that I'm aware of. This is going to have multiple scrolls of Leviticus, so it might be that maybe one scroll has it and another one doesn't. So maybe that's what the situation that's happening. All right. Let's see. Numbers 23. And there's so many. Okay, Leviticus, boom, 14. And Leviticus 15, 16, 21, 22, 24.
That's about to hop back up here. He's saying, "Oh, Dead Sea Scrolls," big smiley face.
Who's doing that?
Chet.
Chet got excited. Yeah, I get it. All right, so here is 4Q Leviticus B. And let's see, 46 ends here. So let me see if I can actually zoom in enough to read this with my old man eyes. Where's the beginning? Oh, there's 46 starting right here, and the ending of it would be right there. I can't highlight the screen though, unfortunately. All right. You know what?
Dalton, I just woke up and y'all still up, y'all crazy.
Yeah.
Dalton, just get to our level. Just get to our level.
So I can't highlight it here, but it's in the second row on this page. Third word from the left. It says Le'olam Baham. So I mean that's just that's it right there, Le'olam. Achuzah is the word before it. Achuzah means property. So it just says Achuzah Le'olam Bahem, which means permanent property of them. So that's just what it says. I can't see a good reason to leave that out of the text other than apologetic reasons, right? Yeah. Oh, well. Harry, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says Styx was named after the mythological river to replace their old name, TW4. I got to be honest, I thought that might be the case, but I didn't realize, the thing I wasn't aware of, is that the original name of Styx was so shitty. TW4 is a terrible name. Styx is a winner every day of the week. And Brian Peck says, there's an honest-to-God flurf who runs a Flat Earth precept script as well. I'll see if I can direct him this way. You know what? I'm not shocked. Most people that are flat earthers are dumb enough to run a precept script because it's all that they got. Chodicus says Yahweh disproven because bacon delicious. Indeed. Yeah. Premise number 1, bacon is good. Premise number 2, God doesn't want you to have bacon. Premise number 3, God doesn't want you to have good things like bacon. Conclusion, God wants bad things for you because he's evil. Aaron Paul, my friend, thank you for the 666 yen, says it's Aaron India. Oh, you were one in the guest box. Thanks for taking my call. I have nobody to talk to. I had a bad experience with Discord, but your streams give me strength in my solitude. Thanks again. Any recommended reading regarding early Christianity? There's a lot. I would need something specific. In regards to early Christianity, there's a shit ton of books. Like, it is, of the many books on Christianity, like, early Christianity is one where there's a lot of stuff written. Here's what I'm going to tell you, though, and you're not going to like it. If you want to learn about early Christianity, just like you want to learn, say, about the ancient Near East or the Mediterranean or the Romans, read all the first-hand resources. Read the literature that the early church wrote. Get a free copy. Get the Philip Schaff Ante-Nicene Fathers and just read them. I know it's a long read. Mm-hmm. I get it. I know it sucks. But if you really want to know about what's happening at this time period, the only way to know it for real is to read the sources from the time period. Don't read what somebody else wrote about it. Read what they were saying back then.
And what I think is important too, real quick on that too, is when you hear people talk about, well, like Papias said this, go find these writers and see what they actually said. Do we even have the writings, or is it something somebody else, like Eusebius is saying they said?
Yes.
So I think that's important too.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yes, because you'll find Christians will go around saying, but Papias. Oh, okay. All right. What about him? Right. But when you go to read the sources, we don't have shit from Papias. We've got a quotation preserved by Eusebius, like way later. And Eusebius is not a faithful historian, right? So when they say that Papias said a thing, I don't know, fucking did he? He didn't leave us anything that we have access to. We have a quote by somebody else way later. Yeah, great point. Tracy, thank you for the additional suggestion on the T-Rex names. We got Heriterex. I get it. It just took me a second to get my mouth to get wrapped around that. Let me write that down. T-Rex, I think for heretic, and then Nihilodon for nihilism. I like that one too. And Prophodon. Prophodon's not too bad either, actually. And you're done. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for sharing. Gay for Justin. And praise Puff. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, friend. Those are some really good name suggestions. And Game Guy, thank you for the super chat. It says, an agnostic claiming that there's a 50-50 chance say they saw a god is a bit cliche if you ask me. Yeah. I gotta be honest. That one guy that started talking about his personal experience, I wanted to hear his story. But every time he started talking, my brain checked out because I'm like, I don't want to fucking listen to these personal experience stories. I actually don't even remember what he said at this point. It's already gone. So that's on me. I actually, at one point, I think I asked him to repeat it because I wasn't listening. And then the second time I still didn't listen to what he said. I was just, I can't handle people's personal experience stories, especially when I know it's going to be really bad.
In my lives, I cautioned them before, because for some people, these stories are what's keeping them on this side of their subscription to life. And if I hear that story, they open it up to critique. And I don't want to do that to anybody. I don't want to rip your God away from you. Like, I want you to critically think and get over needing God. And so I just don't even let them tell me it.
Right. Yeah. Codicus, my friend. I probably should stop them, but Codicus says a Catholic and an Orthodox walk into a bar. In the bathroom, they keep... I mean, that story would be a little more realistic if it said they walked in. You know what? I don't want to trigger anybody. You know what I was going to say here. If it's a men's room. 15 Belows says, I took 3 letters once and God farted in my mouth. Therefore, God is real gassy. Oh, interesting. I took 3 letters once. Oh, you mean LSD or DMT or some other thing like that. So you took some illicit substances and God farted in your mouth, which if you're on a little bit LSD, I can see why that might be the case. Sorry that you had that experience. God is kind of a prick, isn't he? And with the follow, it says, I took 3 letters once. Oh, double up on the super chat. Hey, don't worry. Thank you for the double up on the super chat. And Terrifier says, history may have played out better if John the Baptist had drowned Jesus. That's 100% it. Things would be different.
Yeah, history also may have played out better if Pliny the Younger, when he wrote to Trajan, said, hey, people are going back to our pagan temples, so we can leave the Christians alone. It probably would have been better if he never said that too.
Indeed. And Con School, good to see your friend, says John 15:7. That's what she said. Rock hard for Doug. This is probably a really funny quote, but I have to look up the verse now real quick in John 15. Give me a second to see what it says. I do not call you servants any longer, because the servant does not know what the master is doing, but I have called you friends, because I have made known to you everything that I have heard from the Father. I may not get it. Oh, I read the wrong verse. You said John 15:7, and I read the wrong.
Yeah, I got it. If you abide in me and my words abide in you, Ask for whatever you wish, and it will be done for you.
Maybe. That still might not be the right verse they were looking for, but thank you for the super chat. And some Donkus says, "You're a cool dude, Justin Sensei." Oh, and Bob Saget. Well, thank you, some dude. This is now I think the third time I've been Bob Sageted, and I don't fully understand the Bob Saget joke, but hey, thank you. I'm more than happy to be your sensei. And just don't expect me to do like any crazy martial arts or to teach you like no touch punches or how to use chi. That's probably not going to be a thing.
So with Bob Saget, something that I do like in real life, like if I'm introducing myself to somebody, but like for some reason I just don't want them to like, I'm never going to talk to him again or anything. I'll just introduce myself as Bob Saget, and some people get it and they think it's funny, but what really gets me is how many people are like, "Who's that?"
Oh
like,
no!
Oh man!
Well, it's going to happen.
Yes.
We've got some name suggestions from Gretchen. Thank you, Gretchen. It says 1, Velociraptor, love it. 2, Presupposaurus rectus. 2-part name. Now I got to write that in. Hold on. Rectus. Rectus damn near killed us. 3, Contextosaurus. Oh yes.
Ooh.
I like that. I'll ad nauseum. Oh, Contextosaurus ad nauseum. Oh, you got really long names here. Holy shit. Hold on. Contextosaurus ad nauseum. And then Snarkyopteryx. That's a crazy. Let me type this. This is crazy spelling. Snark a opteryx. Fucking A. And also 5, Snake. SNEK. I like that one actually quite a bit. Thank you for that, Gretchen. We're definitely going to have to put this up to a vote at some point in time. And 15 Blow says, "Oh, we actually have to talk about the Bible? Sorry, I'm not familiar with that work." I know, isn't it crazy?
That seems to be the case.
I'm a Christian. What about this thing in the Bible? Oh, no. I don't want to talk about the Bible, the foundation of my faith. And Power Ranger says, "A little coin for you to purchase a pint. Before the end of the world, I'll be throwing a few back with you." Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Power Ranger. I appreciate it. I don't have a pint right now, but I do have a little glass of Kraken right now with a Kraken glass itself from our friends Adele and Rock Hard for Doug. Thank you for that, friends. And Con with another super chat, thank you, says, "Saw a church running a maintenance fundraiser with a sign saying, 'Praise God from whom all blessings flow.' Just not building supplies, apparently." Yes. Isn't it crazy that churches need maintenance and repairs and they can't afford to like pay their pastors and they have to have volunteers do everything? It's almost like God isn't the owner of a cattle on 1,000 hills.
Right.
Bird of Patach, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. "I believe that the author of reality wrote a book, but I just can't get around to cracking it open." Christians usually, and this is an accurate quote for all Christians, of course. Game Guy says, "A few weeks back, some Seventh-day Adventists left books on my steps, and all of my neighbors step in the middle of the night. I still have it, but I haven't read it." Listen, I do actually, I know I'm weird here, but I do enjoy a visit from like the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Seventh-day Adventists because I get to talk about my favorite shit. "Oh, you want to come and talk at the Bible with me? I'll put the coffee on." Obviously not for the Mormons, but I'll put some fucking coffee on, y'all. Let's make it happen. I'll talk Bible all day long. You don't even have to try. Dust Frame says, "Would you rather fight 100 frog-sized horses or one horse-sized frog?" Fuck. One horse-sized frog. What about you, Cyber?
Oh, I'm probably one horse-sized frog too.
Yeah, that seems to me that I don't
Look,
know.
it's bad enough like getting a Charlie horse. I can imagine getting like having 100 of those little things kicking me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's 100 of them, it's hard to get all of them. It's like being attacked by fire ants. How do you get all of them at once? But then again, how much damage can a frog horse do?
I feel like we need Ian for this debate.
it can bite you a little bit, right? It's got
Yeah.
This is a tough question, actually. Tougher than I thought.
That is.
I'm still going to go with a horse-sized frog.
Me too.
Bringing down one horse isn't that bad. I think we'll be okay there. Fern Love Bond says names, context, and spiritually. Oh God, spiritually is actually kind of funny. Context though, I'm gonna write context. How about? Oh, we already have Contextosaurus. We'll jump down anyways. Thank you, Fern. Spiritually is not bad either. But given it's a play on words for spiritually. Morpheus, my friend. Hey, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. In order to live, you have to take life. Great God. Yeah, isn't that, in order to live, you have to take life. Isn't that weird that God couldn't just change the rules so that you get to have life without dying? They always want to make God less powerful. Also, look at this motherfucker sending me a super chat. This asshole has the gall to send me a super chat with these great names, Elohiosaurus, and Leviathor, Behemoraptor, and Melchizedon. These are actually really good names. Holy shit, hold on. Elohiosaurus, Leviathor. That's really good, actually. And Behemoraptor. Actually, Chet and I have to have a conversation about what the behemoth is at some point. And I do like the Melchizedon. That's really good.
I just don't think Melchizedek gets enough love in these debates anymore.
None. And you know what? We don't hear much anymore. When I first started, everybody wanted to talk about the Nephilim. Now it's not really in vogue. We got to bring back some Nephilim conversations. Yes. Poopman, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says Shroud of Tyrannosaurus. Oh my gosh, they're getting longer. Shroud of Tyrannosaurus is wild. Deuteraptosaurus. Jesus. The Deuteraptosaur. All right, hold on.
What they're trying to do is make it so that when people ask you the name of these, and you have to try to pronounce them.
Jeremiadon, actually, I kind of like. And Triceratops. Oh, fuck. I like Triceratops. Oh, Elijah Dactyl. Okay, we're getting some really good names up in here now that we're getting them flowing in. Gary, thank you for your donation. Really appreciate that. And Gentleman Viking, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for your super chat. It says, I've recently come into possession of a Freemason Bible. Oh, fuck. It's KJV, but it has a bunch of info on Masonic rites and the Masons. Also, it's illustrated. I've got to get one of these. I've located on the internet various Freemasons type of stuff. But, like, not the Freemason Bible yet. Let me see if I can find one used online somewhere. Someone's got to have one up from like their grandpa's collection. Wally in Oz, thank you for the super chat, says, here's to an Australian meetup someday. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'll be able to make it over to Aussie land, but one can hope. Gary, thank you for your donation also. And Beard of Empathy with us tonight. Thank you for your super chat. Says, I was wondering if Jesus died a virgin, but I remembered that he got nailed 3 times. Heyo! Ooh. Fantastic, Beard of Empathy. Good use of words. Always a good use of words. And El Travioso, thank you for the super chat. Says, Bible has a description of God's feet. Are there any foot pics on Feet Finder? Asking for a friend. Well, you'll have to check. It might be anthropomorphic feet in Foot Finder, but we'll have to wait and see. Also, speaking of Foot Finder, we're getting Cyber and I are getting our own private website, Only Feet. Keep your eye out for that. Might IV, maybe I read that right. I share Quran cheat sheets on your YouTube community. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you sharing the Quran cheat sheet. You might want to send it directly to me so I can see it. However, I did also get a cheat sheet from our friend Skia, which I'll be integrating. I'll be integrating his data in the next few weeks with our data where it doesn't overlap, and see if we can build out our Quran information a little bit better. W Skia for sharing with us. And Pat, thank you for the super. It says, Justin, I am in 1 Samuel right now, and in Chronicles or chapter 16, 14 through 15. And it's interesting that an all-loving God is putting evil spirits into people. Poor Saul. Yeah, not only that, listen, like prior in 1 Samuel 10, he puts his spirit in Saul, and it makes Saul change. He's a changed person, it says in verse 6. So like, okay, and then later when God's like, I'm disappointed with this Saul character, he takes his spirit out and sends an evil spirit in him. Holy shit. Like, so God can just run around willy-nilly changing people's spirits. It's bullshit. Bacon the Bush, my friend, says, I cannot praise Ramses too, for Doug is my God, and my proven Messiah is Justin. Sorry, Ramses. Big W, Bacon the Bush. I appreciate that. I was merely testing you to see if you do indeed love the Lord your God, Doug, and his prophet, Justin. And Johnny B, thank you for the $5 super. This says, Justin, this manuscript came from the 4th century. Caller, so you think they died in the 4th century? Oh, I know. That had me. Like, I really wanted to press further into that, and they were too dumb to even follow me, but that was a crazy line. This caller is ignorant. Not just ignorant, maybe one of the dumbest we've heard in a while. And Smack, good to see your friend, says, Justin, have you not considered that words don't mean words? You know, now that you mention it, it is something I should be considering. Maybe when we read stuff in this book, we should ask ourselves, hey, can we change these words to literally anything else? And if the answer is yes, why not do it?
Yeah, it's premise 1 is not, premise 2 is conclusion is get wrecked atheist.
You got it. Yep, the powerful argument from nuh-uh. It's tried and true. Biscuit Boy, first of all, I'm with you. I love me a good biscuit. Says, what do you think of Black Israelites and Noahides? Okay. Two things. Noahides I respect because they're people who are like, listen, Christianity is stupid. It doesn't make sense. I'm going to become a Jew. But because I'm going to become a Jew, I'm not originally a Jew, I'm not really under that covenant, I should actually still follow these Noahide laws. So it's one of those things where it's like a Christian is being honest with the New Testament. Black Hebrew Israelites are idiots. There are people who haven't read a single thing in the Bible. They stumbled upon Deuteronomy 22 to 31. Or I'm sorry, 28 to 31, where it talks about the punishment that's going to befall the Israelites. And they're like, oh, that punishment sounds vaguely familiar to the punishment that the African Americans went through. We must be Hebrew. No, dummy. That's not what that means at all. Not remotely close.
And they read about Esau and they go, oh, and look at the Jewish people, but yet they forget how David is described.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The Black Hebrew Israelites are like a top tier form of copium. Oren Patch, good to see you again, says from yesterday, John 1940. I forget who said it. Let me look it up. John 1940. Maybe this is a reference I should be catching, but I'm not catching from yesterday. John 1840 says they took the body of Jesus and wrapped it in the spot. Oh, they took the body of Jesus and wrapped it. So it's not in the synoptics. It is in the Gospel of John, you're saying. I'm not shocked that the Gospel of John seems to contradict the other Gospels. But now that you mention it, let me see what it says. Now, to be fair, you would spice the body more than once. But typically women would spice the body. But let me check it out here in John. How many times? And who? So, so the Gospel of John, not the other Gospels, paints this story. This is really good, Oren. I appreciate it. This Nicodemus shows up again. Interesting. He wasn't there in the other Gospels. After these things, Joseph of Arimathea, who was a disciple of Jesus, though a secret one, because of his fear of the Jews, asked Pilate to let him take away the body of Jesus. Pilate gave him permission, so he came and removed the body. Nicodemus, who had first come to Jesus by night, also came, bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, weighing about 100 pounds. Unlikely. They took the body of Jesus and wrapped it with spices and linen cloths, according to the burial custom of the Jews. Well, according to the burial custom of the Jews, they wouldn't have actually done that. You would certainly wrap the body, but they didn't immediately spice it typically. Now there was a garden in the place where he was crucified, and in the garden there was a new tomb, so on and so forth. Okay. So in the Gospel of John, they spiced the body. And I bet in the same next chapter is going to say that the women were going to do it. Early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and saw the stone had been removed from the tomb. So she ran and went to Simon Peter and to the disciples, whom Jesus said to them, "They will take away the Lord of the tomb," and did not know it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that actually doesn't say here what they were doing. Now, in the other Gospels, it does say that the women were going to the tomb to spice the body, which means if you combine all the Gospels together, it just means that they were going to spice his body a second time. It's highly unusual for a man to spice the body, unless there was just nobody to do it. This really was typically women's work in the ancient Near East and also in the Jewish custom. So, but again, John has continually demonstrated itself to not fully understand how the Jewish culture works. Whoever wrote the Gospel of John is pretending to be a Jew and clearly wasn't a Jew. To me, I think this is just another mark against him. It's not that a man couldn't spice the body when they were taking it to burial, like wrapping. It's just that it wasn't customary for that to happen. Brian says, but that's a fair point. If John has that in there, that means John is adding something to what the text says in the other synoptics. It doesn't say that in the other synoptics. Brian says, I mean, the text illustrates Yahweh's foot fetish bad. You know, Yahweh does have a foot fetish. Feet are mentioned a lot in the Old Testament, to be fair. And David, my friend, thank you for super chat, says, me and my girlfriend are happy atheists when you're live. Well, hell yeah, Dave. I'm glad that you're both watching and that the live stream is making you chipper. And J Master, thank you for your donation, as well as your other donation, meat head alert on caller. Yes. Thomas, you mean. Thomas is a meathead. It's funny because you can tell right away. Like, I joke about dumb guy voice, but everyone knows what dumb guy voice sounds like. And Thomas has got dumb guy voice. It just is what it is.
Fact.
Miss Meg says, what the hell difference is there between this fractal thing and just being a human? Evidently, his God does nothing and we are doing everything. That's what it sounded like to me. So, yeah. I do love it when I hear fractals. Because like you already know that whoever's talking don't really know what they're talking about. Like they heard a word and they latched onto it, like density or whatever geometric term, mathematical term they're gonna want to hold on to. Fractals is one of those terms. And hey, get the lawnmower. It says a short list. Main reasons why God does not exist. Interesting, because existing outside of time is illogical. You can't do anything outside of time. Existing outside of space is illogical. If there's no space outside of space, you can't certainly live there. To be completely immaterial means to be non-existent. We have no evidence that immaterial things exist, maybe, unless you want to include like fields. Fields could be potentially immaterial. Also, like the
I'd say
omni properties.
God having the. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the omni properties are contradictory. What are you going to say?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. The omni properties are contradictory to the world we live in, to reality.
Right. The other thing too is if the universe, the science seems to suggest that the universe has always existed. If the universe has always existed, I just don't see why we would include a God based on Occam's razor. Like if we have an explanation for the universe that doesn't require a God, then what are we doing adding a God into it? I mean, it doesn't. This is an unnecessary feature at that point. There's no reason to do it. So those are what I would say. Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat. Says, how weird that there are 66 books, not 77. Fair point. Fair point, actually. If God was really honing in on his numbers, it would have been like 77. And Hunter Girl with a follow-up says, please help me understand what solipsism is. Me dumb. You're not dumb. It's just, so hard solipsism is like this idea that like you can't really know for sure beyond a shadow of a doubt that the objective world exists. Because it could be that you're literally just a brain in a vat and everything that you're experiencing is an imagination, like kind of like dreaming, right? So the world that I'm experiencing, like even cyber, could just be a figment of my imagination. I could just be a brain in a vat. And we don't have a way to prove otherwise. I thought one time that I had a proof for it using time, but it turned out that didn't work either, because even if time is a thing that allows me to think while I'm in the vat, my brain could be producing time as some fundamental nature of my brain. Who knows? So that's kind of the idea of solipsism. Yeah.
So, Hunter Girl, it is the case that you're a brain in a vat and your day is just things going through your brain, but nothing else exists. It's just you and your vat.
Right. But then again, yeah, I mean, even if time exists outside of your brain, you could still be your brain in a vat. It's very complicated. Yeah. Godwin, thank you about super. It says, please give 50 cents of this to Joel and 50 cents to Chet. Very generous of you. Very generous. I'll consult the council, my friend, to make sure they get it. Jessica says, you're trying to box me in equals there's a contradiction in my position. I'm consciously aware of it. I'm worming in order to avoid getting caught out. Yes, you nailed it. When they say you're trying to box me in, you're trying to corner me, you're trying to catch me off guard or anything like that. No, I'm asking you questions, and I know that the answer to the question is a problem for you, which is why you're refusing to answer the question, Thomas. Bendover says the only way to get them to say raping of wives is wrong is to flip it to them being raped as bodily autonomy is only important to themselves. Well, I did do that because I sensed that we were all on the same page here, and he came back and said, nope, if God did it to me, I'd have to be okay with it.
And in fact, it got worse. He kind of chuckled about it, and then he asked his wife and said, because she's like, wait, what are you talking about? He's like, well, if I got raped. And she responded, it's impossible for men to get raped. Like her response to that was wild.
How could a man be raped? It's crazy. Like, people don't realize. I mean, it could even be what do we call it? We could even be statutory. So like there's a lot of different methods. You know what I mean? But yeah. God eating Benjamin, good to see you, buddy. Says, if we accept that the serpent was in fact Satan, would that mean that Satan is who actually gives humankind free will and not God? I don't think so, because like the idea behind free will is that you just have the ability to choose. So like Satan is influencing the choice, but he's not giving them the ability to choose. Does that make sense? I don't know if Satan is responsible for free will. He's more like a tester of wills. That's how I would word it. And Herbie, my friend, good to see you. Says Pretty Boy Flack in chat says you don't talk about the New Testament. He won't phone in, and as he is a childish coward, he's annoying me. So I'm telling teacher, Herbie, I totally get it. And Pretty Boy Flack, you're a fucking hack. I do talk about the New Testament. I talk about it a lot. I talk about it a lot of times in context of the New Testament, the Old Testament, in that it disagrees over and over again. And Game Guy says, I feel bad for the women in Thomas's life, and I'm with you. There are people in his life that he thinks it's okay for them to get sexually assaulted if he makes a mistake. Silva Fett says, yes or no questions are lava. Could you imagine, like, going to your doctor, like, have you been experiencing abdominal pain? Well, actually, that's an invalid question, but okay, just fucking answer the question, idiot. We can get through this way faster if you just answer the question.
I feel like you're setting me up for a trap. I'm not answering that.
Could you imagine doing that in court? A lawyer asks you a question. I'm sorry, I don't. This is kind of a trap. I don't feel like I'm going to answer the question. Like, yeah, listen. While you can't be held guilty because of your silence in court, like it will make you look very poor. Clever Moniker says he just keeps crying and crying. Forget doubting Thomas. We have pouting Thomas. Oh, fuck. That was pretty good. Thomas is pretty unbearable, actually. Which is why Herbie Shine says, Thomas, we all see what's happening here. You're doing rape apologetics. Hold your God and yourself to a higher standard, you POSFF. Go fuck yourself. Yep. Yeah, I think that's the sentiment of everyone here when it comes to Thomas. You're basically doing apologetics for somebody who rapes women, and you think that it's okay. Peace, love, and cake, my friend, says any Christian who voted for Trump 3 times should all change their names to Peter because they denied their Christ 3 times. Fucking A, they did. Jesus would have hated Trump. Trump is an absolute monster of a Christian. If I was still a Christian, I would have been embarrassed that other Christians were voting for this absolute fucking clown. Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, I believe most heaven hell people believe they're eternal. If that's the case, time is infinite. How do we find ourselves at this moment in an infinite time? So I think the problem, Bacon and Bush, I think the problem we have is when Christians talk about heaven and hell being eternal, they mean it has a starting point, but it will last forever. They're not saying that it always existed. In fact, if you go to 2nd Esdras chapter 6, it talks about the creation of heaven and hell. Where did they hide it in this Bible? Almost there. Yep. All right. Says. Yep. Chapter 6. Yep. Yeah. Read the first paragraph, verse 1 through 6, and it'll talk about the making of the heaven and earth, or paradise and the opposite of paradise. And also it talks about the making of Leviathan and Behemoth. It's really interesting. Game Mr. Flash says anyone who doesn't answer immediately that essay is wrong needs to have their hard drive checked and fucking their basement checked. Thomas is dangerous.
Yes.
He's not right. Germ Solino, thank you for the super chat, friend, says this super chat is a consequence of Thomas's absolute stupidity. And don't worry about the ad. I was mostly kidding. It's really not that bad. Glad you got a good sponsor, Rocker for Doug and Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Germs. And also, I want to remind people the ad isn't just for nothing. So when this stream ends, and I apologize at the end of one of our prior ones, the setting didn't save. When the stream ends and it gets processed, I'll go in and disable ads on the playback so that people that weren't able to see it live can watch the playback without mid-rolls. Because that's basically as much as the advertisers cover me, that I can play one ad in the middle and then just wipe out all of the mid-rolls. So I'm a man of the people, y'all. And Buket says Thomas should be changed to Damas, or dumbass. I like that. Dumbass. I'm with you. Thomas was not bright, and he was belligerent at the same time. Bacon and Bush, my friend, says Justin has proven many times that he can draw a circle. What has Jesus proven? Messianical. Nothing. Jesus done nothing. It's crazy, though, that with people like Thomas, you literally have to take out crayons and draw circles on paper for them to figure it out. It's embarrassing. And T-Matt says, if God needs... Oh, what's it, buddy?
I was going to say, that was the problem is you had markers and not crayons. If you would have had crayons, you probably would have understood better.
I agree. I think you're right, actually. T-Matt with a good question, though. If God needs a reason to harm, why does he say, though you incited me against him to ruin without any reason? That's what he says in Job, when speaking about Job to Satan. Yeah, so God does say you incited me without cause against Job, which means he seems to be indicating that it might be wrong. Same thing in Genesis 18 when he's dialoguing with Abraham about, hey, would you really wipe away the righteous alongside of the wicked? So it seems like in other parts of the Bible, God does have kind of a sense of morality that matches ours, at least a little bit. Just saying God can't do something like, I don't know, crazy. Peace, Love, and Cake says, that's your problem, Justin. You think, shame on you. You know what? That is my problem. I shouldn't have done that. That's on me. That's my bad. I will try best as I can to stop thinking. Just so, we're all on the same page here, friends. And still attacks, good to see you, says, I have to get rid of my analytical chemical brain. See you later. I'm off the church. Listen, I believe they have a receptacle for that inside the church. It's called the trash can. You won't need it there. And Choco, Fro, good to see you, says Bernie Sanders voice. Oh, I can't do a Bernie Sanders voice, but I love Bernie. I am once again asking you to try Genesis 3:22 to overcome the wrong to us isn't wrong to him. Might save you 45 minutes of headaches. This is a fair point because in Genesis he says they've become like one of us, knowing good and evil. So like, if that's the case, if God and humans know good and evil, it means that we would have to share in the same sense of good and evil somehow. Or that there's only one sense of good and evil, even if we don't comprehend it. That's a fair point, Choco. We'll bring that up next time. And Space Lord says God is our God is our standard of justice, but his justice is higher, different, and unknowable, but still our standard. Make it make sense. We can't make it make sense. They have to do this. It's wrong for us to do it. It's right for God to do it because they know it's wrong in their heart, but then they can't judge God because like, oh no, I can't judge God because I could go to hell. Okay, well maybe God's testing you.
Well, and that's what's so interesting about it is because they'll be like, don't do this, don't do that. Well, why? Because it says it right there. But then when it says, God did this, and you're like, oh, so can I do that? No, you can't do that. Don't do that. That's bad. And it's like, make up your mind then.
Yeah, indeed. Gentleman Viking with an interesting comment says, Justin, a word can have two different contradictory definitions. This is called a contronym, like inflammable or sanction. Justice isn't one, though. I don't know what's contradictory about those two words. Hold on. Let's see if there's a list of contronyms. A word with two opposite meanings. Then it says sanction, which can both mean a penalty for disobeying a law and official permission for... Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. But that's because they come from different usages, like different backgrounds. They're defining different ideas, right? Whereas the idea of justice doesn't have two definitions. The word justice could have different definitions, maybe, but that would only be if they came from different backgrounds where they were used separately. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, if you have a word that is in multiple languages, it might be used as different ways in multiple languages that eventually would find its way into another language and then get used multiple ways in that newer language. So I get that. I see what you're saying. But I agree with you. I don't think that justice would be one of them. Warmest Disdain, thank you for the super chat, says you deserve an award for dealing with Thomas, the POSFF grape apologist. Also, I have family in Iran. They are not terrorists. They are people. Agreed. Just like
100%.
If there are people in Iran saying death to America, you know what? Maybe that's the case. Are there people in America that were saying like death to all the Middle Easterners? Yes. People were saying death to Muslims. That doesn't mean that all Americans agree with it. You can't then punish all of us for what a few of us have done. Bacon and Bush says, oh, and justice for the snake. Agreed. Little Danger Noodles. Danger Noodles is great. Want to be awesome and left alone. God needs to shut the fuck up about them. Yeah, God's obsession with snakes is pretty crazy, actually. They didn't ask for any trouble. And Hank says, why are you still tolerating the grave apologist? Sorry, Hank, I did cut him once I caught wind from the audience that was basically done. I tolerated him because, I didn't want him to cry for the next 3 years about me cutting him. But what are you going to do? Space Lord said, like Thomas would believe in AI that told him he was wrong. You know, if I did an AI model or a question that demonstrated him being wrong, he wouldn't accept it. It's crazy that he thinks doing an AI model and asking it biased questions is somehow doing evidence-based research. And Tony, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says my favorite unintentional deconstruction YouTube channel is Not by Sight News. Oh, I don't know about that one. Hold on. Not by Sight. Not by Sight News. I'll give it a look. I assume it's a Christian news channel. Oh, fuck. Prophecy headlines? I'm in. Okay. 1 second. I'm going to switch to my correct account and follow these fuckers. And maybe do some response videos.
And speaking of that, my favorite deconstruction creator on here just happens to be Raw Soul. He just doesn't realize it yet.
Yeah, I do like watching him lose his mind in every debate that he's ever in. Base to share, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says the Cali meetup sounds like fun. Can't make it, but Texas Panhandler and I are going to have our own meetup around that time. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon, and I agree. Woo! Ew, there's gonna be a meetup. Glad to hear it, Base to Shara. You have to let us know how it goes, my friend. And also, in name glory, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh, and beautiful cat. If it was important not to have bodies hanging over Passover, why not wait a few days to do it? And what about the other two still being left hanging? Well, because they were hung by the Romans, not by the Jews. So the Jews were going to theoretically fix the body problem. The Romans didn't care.
And something kind of a little bit of history with this as well. So you have Herod the Great, who fought with Julius Caesar in his civil war against Pompey. We also have Herod. He initially sided with Mark Antony, but then later switched sides, and he fought for Octavian when Octavian defeated Mark Antony. And when he was given Judea as his kingdom, he was given a promise that his subjects would be able to practice their customs. And we kind of have in oh crap, I'm forgetting his name. He's the Jewish philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Philo. Philo writes about how his grandson, Herod Agrippa, had gone to the emperor because there was a Roman governor there who wasn't allowing the Jewish people to practice their customs. And the emperor was like, hey, we made this promise to them. It seems later on, because of some turmoils going on. And so this is why when you read in the Gospels, we see Jewish customs kind of being kept and allowed to be kept, as far as no mass graves are going into tombs, because the Romans had promised, the emperor had promised the Herods they would respect their customs.
Yeah, indeed. Tracy, thank you for the super chat. I'm going to try to read this. Hold on. Fe na ma nan do do be do fe na ma nan do fe na ma nan blame it on the leaves. Oh fuck, okay. Is that a song? I feel like that should be a song, but thank you for that. And Boogie says it's fine-tuned if it happens to not be. It was. That's the thing, is like the fine-tuning argument to me is kind of silly, because like the minute we press, they're going to admit that it's not finely tuned, but they're going to have like a reason. Like, well, it's not finely tuned because of X, Y, and Z. But if it's not finely tuned because of X, Y, and Z, then it's just not finely tuned. That's the end of the conversation. And bruv says, I've been highlighting in my Bible. Do you? Yeah, I highlight it. I write in it. But I write more than highlighting because the pages are kind of thin and the highlighter tends to bleed through. And Bacon and Butch says, you can't be nice and read the Bible and be a Christian, Justin. It's hard for people to even do two of those things. The only way you can do those things is by going to the Bible and saying, it actually doesn't mean what it says. I'm just going to reinterpret what it says to be something nicer, which is what a lot of people do. And our iRector says, snowflake levels of special pleading from Chet. And crows not only grieve their dead, but socially investigate sus deaths. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Chet wasn't saying that. That was the guest DB. Chet just happened to be up here. But yes, we are actually with you.
In fact, crows crows, if they suspect like a human or another animal, once they suspect, like, let's say they suspected me of unaliving one of their own, they'll like legit put like a hit on you and they'll attack you and stuff like that. Like,
yeah,
they don't play around.
That's wild stuff. Sonic Shroom, think of a super chat, says the afterlife concept consisting of two diametrically opposed locations and existence is the most unlikely afterlife if one exists, in my opinion. Cancer treatments helping. Pain reduce. Thanks, science. Sonic Shroom, glad to hear your pain reducing, your cancer is getting better. Huge W. And also, I agree, like this idea that the afterlife only has two endpoints is stupid. God's unlimited. He could do any amount of different afterlives. He could have done it 100 of them. He just did 2 because he's not very creative. And Roy, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And iReactor, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says don't mean. Oh, sorry, there we go. Didn't mean chat. Meant DB. Sorry, chat. We figured that was an accident. Don't worry, we got your back, friend. And Bacon and Butch says I'll talk the shit out of the Nephilim. I mean, it's a fun one. What did they do wrong besides what all powerful people do? I mean, theoretically, they degraded themselves. They went and had sex with humans, which was below their station. That's what the New Testament says. And K says Spinelessaurus and Obstinatosaurus. That's crazy. Hold on. Oh boy. All right. We got it. Thank you for that suggestion. And Dust Frame says, my name suggestion is Gehennadon and Apollyon Rex. Oh, okay. All right. I guess a good one. This is a really good one.
Gehennadon is diabolical.
I like that one a lot, actually. And MK, thank you for the super. It says the power of Nuh-uh compels you. Indeed, it does. I need a shaker, a holy water shaker, so we can do it during the live stream. That would be a good thing to quote, actually. And Bacon and Bush with a follow-up. Thank you so much, friends. I need to wake up in 4 hours. Listen, I'm doing the same thing to work. So I know how annoying it must be for me to send this now. Don't worry. I get it. Knowing you'll read it, YouTube made 35% of it, or take 35% of it, so they're happy. Isn't that enough? It is. It is, Bacon. I really appreciate it, too. Thank you for keeping yourself up to be in the stream and for keeping me up to help support the stream. And Silva, disingenuous Asaurus is wild. Okay. Got it in the cheat or in my sheet. Thank you. And Choco says name Resurrex. Resurrection. Rex plus erection. Okay. Yeah. Rex. I do like that one. Thank you, my friend. And good question. Says Revelation 22:12 shows faith only Christians cook in hell. Oh, interesting point. Yeah, hold on, let me grab that one. See, I'm coming soon. My reward is with me to repay according to everyone's work. Same thing in Matthew 16. Matthew 16:27 says that Jesus is coming back to repay everybody according to their deeds. So obviously, that can't be something that's useful, right? Salvation through works. Revelation 22:12. In fact, this should be on my cheat sheet. Let me double check. Salvation by grace alone. I've got a bunch of passages. I also include Revelation 20:13, which probably is similar. Let's see, Revelation, which says, oh, damn it. All were judged according to what they have done. Yeah, so exactly. Yeah, same thing. Yep, we're with you. And Golden says, big fan. I feel like I need religion in my life, but I can't find one that's actually true. Any advice? Well, none of them are true because God's not real. However, if you want a religion, what you could do is do Buddhism. Buddhism believes in spirits, and they believe in like tenets of moral living and things like that, but they don't believe in a God. So that's what I would do if you just need some kind of religion. And Bacon and Bush, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Huge W says, even-ish I had a starting point, but it's still infinite in the future. Isn't it still infinite time? Doesn't it still create the infinite time problem? 3 times 10 to 67th power years in the future. How can they explain it? Well, no, because the problem with infinite time for them is that there was no initial moment. The initial moment was always going backwards, which means time would always be running backwards. But if time had a beginning, that beginning is the start of the domino falling, right? So that's the complaint that they're having. It's not that there's an infinite future, it's that if there's an infinite past, then there's an infinite amount of moments between the beginning of the infinite and now. But if it's not infinite, then there's a first moment, and then there's a finite number of moments between the first moment and our moment. That's what the point is. And Kenneth, my friend, thank you for the super chat of heaven, singing holy, holy all day, no rest forever. It sounds horrific, Kenneth. That we're I don't even like singing in the first place, but like we're gonna do it forever for God. Not interested.
Because free will's a big thing for him. He cares about free will so much.
Yes. How is that free will, or how is that even fun? Doesn't make any sense. Let's see who's live right now that we can go raid. Give me a second.
So while you're looking that up, something that's kind of funny right now with the Mormon churches. So the Mormon church, there's a guy named Gordon B. Hinckley back in like the early 2000s.
At this point, I'm not.
All right, go ahead, buddy.
And he made it such a point, because Mormons don't wear crosses, and he made it this big point to be like, while the crucifixion itself is an important part of the atonement, we look at the resurrection itself. The fact that he lives is the important part. So they distance themselves from crosses. They view it as idol worship. However, on Temple Square, they just put down a statue of Jesus carrying the cross, and it has Mormons torn apart right now.
Damn, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Well, friends, we're at the end of the stream. It's like 3 a.m. Our friend Spencer, Radio Spencer, to be specific, is live on TikTok. Nobody's live on YouTube right now, but they are live on TikTok. Let's go raid Radio Spencer. Really cool dude, really kind, really smart. Friend of mine, highly recommend following Radio Spencer. Also, if you haven't followed Cyber, please do. Cyber and I have been working with each other for quite some time. Super smart, super awesome dude. Totally missing out if you're not following Cyber Deconstruction yet. And Cyber, my friend, thanks for hanging out with me, buddy.
Yep. And my schedule right now is I'll be going lives on Friday. So look for me on Friday. I'm thinking I might start going live in the morning and then pass it on to Blitz when he goes live. So that's my plan right now for going live.
Nice. Good to hear, buddy. Well, listen, we have to talk as well about the summertime. About something with Unapologetic, but we'll be in touch. Friend, thank you so much for being here. We'll see you again on Wednesday. Love and appreciate all of you, and make sure you go say hi to our friend Radio Spencer.